Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mike Swetnam, and it's my privilege and honor to welcome you to the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies for a pretty full day and a mini conference, if you will, talking about the security of and freedom of the seas. The Potomac Institute, for those of you who don't know us well, is we're a little not-for-profit here in Washington, D.C. that it focuses mostly on the issues of science and technology policy, and how science and technology policy affect our country and our society. In this day and age, people talk about the great changing of the world that has happened due to revolution in communications technologies that allow us to share data and information and run our businesses around the world the blink of an eye in ways that we could not have imagined 100 years ago. In the great discussion about the internet and information technology, it seems that it's easy to forget that in fact real stuff still needs to move around the world, and in moving stuff around the world there isn't anything more fundamental, and it's been true for centuries. There isn't anything more fundamental than freedom of the seas and freedom of action of the seas and the ability to maintain our sea lines of communication. Today we're going to talk about the threats to that freedom of the seas, and we brought together some people who know about it more than almost anybody, I think, in this area or around the world. But we also encourage each of you to interact and engage in this discussion, help us expand the thoughts and our understanding on these threats and these issues and our opportunities for dealing with them, and help us move the ball, if you will, a little bit further down the field and maintaining a critical part of our society, the ability to move things around the world in a free and open way. Before I turn it over to the people who are going to have the real control of the day and make something happen, I'd like to recognize our couple of members of our Board of Directors and Board of Regents who are with us today. General Al Gray in the corner, who's a chairman of our Board of Regents. The Honorable Charles Hertzfeld, a member of our Board of Regents and a longtime friend and mentor. And of course, you're going to hear an awful lot from Professor Yona Alexander, who's been not just a member of our Board of Regents, but of course one of the leading people in the world on issues having to do with terrorism and threats to our society. With that, I think I'm due to turn this over to someone who knows a little bit more about this than me and make some more comments. But before I do that, and believe it or not, all of my words about Potomac Institute went to commercial. The real commercial is our latest book, which was just released this last week, talking about that issue of communications, pulling the whole world together, and the threats that this new technology actually brings to our society. Cyber technology is wonderful, but we have not yet really developed the doctrine for using it or preventing its use as a weapon, controlling it in a way that's good for our society and puts up the good part and controls the bad part. We put together a book in conjunction with the Battelle Corporation that attempts to address the issues of a cyber doctrine, and copies are available here at the Institute. It's available on Amazon.com. We'd be glad to share some with you, and hopefully it's the beginning of a discussion on this issue as well. So my commercial's now done. I'll turn the program back over.
Press roll out next Tuesday.
Even better. Here you have a slide. Very good. Very good. Yep. We don't put the price up there because it's really outrageous. But since you're here today, we can probably talk us out of a copy if you'd like. So, sir. And I should introduce Lieutenant Commander Sean Brandis, who is assigned here at the Potomac Institute of the Navy's Executive Fellow Program. He's here on a year. Some people would say sabbatical. It's not a sabbatical at all. He's here on a year study program, and our criteria is that he has to earn the equivalent of 2 master's degrees and a PhD in that 1 year period of time. He's about halfway there. So, Commander?
Thank you, sir. Actually, more than less than halfway there. As Mike said, my name is Lieutenant Commander Sean Brandis, and I'm the Navy's Cyber Federal Executive Fellow here at the Potomac Institute. And I suppose, based on my attire today, I was an obvious choice to provide some opening remarks. However, considering the tremendous amount of wealth of knowledge on the panelists and as present in the audience today, I can assure you I'm certainly not the most qualified. Nonetheless, I will endeavor to provide some very high-level opening remarks on the importance of the maritime environment. The Chief of Naval Operations and his sailing directions outlined the Navy's core responsibilities by saying, in part, the mission of the Navy is to work with global partners to protect the maritime freedom that is the basis for global prosperity. He also recently addressed the rebalance to the Pacific and saying there, security and prosperity around the world depend on reliable, safe, unhindered access to the sea, particularly in the Pacific and Indian Ocean and in the Arabian Gulf. Now, despite our abysmal record for predicting where our military will fight our next wars, one can almost be assuredly so that the maritime environment will be involved in that conflict. Some quick figures on that environment. 95% of the world's telecommunications are carried via undersea cables. 90% of the world's commerce is traveled over the sea. 50% of the world's oil transits via 7 major choke points. And by some estimates, up to 44% of the world's population lives within 100 nautical miles of a coastline. This is clearly where the action is going to be. This is where the concentration of people, the political power, and economic vitality are. These are where the critical choke points, such as the Straits of Malacca, the Strait of Hormuz, the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, and the Arctic Ocean are. The maritime environment is also ripe with unlawful activity, such as terrorism, piracy, and although piracy might have been on the decline lately, the shipping industry recently said that they lost nearly $7 billion to piracy last year alone. Transportation of weapons of mass destruction. You can see recent press reporting on North Korea's continued efforts to ship missiles and weapon technology to Burma. And the sea facilitates illegal immigration and human trafficking. I am sure today's gathering of experts from government, academia, the military, and our global partners will provide a productive and enlightening discussion on maritime security. It is now my honor to introduce the gentleman who will actually facilitate the first panel, the Senior Vice President of the National Security Policy here at the Potomac Institute, Admiral Jamie Barnett. His complete bio is provided in the packets along with the rest of the panelists that you were provided earlier. But let me just quickly say, Admiral Barnett retired after 30 distinguished years of service in the United States Navy. He served as the chief of the FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. He is one of the Potomac Institute's leading cyber experts and is the Potomac Institute's Navy Cyber Fellow mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Barnett.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Yep, thank you. And more information is available from my mother if you ask her. Well, let me add my thanks for you being here. One of the things that is absolutely great about these symposia and seminars that the Institute runs is we have tremendous people to speak, and it's my pleasure to be able to introduce some of them. But the other thing is the tremendous people we have in the audience. And so let me add to the welcome. We have former colleagues here. I'm so pleased that Donna Hopkins is going to be speaking to us later on today. She and I served in the Navy together. She had 6 commands in various incarnations when she was in the Navy, and we speak to us later on. We have people from embassies, academia, industry, Coast Guard, Navy, the services, just on and on. So I'm awed by those of you who are in the audience, and I believe that one of my former mentors, Vice Admiral Ann Rondeau, will be here later on today, and I'm looking forward to seeing her. It's appropriate that we're gathering this month to talk about this. It was 10 years ago this month that the Maritime Transportation Security Act of 2002 was signed into law. And that was probably the first time that I'd even heard the concept of maritime domain awareness. All of a sudden we had this laser focus on what's at sea and what it might do to affect us. So it's appropriate that we are gathered today to talk about it. And if I might displace those of you who are at the desk, I might ask our current panelists to come up even while I'm in the process of introducing them. And it's a tremendous first panel here, as you'll see all day long. We're very fortunate to have Bruce Weinrod, former Secretary of Defense, representative for Europe and Defense Advisor, U.S. mission to NATO. He's appointed Secretary of Defense Robert Gates. Mr. Weinrod served from 2007 to 2009 as the Secretary of Defense representative for Europe and Defense Advisor to the mission at NATO. As a senior DoD official based in Europe, as the senior DoD official based in Europe, he supervised a staff of over 50 personnel and representatives at NATO and throughout Europe and elsewhere. His responsibilities included Afghanistan, the Balkans, Russia, the NATO-EU relationship, NATO global partnerships, NATO capabilities, missile defense. He served previous to that as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for European NATO policy. He served as Legislative Director to Senator John Hines of Pennsylvania. He has a JD from Georgetown University and a Master of Arts in International Relations from UPenn. And so we're published throughout the world, and we're very pleased to have him with us. I'm going to introduce them, I think, probably in the reverse order of how they will speak. Our own Professor Yona Alexander, who you heard Mike Swetnam speak about, heads up our International Center for Terrorism Studies. He is obviously a PhD, senior fellow here. He's also a member of our Board of Regents and is concurrently the director of the International University Center for Terrorism Studies, director of the Inter-University Center for Legal Studies. Both are consortia of universities and think tanks throughout the world. In addition, Professor Alexander directed the Terrorism Studies program at George Washington University and the Institute for Studies in International Terrorism at State University of New York. It all total about 35 years. One of the most prolifically published authorities on terrorism. He's also the founder and editor-in-chief of 3 academic international journals, including Terrorism, Minorities and Group Rights, and Political Communication and Persuasion. If I can plug some of his books, also has won awards for his publications, including this one from 2010, Terror on the High Seas. So obviously we're very pleased, and obviously he was a leading force behind putting together this conference. And then on my immediate left right here, we have Stephen Caldwell, Director of Maritime Security and Coast Guard Issues, the Homeland Security and Justice Team at GAO, the Government Accountability Office. Part of the Senior Executive Service. He's had almost 30 years of experience evaluating national security programs for Congress and is a recognized expert on the maritime industry. He's testified more than two dozen congressional hearings and led more than the publication of 125 GA reports on a variety of topics, and a list of these topics. So piracy, vessel tracking, passenger vessel security, energy tanker security, port state control, port facility security, offshore, on and on, Arctic issues. It's tremendous. So just a tremendous record that he has here. He has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from the University of California at Berkeley, where he specialized in national security affairs. He also earned a diploma, and I had to throw this in, from the Naval postgraduate, Naval War College rather, 1996, where he got the Director's Award for Academic Excellence. Authored numerous articles. So we have a tremendous lineup today. What I'll do is call on them in that reverse order. Stephen, we'll go with you first to give some remarks, and then we will have questions. I hope you will jump right in with your questions and comments. And so I'll, at this point, turn it over to our first speaker, Stephen Caldwell.
Thank you. Did you want us?
You can do it either place, wherever you would like to be.
Thank you. I'll be up here. Good morning, everybody. I want to get my props ready here. So, first of all, I obviously want to thank the Potomac Institute for putting this together, and particularly for Yona Alexander, who worked with me very closely in terms of trying to help think of topics and other things, and just for hosting this event as well. And I certainly want to thank all his staff, particularly those that came to the edge of having this conference when they were rudely disrupted by Hurricane Sandy and had to pick a new date and kind of start all over again. But anyway, obviously, as said, it's the 10th anniversary of the Maritime Transportation Security Act. The actual 10th anniversary was this Monday. And I want to also point out that for those of you in the international realm, it's also the 10th anniversary of the ISPIS Code, which is kind of the international version of MTSA, is coming up, I think, December 12th. So my comments today are based on 10 years worth of GAO reviews of maritime security. Some of these reviews were actually before MTSA was enacted. A lot of them were for what I'll call MTSA's fits and starts period, when these programs were just being put into place. And then a lot of this happened as these programs stabilized and in many cases matured, and some of them matured quite well. While much of my GAO work has focused on the international aspects of maritime security, I'm going to focus my comments more on the domestic aspects, and partly because we have a wide range of speakers today that'll hit the international aspects quite thoroughly. I figured that with them talking about that, I didn't want to repeat too much. But I will have some comments on supply chain security issues, because I'm not sure the other speakers had a lot of comments related to that. While I have not distributed any written copies of my comments, I did want to point out that we have a GAO report. This is from a testimony that GAO did. This is one of my testimonies about 2 months ago, September 11th. We've got the one-page highlights from this report that's up front if you want to get that, and that'll have my contact information, and then you can go to that, get that on the web. I did also want to point out that we have a very detailed appendix in here on individual maritime security programs, so it's kind of a capping report, or kind of a summary document with a lot of references and hyperlinks to the individual GAO reports that my work is based on. Included in the appendix that we have basic information on each of those programs. We have funding levels where that information was available, summary of key GAO findings and recommendations, and as I said, the hyperlinks to the individual GAO reports. So to look at things as a whole, I'd have to say there has been substantial progress across the board with a lot of federal agencies, in particular DHS, in implementing the MITSA-related programs. First, agencies have developed or facilitated security plans at the national, port, facility, and vessel level. And this isn't just a government effort, obviously. This is being done by the shipping industry, by the private terminal operators, by everyone who's involved in the maritime enterprise. Agencies, the federal agencies I discussed, mainly CBP and Coast Guard, have screened inbound foreign flag vessels and foreign seafarers to make sure that they comply with security requirements. Agencies have certainly enhanced the awareness of the maritime domain through various risk assessments, vessel tracking efforts, and information sharing efforts. And perhaps most importantly, because of the private sector involvement here, the agencies have developed partnerships to get advanced information, for example, on incoming cargo, to identify high-risk containers, and to examine them at overseas or domestic ports. Now, of course, there's been some speed bumps along the way in these 10 years, and that's what GAO's expertise is in, trying to look at these programs, find out where they're stumbling or having some problems, and then making recommendations and working with the agencies to improve those programs. So some of these, what I call speed bumps, I'll put in kind of generic management terms. Some of the programs were put out there before much planning had gone into place. There was also some cases of weak program management and lax implementation. One of the biggest challenges they found was the difficulties of coordinating with all of the many multiple maritime stakeholders out there. These are the private sector ones I've discussed. The maritime enterprise happens in the international environment, so we're talking about the countries of the world, the complexities of vessels. As some of you may know, when you look at a vessel, the country that owns it is not necessarily the country that flags it, is not the country that crews it or commands it necessarily, or insures it. So the complexities there involve a lot of different players. And so that's one of the challenges that's we tend to forgive in terms of that's just a challenge out there as opposed to a management problem that can just be fixed. There's also been limits on the level of resources available to start, operate, and now sustain some of these maritime security programs. And that will, of course, be exacerbated by the austere budget environment that we find ourselves in now. And finally, there have been and still are difficulties really measuring the results of maritime security programs. This is something high in the congressional agenda in terms of how do I actually measure whether these programs work. And if one of your main outputs is deterrence, it's a very difficult thing to measure. You can measure maybe the inputs or the outputs you have related to the program, but measuring your actual outcomes is pretty difficult. And I think it leads to a little bit of skepticism, particularly in an environment where there actually have been no attacks in the U.S. domestically against our ports or our maritime infrastructure. Because of some of the inherent challenges I mentioned and because of some of the management issues that have come up, I think there's still some unfinished business, and some of the programs have had more than their share of problems. One example of those would be interagency operations centers that the Coast Guard was to establish. Some of these centers were set up right after 9/11 with great promise in Charleston, Norfolk, San Diego. A lot of these were done in combination between DHS and Coast Guard and the Navy. And I visited them during that era. They were very, very promising things. And because of that, Congress mandated that Coast Guard set these up in all high-risk ports. But unfortunately, the effort has been plagued by irregular and limited funding, delays in the Coast Guard actually developing detailed requirements for those programs, and fairly weak acquisition, management of the acquisition. So it remains an open question whether these will serve as just Coast Guard-centric command and control systems or whether they'll actually serve as interagency operations centers as intended by Congress. Another one of the troubled programs is TWIC. I don't know if there's industry people here, but this is a constant bugaboo with both terminal operators, people on vessels, a lot of operations. TWIC has certainly come a long way since some of the initial stumbles by TSA in putting the program in place. The TWIC cards are out there, the background checks have been done, and they're in the hands of more than 1 million mariners working in the U.S. trade. But right now, they're still serving pretty much as a fast pass as maybe a driver's license, because the biometrics are really not in place, or at least not in wide use in terms of that. The Port Security Grant Program is another problem that's had a slew of management issues. While this was put in place with good intentions to fund both government and private sector improvements to port security, there have been a lot of problems, partly because of the lack of continuity in the management of the program. This program started with MARAD, was moved to TSA, then was moved to FEMA, and has then moved around with different pieces within FEMA. And this has led to a lack of accountability on how well the program is run. There's also the procedures for awarding and distributing the money are quite complex and slow, which has led to a accumulation of a lot of unspent funds. And Congress may be part of the issue here in that some years required matching grants, other years there was no matching requirement. So, of course, everyone's applying for the years where there are no matching requirements, so there's still money left there when there is years with the head matching requirement. And finally, despite several assurances from FEMA and the other agencies since 2005, when we recommended they try to put some kind of performance measures in place, that's still out there. So it's still a little hard to determine what the $2.5 billion now has finally spent. Then the last troubled program I'm going to mention is related to supply chain security and containers and scanning. Several different container security and scanning technologies were pursued. These were pursued with the high hopes that maybe we could scan all of the containers coming into the United States. But there were certainly some premature efforts to move from R&D directly into large-scale acquisitions, and there were some unsuccessful pilots at foreign ports to try to test that concept of 100% scanning. And so at this point, I think we clearly need to reevaluate what we can actually do in the global supply chain environment in terms of the existing challenges related to technical, logistical, economic, and diplomatic issues. I'll end talking a little bit about emerging threats and challenges, and some of these aren't as much emerging as maybe unsolved or again, unfinished business. First of all is preventing the small vessel threat. This is not so much, again, as I said, an emerging threat, but unfortunately for the United States, despite the millions of anonymous small vessels that ply our waters all the time, we have not yet had an attack. Well, there is both a national strategy and an implementation plan to address this particular threat. The question remains as what we can really do without either increasing regulations on small vessels or improving the technology to allow us to track them and look for anomalous or threatening behavior. Second emerging issue really is developing risk assessments that can consider what many call the intelligence adversary. We are pretty impressed by the Coast Guard's MISRAM, which is their risk model for looking at risks to facilities, but it's a static model and doesn't account for the intelligent or adaptable adversary, which is terrorists or criminals that would observe what our mitigating factors are and what our programs are and change their tactics and strategies accordingly. Similarly, also related to risk assessment is maybe moving from an asset-based assessment to system-based assessments. Despite MISRAM being a good system, it really looks at individual facilities, and so we have made some recommendations recently that Coast Guard work with some of the other agencies within DHS to try to look more at the resilience of regional port systems and identify interdependencies among individual facilities. And then finally, assessing and improving cybersecurity, and obviously this is another unintended selling point for the new publication put up by the Potomac Institute. But MITSA was put into place relatively quickly, and I would say actually effectively, to improve the security of maritime infrastructure. But unlike a lot of the other regulations or programs out there for critical infrastructure, there's really no cyber component to that. And yet, at the same time, some of the maritime infrastructure, perhaps you could think of a complex drilling rig off the coast, have very sophisticated cyber systems which could potentially be vulnerable. So in closing, I would like to end on a positive note, despite some of the problems I've noted, and again acknowledge there's been substantial progress, and that collectively these programs certainly have improved the security of our ports. I look forward again to your questions, as well as hearing from some of the other experts today in the room. Again, my contact information is on the highlights page I distributed, and I brought a pretty thick wad of business cards, which I'm happy to trade with people in the course of these. And then let me just ask procedure, do you want to have questions after the whole panel has spoken? Well, I think that makes sense because some questions several of us would maybe want to chat on. So if you could hold your questions till the rest of the panel speaks, that'd be great.
This is, what's yours? Actually, both Stephen and Sean already provided a great deal of rich insights that as an academic, I'm almost tempted. Is this okay? Well, can I move this a little bit down or not? Okay. I don't. At any rate, I'm going to try to control my own questions for discussion later on. Before I move on the PowerPoint that I prepared, I would like to join my colleagues to welcome the panelists and to welcome the audience, and obviously to thank my colleagues at the Potomac Institute for their continuing support, as well as Professor Don Wallace, who is going to be here any time, of the Georgetown University Law School and the International Law for co-sponsoring this event and many other events. Now, I would like to single out here the contribution of our intern team, all the way from Canada to Japan. Would you, some of you are here, stand up? Okay. Who are actually the next generation, I think, of experts and professionals, and I know they are very dedicated, and we want to recognize their many contributions to our work. Also, I would like to mention that Stephen Caldwell was very kind to provide very wise guidance on this conference and many other activities in this area. So again, I think I'm very fortunate to have colleagues like Stephen and others at the Potomac. Now, you know, when we talk about maritime or cyber or any other issue, I think we have to keep in mind that the knowledge that we do have now is not really new. That is to say, we don't operate in a vacuum. And we do have an historical record, but like many other challenges, it doesn't mean that we do have the magic bullet and we can provide solutions to the problem. I was thinking about that because 28 years ago, I was in correspondence with Senator Barry Goldwater. As many of you know, he was also candidate for the presidency of the United States. And one of his communications to me was that, for example, we were talking about terrorism, that the subject of terrorism, frankly, is a subject we don't know much or enough to even begin talking about legislation. So, in other words, we did have a great deal of knowledge, but not enough in order to deal with many of the challenges. Now, concern with the maritime issues, maritime security goes all the way back. If you begin even with the Bible, King Solomon decided to build a navy before Jefferson and John Adams and the others. And in fact, he established the first port about 3,000 years ago, what is now Eilat at the Red Sea. Obviously, he didn't anticipate that we would have the Suez crisis or some of the missiles that came from Gaza just recently in this area. We know that those who command the sea command the world and everything, so to speak. But I think John Adams was the one who recognized that we must establish a navy. So it goes all the way back, and I think we have to look at the historical perspective. Now, there are three major maritime challenges that are facing us today. We discussed some that Stephen tried to outline. First of all, in the press lately, we have seen reports about the territorial disputes between China and Japan and Taiwan and South Korea in regard to some of the islands in the China Sea. And clearly this is one of the major issues between states in that region. But we have some others that are developing all the time, and one of them I would like to mention is the crisis related to the territorial sovereignty or the sovereignty over the seas in Cyprus with the issue of Turkey and Cyprus and Israel in regard to developing the gas infrastructure. In addition to that, obviously, we still have to deal with the challenge of Iran, and then, of course, piracy and terrorism, and I would like to deal with that specifically and provide some sort of a context. So the bottom line about our discussion is that both piracy and terrorism, they're attractive, they're effective, they work. There is a cost-effective relationship. They're very cheap, inexpensive to activate, but very costly actually to counter and so on. And the bottom line again we shouldn't have any illusions. We cannot eliminate piracy and terrorism. We can only bring them under some manageable levels. Now, with your permission, I would like to present a PowerPoint, also in the interest of our young scholars and researchers. I would like to provide that kind of context to our discussion today, the conference, in terms of the threats and in terms of the responses on the governmental level, intergovernmental level, and the non-governmental level. Now, with a PowerPoint issue, we have bad news and good news. The bad news are that it must be telegraphic. We don't have much time to go into great details, but the good news is that we're going to provide a conference report which will be available to you. Okay. Okay. Now again, in terms of the methodologies, it's very clear and simple, all the way from courses, seminars, conferences, research and publication of this issue for many years. As far as the historical context, obviously we're familiar with the need to look at the history in order to learn the lessons, try to anticipate the future. General Gray, don't go away. We are quoting you because it's so perceptive that communication without intelligence is noise, and intelligence without communication is irrelevant. A subtitle to this conference is intelligence, but we're really dealing with open source information. I just want to make sure. Okay, now, we spoke about anniversaries, Stephen, and I think it's important always to look at the calendar. Actually, we were looking at the calendar last month. We thought we were going to have that conference, but Mother Nature intervened. At any rate, we can recall last month the anniversary, obviously, of the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Suez crisis, which is very interesting. And on the personal level, I can tell you a little bit about the Suez, but because I was involved at the time as a youngster, so to speak. But at any rate, I won't go into it. And then in November, obviously, we do have a number, I think, of anniversaries. And again, those who are the sailors, those who are in the Navy or the military or the Marines are targeted abroad, whether they work at the embassy or they are serving different capacities. We have to look at this, and of course the takeover of the Kilauea and the Mumbai attack. All are related, and we can learn some of the lessons. Now, historically, all the way from primitive to Pearl Harbor, now I think it is important to remember that we have to deal with both Mother Nature challenges and man-made disasters. So in other words, there are many challenges that are facing us on land, for example, with the Al-Qaeda and the Al-Qaeda network. We're looking at the situation in North Africa and the Maghreb and the reach to the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. So the key questions really that we have to ask ourselves beyond the maritime security is the worst yet to come. The short answer, tragically, is yes. If it's not if, but when and where, and with what impact. So obviously the next question is whether we're going to survive as civilization. And again, the short answer is definitely yes, if we're going to do what we have to do and get together and cooperate nationally and internationally. Now, I'm not going to go into all this laundry list. We had already shown who spoke about the 90 or 95% of overseas trade that goes through the ports or internationally. But the international aspect is very, very important. Exactly, you don't know sometimes who are the people you're dealing with and how to deal with this specific threat. Now, we do have, obviously, many challenges. One of them, as I mentioned, is Iran. We're following the Iranian situation for decades. And most recently, as you know, we had a lot of firework coming from Iran in regard to closing the Strait of Hormuz, for example. It's as simple as to drink water, as the chief of the naval Iranian enterprise he remarked recently. So the Iranians are very, very active also in terms of shipment of weapons, as you know, and they have a clear record, and we have to take this very, very seriously. Then as far as the Israeli situation, obviously they dealt with this issue also for decades, and most recently, of course, the issue of Gaza came up. But again, just last week, Nasrallah of the Hezbollah came out with a statement that his rockets can reach anywhere in Israel, and where did he get it from? Obviously, we know the source. Now, I'm not going to go into definitions, although I think it's critical to look at the definitions so we're on the same page. I think there is a common agreement what piracy is, but what's very interesting, that armed robbery is also involved. In other words, looking at piracy as a crime. Now, again, historically, we can learn a great deal of information, what worked, what didn't work, who was involved, and so forth, going all the way back. In fact, we may mention here that Julius Caesar, he was also held hostage by the pirates, and he had to pay ransom. And when he was released later on, he went after the pirates and so forth. So you know the history, and I think we have to go back again and again to learn the lessons. Now, especially in the 19th and 20th century, particularly in regard to the Barbary pirates, and first the United States obviously caved in and paid ransom later on. They used diplomacy or war by other means. Now, we have a great deal of information about the piracy. There are many sources. This year alone, you can see the situation. There are probably less incidents now because of the international cooperation to combat piracy, but nevertheless, we see different tactics being used, and this is a big problem. In other words, the question arises whether it's a solely maritime issue, or you have to deal also with the territory. And I would like to submit to you that we must deal with the territory in terms of control of the base from which they try to emerge, like in Somalia. And now we do have the information. As I said, all this information is available for some of you who may not be familiar with that. And different types of ships are attacks, and there is a very long list. Now, there were many, obviously, many plots in the past. Now, I want to say a few words about the terrorism issue. It's much more complicated. There is no question about it. The United Nations could not even come up with an internationally agreed or universal definition of what terrorism is. And that's why it's very, very confusing. And we have a problem. But what I'm trying to say is that if we look at piracy and terrorism as two challenges in violation of law, no buts, no ifs, no why, then I think we can be in a better position. Otherwise, we're going to have political debates. Now, again, the history is very, very clear. I'm sure that most of you are familiar with that. As far as I think the American history, obviously we know exactly what happened in the War of Independence or the Civil War. And this past century and this century, of course, in World War I and II and the post-World War II, we had many incidents as well. Some of the better known, going all the way back from insurgents, this Santa Maria to the Aquila Lore, and so forth, the Col, the Limburg, and Mumbai. Now, there is a very long list of groups. I just want to make sure that it is a reminder. I'm not going to go into substantive, but many of these groups were thinking about the maritime environment as a very useful environment to operate. And they were trained, the Al-Qaeda all the way in terms of their capabilities. We know from the information that was gathered in the past almost 20 years, and the Hezbollah or the Palestinians and so on. As an academic, I had an opportunity even to interview some terrorists who were captured and were trained in maritime attacks. And then there is a very long list of the tactics, all the way from smuggling of arms. And the big fear is obviously if some biological, chemical, nuclear, whatever weapons would be on a ship, and it has to be intercepted. And I know that many of the scientists in the United States and abroad were concerned about that particular issue. Now, again, we have to deal with the perception of the threat and then develop a strategy to deal with that. We dealt today with Stephen's presentation on the U.S. Approach to some of these issues, but clearly it is critical to look at the international environment and the role of those like-minded nations and other nations who are concerned about the threat and the different international organizations involved in this activity. A detailed discussion we are going to have now very soon when Bruce is going to talk about NATO and the role of NATO, but many other international organizations are involved, as we know. I mentioned already the issue with China Sea. It's a very serious one. And in fact, President Obama, I think last week at the summit, during his trip, also discussed this particular issue. Then, of course, the question of the Philippines is also known. Turkey is very much concerned about security at sea, and they are investing a great deal of effort to deal with the problem. Also, countries even like Romania looking at the situation even in the Danube. And then, of course, we do have many other countries concerned about the maritime security all the way from Egypt and the Gulf, Algeria, Nigeria, and so on. I'm mentioning some of these countries, even Canada, Norway, the Netherlands, and then Pakistan, India, Spain, and so forth. Now, there are already some best practices in terms of dealing with terrorism and also related to piracy, but there are some other issues, even the legal issue. If you capture some of these pirates, can you put them on trial? And this is a big issue. I won't go into it, but I think we have to make sure that that we take into account both the historical and the contemporary lessons in terms of trying to develop some comprehensive strategies, effective strategies to deal with the problem. One of the important, I think, areas that I would like to encourage is it's not just through the barrel of the gun, but also the intellectual battle that we have to deal with. And the bottom line about all of this, obviously, is to strike a balance between security and liberty. And we're trying to do a little bit on that. So I'm going to stop and ask Bruce to move on and to deal with the NATO issue.
Thank you, Yona. Thank you, Admiral. And thank the Potomac Institute for organizing this important conference. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here and also to be able to speak this morning, since my topic probably more properly would belong in the international response session this afternoon, but I unfortunately could not be there. So let me start out by saying I will focus on NATO, but I'll also be addressing the EU and some other areas as well. And my focus will be on the transatlantic context for maritime security, including especially the approach of NATO, but also, as I said, involving the EU. As a starting point, let me offer a few general comments about NATO as such. NATO is alive and reasonably well. It is and remains the only multilateral organization that has the capacity to initiate and engage in either short-term targeted military missions or sustained long-term missions, and to do so locally, regionally, or at long distances. At the same time, and that said, NATO is also having to deal with, as national defense budgets are, the economic downturn in various countries and member nations, and also to deal with the other domestic pressures on the defense budgets. So at the same time, NATO has, in the post-Cold War era, in its wisdom, taken on a number of new missions or enhanced missions. So at the same time there was a pressure on defense budgets, NATO is also trying to address a number of new tasks and missions it has given itself over time. And these, in addition to the traditional NATO role that all of you are familiar with, of being able to respond to or deter or respond to an armed attack upon a member's nation's territory, NATO has decided that it should be able to be involved in areas such as cybersecurity, missile defense, and capacity building. All well and good. In addition, NATO has decided to take on some tasks that are very directly or at least indirectly related to maritime security. And these include counterterrorism, counterproliferation, counter-piracy, Arctic security, and the aforementioned missile defense. So NATO has a very big plate of proclaimed self-determined potential missions to which it has to allocate resources, develop strategies, and determine what the real threat is. Let me mention one other aspect of NATO which I think is of particular relevance to maritime security, as well as many other aspects of what NATO is doing. NATO has, over the last years, become a global organization, not a global policeman, which would not be a good idea, but a global security network. And through its various partnerships and bilateral relationships, there are over 40 nations that are in some way connected on a continuous systematic basis with NATO. They're through the Partnership for Peace with Yona Alexander, as I know very well aware of and connected with, but there's also the Mediterranean Dialogue, the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, and there's also a group of Asian nations, 5. All have ongoing systematic security and military ties, relationships, activities with NATO, in addition to NATO's interaction with international organizations such as the United Nations, where it has now a formal framework agreement in place. Also, of course, the African Union, even the Arab League. There are many organizations that have determined that it's in their interest to be connected to NATO. So the point of all this is that many of these partnerships and relationships, they include bilateral ones as well, including with Russia, Ukraine, Georgia, etc. Many of these countries geographically happen to be in places that are either very much related to maritime security or energy security, or both. And of course, maritime security and energy security, I think, very much overlap and are interrelated. So that's something that's very important, I think, to keep in mind. with this context, let me turn to NATO's approach to maritime security. And the way NATO generally operates is first it decides it needs to determine what is there a threat, and then what is the nature of it. And once that is determined, then there's an effort to determine what kind of resources and capabilities are needed to provide NATO with what it needs to accomplish its missions. So in the case of maritime security, NATO has concluded, maybe not surprisingly, but that there are, and this is important because, again, NATO operates that way, it has to have listed threats and challenges. So the ones they have determined are important in the area of maritime security include the protection of international trade or threats to international trade, freedom of navigation, energy flows, the protection of critical maritime infrastructure, as well as protection against threats emanating from transnational crime, terrorism, and maritime transit of weapons of mass destruction. So as a result of these perceived or stated threats that NATO has concluded are threats, NATO has developed a four-pronged concept, if you will, for how it would deal with maritime security issues. The first prong is referred to as deterrence and collective defense. And that's basically what NATO's traditionally done. And during the Cold War, it basically is prepared for a conventional war, and in this case, for having the strategy and tactics for utilization of naval resources to deter or respond to a conventional war scenario, including, of course, control of the sea lines of communication, and also somewhat new, but I think very important for NATO, will be a sea-based missile defense capability. The second area, the second prong for NATO in regard to maritime security is crisis management. Again, that's a term probably many of you are familiar with. For NATO, this includes having the capabilities to enforce arms embargoes, to establish interdiction operations, and also to implement no-fly zones. Again, all these have to be subject to political decision by the member nations to do so. Also to have the capability for significant maritime logistics and to be able to accomplish maritime-related relief, humanitarian relief support. And finally, to have this relevant base operations at sea and counterterrorism capabilities. The third prong for NATO in maritime security is what they refer to as cooperative security. Again, many of you are familiar with that term, I'm sure. But for NATO, it includes assisting non-NATO nations to improve their maritime security capabilities, and also to develop the potential for maritime military missions with non-NATO nations. And that includes, requires, and is being implemented joint training and joint exercises. The fourth prong for NATO is, they term it maritime security, which is maritime security perhaps more narrowly defined and understood in terms of some of the specifics that have been discussed here today already. And again, for NATO, NATO has decided to take on a number of tasks related to maritime security under their understanding, and that includes maritime surveillance and patrolling, a full range of maritime interdiction missions, including support for law enforcement, and the preventing of the transport of weapons of mass destruction. Third, the protection of freedom of navigation. And finally, the protection of critical energy infrastructure and sea lines of communication. So I hope I've conveyed to you a sense that NATO has, since the end of the Cold War, taken on a wide range of missions and objectives related to maritime security, and is very, very actively engaged in this area. Let me also mention, again, many of you are aware that NATO, this is not all theoretical. NATO is actually already engaged in several maritime security-related endeavors since the end of the Cold War. The first, in the mid-'80s, was the enforcement of the Balkan arms embargo. The second, which was the after September 11th, when NATO actually invoked Article 5 because of the attack on a member nation's territory, and continues to this day with Operation Active Endeavor, which involves patrolling in the Mediterranean, a counter-terrorist patrol. It has been evolved into not quite as much in terms of active patrolling, but it continues to gather information and be a vehicle for multinational endeavors. Among the nations that have been actually patrolled or been involved in active endeavor missions have been Russia, for example, as well as Morocco and Israel. And finally, since 2008, NATO has been engaged in the anti-piracy effort off the coast of Africa through what is called Operation Ocean Shield, which continues to this day, along with other nations and other organizations as well. So this is, again, not just theoretical. NATO has actually engaged in the post-Cold War period and in a very active way. Let me turn now briefly to the European Union. The European Union, for much of its earlier history, did not get engaged that much in security area in general, but and certainly that includes maritime security. To the extent it looked at these issues at all, it tended to do so from a pretty much what we call soft power perspective, and focused on such issues which were included under maritime security as climate change, pollution, fishing, etc., but not issues such as terrorism or weapons of mass destruction. However, starting in 2008, we began to see a shift and an evolution in the EU's approach. The EU did pull together and deployed naval assets in a counter-piracy mission off the coast of Somalia. At an earlier point, and there's a whole interesting story here about the interaction between NATO and the EU. I was in my position in Brussels at the time, and there was a lot of back and forth about who does what, when, and how, who gets credit for what, when, and how. But I'll save that for some other time. Overall, while the EU retains its focus on the soft power, it has clearly has some political will now to use military force, at least in one specific area of counter-piracy. So I wanted to make sure to give them credit where credit is due. Let me conclude this overview by noting some additional steps that could be taken to enhance transatlantic maritime security capabilities and effectiveness. First, NATO and the EU need to work even harder to ensure the most efficient and effective use of maritime security-related resources and avoid the duplication of efforts and resources. Secondly, NATO should enhance its global network relationships, the ones I referred to already, encompassing over 40 nations around the world, and leverage them for capacity building as well as for joint training and exercises, which could be very helpful for if there was a need for future actual military deployments. Thirdly, NATO should, in general, strengthen its capabilities and partnership relationships related to energy security. Again, there's a clear interlap and interwoven connection between energy security and maritime security. So to utilize NATO's partnerships, which involve a lot of the nations that either have energy resources or where they transit through their territory, is very important. Fourth, NATO needs to, and to say the obvious, to ensure that sufficient amount of its limited resources are allocated to the development or possession of the kind of capabilities that are needed for maritime security efforts. Fifth, NATO and its member nations should continue to enhance the quality of interaction, coordination, and cooperation among and between the military and civilians, and among and between different agencies within governments, within the various governments, and between and among governments and international organizations, including areas such as sharing of information and intelligence, which is always inherently a very difficult and challenging area. Finally, if I can find it, and in conclusion, I think I'd like to quote from a multiple futures study that was commissioned by the then head of the NATO's Allied Command Transformation, General Jim Mattis, which said that basically NATO should develop a comprehensive maritime strategy to address the threats to alliance security on the maritime commons presented by demographic shifts, energy scarcity, organized crime, technology-savvy adversaries, terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. I look forward to any comments or questions at the right time. Thank you. Out of your way.
So thank each of you for that, and I will warn the crowd that I'm going to call on you, so you can be thinking of your questions in just a minute, but I'm going to take the prerogative of the moderator to ask one first. And so I was interested by Secretary Weinrod's finishing of things that could be done. I'd like to kind of redirect that to all the panelists. And I'm going to make it U.S. specific. I know we have an international audience here, but I'll make it U.S. specific. If there was one thing that you think the United States should do from a policy standpoint, either that is because it's very achievable or because it's very important and we got to start doing something, what do you think this in 2013, over the next few months or a few years, the thing that from a policy or legislative standpoint we should do about maritime security?
Well, you know, being from GAO and being bipartisan, I can't say whether I'm for or against the UN Convention on Law of the Sea and whether the U.S. should be part of that. But what I think's been missing is really a debate on what the advantages are and disadvantages are. And I'm talking about an open debate in the Senate or House if they want to jump in as well, because particularly I see things in the Arctic where there's growing exploitation of resources. And I think that's the one place and the one argument that really you almost need to see to the law of the sea to be you know, part of that commission that's going to be deciding if there are territorial claims beyond the 200-mile EEC and resource claims, which ones are legitimate or not. So I would just throw that one out there, again, for debate, not GAO taking an official position on it.
Obviously, there is a long laundry list, but in terms of some priority that you mentioned, I think what would be very critical to upgrade as much as possible the containers' safety around the world. I mean, this is really a challenge not only to the U.S., but to all countries, and first of all, the maritime active countries. Can you imagine what might happen in the port of Amsterdam if there is a container full with some radioactive material? And so it's not only targeting, you know, the United States, but it is worldwide. So number one on the security issue. Number two, since we know that we spoke about commerce and the safety of commerce around the world, but let's keep in mind that we do have also a great deal of tourism goes through the sea, not only aviation, but I'm talking about cruise ships, recreations, and so on. And I remember, you know, very vividly one experience I had that I was invited to go to Argentina and to meet with people both from the government and the industry, because they were concerned that some of the ships coming, let's say from Chile to Argentina, are going to be hijacked and so on. So they were concerned about the safety of the tourists. So I think this indicates that the problem is not only the problem of governments. We are together as a society and a civic society. By that I mean the private sector and the industry. So it is those who are involved in the tourism industry. And I remember at GW that a number of years ago I was asked to develop a course related to tourism and security as well. And obviously the maritime was a very important component, and aviation in general, and land, and so on. So I would say that there is a greater need for both the public and private sector to get together and not to wait for the next incident to happen.
Mm-hmm. Great. Secretary Weinrod?
Thank you. Well, I'll just kind of elaborate a bit on, I think, a couple of the points that I raised. First, I do think NATO should really work hard, and the U.S. is still the key to NATO. In is going to get done there, and the U.S. still has to take the lead and push it along. So that means the U.S. to take advantage of the NATO partnership network, which includes so many of the nations in Central Asia, in Eurasia, and in the Persian Gulf and in North Africa that are involved in the energy area, to make sure that NATO is very actively engaged, along with other organizations and national efforts, in the energy security area, and including the maritime dimension. You know, there's been a real evolution at NATO on this subject. Until several years ago, there were some nations that didn't want to see NATO involved at all in the energy security area. In fact, they insisted that the term energy security not even be used, but you had to use the term disruption of the flow of vital resources, and that was the code word for energy security. It was a breakthrough several years ago where NATO could actually use that term, and then they agreed to actually to adopt that as one of their missions. But it's still not totally on paper, but there's a lot more that could be done in that area. Secondly, and I may not be totally up to date on this, but I believe that, again, that in terms of the partnership efforts, that training and capacity building, et cetera, is really crucial in a lot of areas in terms of U.S. interests, including in the maritime security area. And to the extent that NATO or the U.S. or other nations bilaterally or multilaterally do more in this area of training and capacity building and interoperability of standards, et cetera, in the area of maritime security as well as others, I think that's very important. And then you mentioned the legislative area. I don't know where things are, and I may be off or out of date, but I think there were some restrictions in U.S. law on what U.S. funds could be used for in terms of certain kinds of training that I think, if they're there, should be revisited, because that could be one of the most cost-effective uses of resources there is, in my view.
Thank you. So as a young naval officer aboard a destroyer, I remember a tremendous workup training as we prepared for what was called cold weather operations. And we were only going as far as Norway. So we didn't even cross the Arctic Circle. As we look at an Arctic Ocean that may be open, you mentioned the fact that maybe our laws, we need to examine that. Are we gearing up? Do we need to have a focus beyond the laws on our assets, our focus, what the potentials, what the threats are in the Arctic?
I think one of the biggest issues we have are really the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard really is the lead in the Arctic because they're the federal agency that has the most active missions up there, whether those are search and rescue. That's going to become more and more important as you get tourism up there, cruise ships going up there, whether it's for resource protection and not protection against a hostile enemy as much protecting the environment against potential things would happen. So to me, the key issue there is beefing up Coast Guard capabilities in the Arctic. There's only been money put into a new class of icebreakers this most recent budget, and that's a 10-year process to design those things and get those things out. Coast Guard has been testing its ability to actually station people up there on a more regular basis. And this summer during Shell exploratory drilling, you actually had one of Coast Guard's newest cutters up there, the Berthoff, actually kind of not so much riding herd on Shell, although I'm sure there was a little bit of that, as testing their capability to really operate up there without having a base nearby. And one thing that's been interesting in my work at the Coast Guard to learn versus Coast Guard versus the Navy is Coast Guard actually, in some ways, their ships operate more independently. They go out for, can go out as far as 2 or 3 months without replenishment, unlike, say, the Navy. Well, that still makes it very difficult when you get into the winter months, and that really hasn't been addressed. Thank you.
Just briefly add again, if anybody's interested, as I mentioned, NATO did decide to take on the so-called High North as one of its missions, in effect, to be prepared for security of potential issues that might come up. And in January of 2009, NATO convened a major conference in Reykjavik to discuss this issue. And so if anybody's interested in a lot of papers that were presented at that time. Again, I think there are a number of unresolved disputes related to territorial issues in that region that involve a number of countries. And there are a number of countries around the world, not only in NATO, but in Asia, of course, Japan, China, for example, South Korea, all if you look at the circle and go around the globe, there are just an awful lot of nations that have either direct interest or commercial interest in the Arctic. So it is an area. The good news is I think there's a lot of awareness and anticipation that this could be an area of potential strife or conflict, and trying to work out ahead of time ways of addressing it.
I think it'll take more than just wearing long handles, too, so our operations up there. So at this point, I'm going to open up to the audience. Dr. Hertzfeld, I'm going to call on you first, but if you would use the microphone so that we can capture it online and for posterity as well. Dr. Hertzfeld.
I'm Charles Hertzfeld in the Institute. I'd like to focus this a little more. I think I had a great question, but the answers produce lists that are too long. In my experience, if the lists are very long, not much gets done. So I'd like to focus it again on piracy. The two issues, the conference is about this, major theft of property. I mean, you steal a ship that has a few $1 million worth of oil in it. That's one example. And the other is personal life and safety. I'd like to see a regime where the rules of engagement make it easy for the law enforcement to protect me before I get shot rather than after I get shot. And is there any meat on that bone? I mean, I really wish there were.
Please jump in there.
Well, it's obviously connected, as you mentioned, with the benefit for personal gain on the pirates. A related issue that I think we have to look at is the maritime smuggling networks that is also becoming very troublesome. I think that there are different ways to deal with the piracy issue. As I mentioned briefly, and Bruce mentioned the NATO approach, not only on the ice seas, but also on land. And there is a big debate whether vessels should be also organized in such a way that you would have armed security guards with weapons and so on. But I really think what is really critical is to look at the no man's land or the failed states that provide the shelter to the smugglers. When I say smugglers, I mean also not only narcotics, but goods and people and so forth to deal with that. And one of the most troublesome area, as we know now, is East Africa, Somalia, but some of the other adjacent countries, as well as West Africa. So I think we have to invest much more in that particular region to deal with the governments that will have more control over the territory and not allow the smugglers or the pirates to thrive. Even in Sinai, as you know, there is a big problem there. It's under Egyptian sovereignty, but they somehow cannot really control what's happening there with the smuggling that a great deal comes through the sea. So it's not a simple, really issue, but I think if all nations get together and they identify that particular issue, not only in terms of protecting the sea lanes, but also to deal with the territory, I think we can reduce the risks.
So let me give another, please, Woody up here. Well, so I might say with regard to the piracy, and General Gray would probably tell us this as well, it wasn't Captain Bainbridge going aground in Tripoli Harbor that changed the Barbary pirates, it was the Marines going ashore. So that's correct.
That's the first time you've mentioned the Marines all day. I just want to say one thing quick. I don't care whether you want to go way back 2,000 or 3,000 years with the Phoenicians or any of these other
We don't remember the Phoenicians quite as well as you do, sir.
Very well. You go all the way through. There's never been a successful counter-pirate operation ever unless you go ashore and take the sanctuary away. So you can talk all you want about all these ideas and technology and everything else like that, but until you have the guts to do something about it, you're just you're wasting everybody's time.
All right, please go ahead.
Richard Lowry, I'm a military historian and author, and today I'm here representing syndicatednews.net. First, let me try to offer an answer to your first question, which goes along with what General Gray was saying. I think that what we can do immediately to help solve the terrorism and piracy issues is to not cut the budget of the United States Navy and Marine Corps in the United States. And now let me segue into my question. General Petraeus said, I believe it's when he was in Afghanistan on counterinsurgency, that we have to protect everywhere and they can attack anywhere. That problem is exacerbated when it moves to the high seas. And my question is there any effort underfoot internationally or unilaterally here in the United States to develop a quick reaction capability to deal with violence on the seas?
Okay. And if I could ask our panelists to move the microphone just a little bit closer when you're talking.
I think a lot of the issue is who's going to do it, which government's going to fund it, and that's been the big debate. And even getting back to the rules of engagement, there's maybe a different philosophical approach between maybe the United States and some of our European allies about how we want to do this, not to mention the private sector. So it's kind of gone from the spectrum of, catch and release, what are we going to do with these guys, let's give them food and water and send them home, as opposed to the incident we had off India where we had, I think, Italian guards actually shooting and killing Indian fishermen who looked to them like pirates, but were perhaps, pissed off because their nets had been run over or something like that. But getting to that issue, I think the tough thing is it's, one way to look at it is whose boats are they? And they're generally not the United States boats, and they're generally not Europe's boats. They're companies' boats, and so the way it's evolved is now those companies are protecting them. So there's really been a very substantial drop in piracy off the coast of Somalia, at least. And I think most experts would attribute to the fact that there's a deterrent out there now, and that a lot of these ships have armed guards on them.
Bruce, did you have anything on that?
Well, the only thing, just again, when I was...
Can you move it just a little bit closer to you?
Sure. When I was in my position in Brussels, this is when the piracy issue first arose in whenever, 2007, 2008. And I was, just two little anecdotes. One is when I was visiting the Fifth Fleet, and I met with senior Navy, U.S. Navy officials or commanders of the Fifth Fleet. And I won't mention any names, but when we were talking about piracy, the reaction was, this is a huge area. We can't just do this by ourselves. I'm not saying that's the answer, but this was their kind of instinctive reaction at the time. Since then, a lot's been done, of course. Secondly, is a lot of us were surprised to learn how limited, in some ways, things were in terms of what you could do at that time with people who were captured. And some people were being released. It scratched our heads. This doesn't make sense. And again, I'm sure there are efforts since, and maybe there's somebody who's kept up on international law norms and practices, and et cetera, who could update on where things stand. But the other thing is, as was said, different countries have different standards and approaches to this issue, and until there's some common, to the extent there is a common standard, then you can do more things. Ultimately, the answer, as General Gray said, is a good one. But in terms of other issues, technology, they need to do more information sharing. But again, some countries are reluctant to share, and so you have these issues that are out there.
Great, thanks. Here in the back.
Thank you. I'm William Weintraub, University of Wisconsin. I'm surprised that I didn't hear anyone mention, even in passing, the specialized agency of the United Nations, the International Maritime Organization, based in London. I'd like to hear some views whether this organization, anywhere from it might be effective to it's irrelevant. Obviously, as a specialized agency of the UN, it can be a politicized organization. But I'd like to hear some views whether this is an avenue that is worth pursuing and how much.
I did not mention the IMO, but I did hold up their document. So I think one of the very useful things it did, and maybe this wouldn't have happened outside the context of 9/11, but the U.S. pushed pretty hard for international standards of maritime security. And some of the things in this document are mandatory for all shippers, and I think their threshold is a ship has to be over 300 gross tons for this to apply to. Other things are just advisory. So things that in the United States are part of our law and are required are not necessarily applied in other countries. These standards actually gave the United States and perhaps others some leverage. Congress sometimes passes laws that some countries would consider extraterritorial, and one of those would be that they required the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard, to actually go to foreign ports that have ships coming to the United States, inspect those ports, and determine whether they were meeting, these international standards or not. This obviously put the Coast Guard in an awkward position in terms of sovereignty. I think we'll have Captain Wayne Brown talking about his program to do this, and one of their approaches was to make it a reciprocal program with other countries. So the countries that were particularly reluctant to have the U.S. suddenly show up there and look like they were inspecting their ports to visit our ports first. But there actually is a little bit of teeth in that, is if a country would not cooperate with us, or if we did not find the standards there, the Coast Guard puts out a notification that if the vessels, even if they're not from that country, if they visited that port in their last 5 port calls, they will be inspected when they come to the United States, and they can make sure that inspection is very thorough, depending on the level of that. So that's one case where the IMO has I think been very active in piracy as well. And I think I assume Donna will talk a little bit about this at lunch in terms of the high level of cooperation on piracy, a lot of it through the IMO.
Anyone else on that?
I'll just say, in my experience, NATO, IMO did not come up particularly. The UN did. And in fact, NATO would not take, in this particular situation, would not be willing to take action. That is, the member nations leave aside the U.S. unless the UN had specifically established that this was a request, which they did, for organizations that were capable of doing so to engage in the anti-piracy effort. But that was the UN, as I say, and not the IMO as such.
Gentleman over here.
The IMO, though, is a UN organization, right. So it has some of that heft. But obviously the Security Council has to weigh in before a lot of, that is a huge thing. And the fact that the UN Security Council did come out with several pronouncements against piracy was really huge to get a lot of the maybe reluctant allies to start getting involved in this. I do want to say one other thing. One of the casualties of Hurricane Sandy is that we don't have Rear Admiral Knight here, Terry McKnight, who was actually the first Navy commander of Task Force 151. So he has quite a few stories to tell about that as well, which I'm sorry we'll miss today.
And a book that I'm sure he would love for you to buy. So and hopefully this is not going to be the only conference that we have on this subject, and hopefully we can get Admiral McKnight here. This gentleman over here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Zango Abdu from Embassy of Nigeria. It's obvious that piracy and related threats have changed the international security architecture, and I think we've been seeing a lot of gaps here and there. We're dealing with the problem on piecemeal basis. Part of it has to do with the sensitive issue of sovereignty and capacity and all this. And I think I want to agree with the submission by NATO that we need to go a step further to really get agreement on virtually all the areas. But for most parts of what Professor Alexander called the failed states and many countries in Africa, really is not just about sharing. They don't even have anything to share, and they don't have capacity. And I think we are overestimating the level of capacity. And I'm very happy to hear that NATO is doing something, but I think with what the U.S. is doing, NATO needs to do even more. The level of capacity is so low, and I also like what the general said, that for you to address piracy, you need to address situation on shore, because for every pirate that is at the sea, there must be somebody on land. They coordinate together, and that is the gap. And I think we need to look beyond that. We need to come to some form of agreement, all the international organizations, NATO, countries, and really bring in one convention or something that will really address this issue. But the bottom line is that we need to do more in terms of building capacity. Otherwise, we'll just be talking, and the pirates will continue to have a failed day. For most of the failed states, and even those that are, including Nigeria, that are not failed states, really is a major challenge beyond what you imagine here. And I think we need to do more. Thank you so much.
Certainly for Nigeria and the countries of the Gulf of Guinea, you really have an overlap of maritime security, energy security, as mentioned, and that capacity, both from law enforcement and naval forces, is of a concern. So are there things on the horizon that would address what he's asking for there?
Absolutely. I think he put his finger on a very critical issue, and I think, fortunately, we do find different international organizations, the regional, for example, OSCE, dealing with soft power, but they're dealing with capacity. I think the development, for example, the issue of policing, community policing, training, and so on. And I think it's the beginning. There is no one agency that can really deal with the very comprehensive challenges, but the IMO is only one example, and the maritime standards and so forth. But we find OSCE, we find Asian countries, regional organizations that are focusing on that. I see the big problem is not the absence of agencies, but the coordination. And together we are better, but each one is running their own way, and we have to bring all these agencies, not only the interagency in the U.S., but internationally together. And to give you just one example, one of the visits I had in North Africa recently was very interesting. That we met some of the refugees, because of the wars and so on, and both to deal with them. And the trend is to give them some food, charity, to give them a fish. They can eat for the day, but if you teach them how to fish, they will fish for the rest of their life, which really means that you need technical assistance and economic assistance, and there are different agencies. So in other words, it's not just one issue of the military response. I think we have to bring in all segments of societies and organizations. It's very complex, and therefore I think that debates and discussion is the beginning, the first step in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
This sort of general area came up again in Brussels in the early part of the time I was there. UCOM had responsibility for most of Africa, and that's changed with AFRICOM, but it's still a lot of overlap. Excuse me on this. All right, whoever that is, call back. Maybe it's UCOM. I don't know. Or NATO. They've heard what I've said. But the point being that there were several organizations engaged in the security area with Africa, in this case, that didn't know what the other were doing. They often could well be doing the same thing. NATO, the European Union, which had, different parts of it that could be doing things. The U.S. bilaterally, and also UCOM and AFRICOM at various points. We actually tried to get people from all these organizations together in one room at one point, And I also, we had a very able intern, and we asked him to put together, try to find out what all these organizations were doing and see where there was overlap and duplication. There's a lot of it. But how do you get the organizations to agree that one will do something and the other won't, or who will do what, is a big challenge. But there is a lot going on, but there's a lot of waste and inefficiency and duplication.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Hey, Stephen had one thing on that point.
In terms of the international organizations, one of the weaknesses, of course, is a lot of this has to do with the political will of individual member states to devote their resources and things to this. One of the problems with IMO, although the IMO has these standards and maybe 150 countries have said we agree to these standards, the IMO itself has no enforcement mechanisms at all. It doesn't make sure. It's just if a member state says that it's a member, that's good enough for the IMO.
Yes, sir.
Well, I can't.
Right here.
You raised the important question, what initiative could be proposed that would break some of these log jams we've been hearing about for half an hour. I proposed one which you were not interested in, the rules of engagement for the use of force. And that's a leadership issue. If the U.S. had a clear position on this, and I guess it does, kind of, more clear than other countries I know about, others will adhere to that position if it makes sense and implement it, as in fact has been done. Famous case where the U.S. took deadly force to sea and no one disliked it much except the victims of our use of force. They got shot, which I think under the circumstances was exactly the right move. But one event does not a spring make, I mean, to paraphrase. But you asked a key question, but you didn't follow it up. Why don't you?
So I'm interested in everything that you say, Dr. Hertzfeld. So I'll let our panelists answer, but I'll say this. With regard to that, did have the SEAL takedown, the Navy SEAL takedown of the pirates had a salutary effect. And so the rules of engagement are very important on that. And just as our panelists mentioned, also having, for those that are captured, a place to take them. I was appalled when we capture some of these folks, is all of a sudden everybody says, no, we don't have anything to do with that, and you're certainly not going to return them to Somalia for justice, or we wouldn't at that point. So you've got a key point, all of which needs to be followed up on. Do we have over here?
My name's James Bridger. I'm with Delex Systems. I want to turn back to maritime terrorism if we can. Isn't it we've seen a real reduced capacity of many of the previous terrorist organizations who are very active in the maritime realm, both the Al-Qaeda affiliates and in the Philippines and Indonesia as well. So I'd like to hear the panel's thoughts on where, both regionally and in terms of specific groups, we might see an emerging or resurgent threat.
Certainly there's been a lot of degradation of the leadership of the worldwide terrorist movement in terms of Al-Qaeda and things like that. Al-Qaeda had a lot of pronouncements about using maritime security, including against the maritime energy supply chain, that at least we haven't seen evidence that they've actually tried to apply those, other than some, maybe there were some attacks on an Iraqi oil platform, I think 2004. But I think the thing about maritime terrorism and the small vessel threat issue is it's very easy to implement by an independent cell, and it doesn't really require a lot of resources. So I think that even if you take down the top leadership there, you still have it's pretty easy for a fairly unsophisticated group to put something in place where they would put IEDs at the front of a small boat and ram a ship.
Well, the tactics that we have seen for decades are quite similar. When terrorists decide to strike, they're looking at the vulnerability, whether it is in the air, and we had a great deal of hijackings, as you know, in the late 60s, 70s, and 80s, and so on, and then they moved into suicide bombing. I think the the maritime environment is very inviting. It's very, very inviting, and we know that, for example, the Soviet Union during the Cold War, they trained terrorists and insurgents in maritime attacks simply because they thought it is cost-effective. So we have seen some activity on the part of the Al-Qaeda, but today you are dealing really with affiliate groups around the world, and our friend, a colleague here from Nigeria can educate us in terms of what's happening in Nigeria with the Boko Haram and the attacks on the oil rigs and so forth. So I really think it's really the beginning of the challenge in the maritime environment for terrorism. And I think we have to be prepared for it. We are not prepared at this point.
Perhaps we need to issue letters of marque to go after this. We used to do. Yeah. So back here.
Sir.
Milton Honig is getting from the cosmic to the particular. Is there any evidence to indicate that, let's say, sophisticated pirates are contemplating the use of cyber attack, let's say, to disable the systems or ships before they make any boarding of the ship? Is there any evidence of that?
So I would direct that to our panel. I mean, certainly the United States Navy has been concerned about the disabling of seagoing systems, weapon systems, and ships, entire ships, from cyber. Is there any indication, do we have any indication that terrorists or pirates are thinking about this?
I am not aware of any indications of that.
The only footnote I think, Milton, that we have to look at is state-sponsored terrorism. And those groups that they support, there is no question in my mind that if you take a proxy like the Hezbollah, they are very sophisticated, very involved. I mean, you're not talking about pirates as such, but through the maritime environment. And in fact, they used some sophisticated weaponry to attack Israeli ships of Lebanon during the Lebanon war as well. So I think the footsteps lead to a country like Iran.
Right. Okay. Question back here.
Yes, hello. My name is Ian Strom. I'm an intern here. This question is for Mr. Weinrod, why I have you up here. In terms of preserving international security, NATO in an expanded role in the sea, can they or will they take a role in stopping weapons trafficking from pariah states, or more specifically from states, from known criminal states like North Korea? Can they and will they do that for the prevention of contraband or weapon shipments to any other third party?
Could they? Yes, to the extent of their capabilities to do so, NATO could do that. In my presentation, I mentioned NATO has developed at least a notional maritime security strategy, and it does reference proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their transiting as one area of potential concern. Thus far, unless somebody can update me, NATO has not actually done that. It has, as I mentioned, engaged in what's called Operation Active Endeavor in the Mediterranean, which was specifically a response to September 11th and a Article 5 response that in its profile was addressed to terrorism or counterterrorism activities. As an incidental and not a formal part of that effort, it could collect information that could be related to other activities, criminal activities, or weapons of mass destruction, but that has not been the stated purpose. So NATO thus far, and again, I don't know how many of you are familiar with how NATO operates, but it's by consensus. And any one nation, it's like the U.S. Senate, any one senator can slow down or in some cases block, but in the case of NATO, always block. Well, I shouldn't say always, because there's some ways of working around in some cases, but most of the time it has to be a consensus of all the nations to do something. At least there's been movement, as I say, from NATO in the past in terms of there were some nations that did not believe it was NATO's role to go beyond the four corners of Article 5, which was to protect against an armed attack on a member's territory. That's gone by the wayside, and NATO has taken on a number of tasks that clearly go beyond that. And again, at least in its documents and its decisions approved at a political level, that is an area that NATO could undertake. It has some resources and capabilities, and when I say it, NATO's military resources are largely those of the member nations, as you may know, although it does have some sort of collective resources that are paid for through common funding as well. I don't know exactly how many resources it has at this point, but it could do what you're suggesting to some degree. It hasn't done it because there hasn't been a decision made to go in that direction specifically. But again, as a side effect of other things, there probably is some of that going on.
I have a question I'd like to ask you, Bruce. In terms of NATO, is it actually easier for NATO to work in the maritime environment because of that global commons than it is in, on land?
It's an interesting question. Again, I think it might be. You certainly in global commons, you don't have some of the issues of intervention, but it depends what NATO is doing. If it's patrolling, it's really easy as long as, in fact, NATO has some what I call standing naval groups that are theoretically all these kind of, they make port calls. In fact, the initial NATO naval engagement off the coast of Somalia was a diversion of a planned port call, diplomatic kind of visiting around in Asia. And they just said, well, we got this going on anyway, we can divert it. The decision was made after a lot of debate, because even then there were some nations that said this is not something that NATO should do, counter piracy. This is going back to 2008. They either didn't think NATO should do it at all, or they thought it should be done by the EU. And so after a lot of back and forth, the decision was made. So in a way it's easier, but in every case it's still a question of, is this something NATO should do specifically, and or is it something that maybe another organization should do? And is there, in the case of certain kinds of activities, is there a UN cover, if you will, that provides for certain countries' domestic leeway to do it?
I'm going to apologize. I'm going to have to let Bruce have the last word on that. I hope they'll be here for a little bit longer after we break. But if you would join me in thanking our panelists for their discussion. General Gray and our CEO, Mike Swetton, have been making sandwiches all morning, and they are now out, and General Gray's back there to serve you on those. We're going to break now. The restrooms are down the hall to the left of here. What I would ask you is go ahead and grab a sandwich. Hopefully Donna Hopkins doesn't mind speaking while people are eating. We'll take a break and we'll start back in just a very few minutes. So if you would go ahead and grab lunch and take your seats.
Thank you.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce, do you have a card? The microphones don't sound that loud. Is that okay?
I can turn them up a little bit. They're certainly loud on the podcast.
Okay. All right. Well, that may be the most important thing.
Thank you very much. I have something for you to give you. יש לי משהו בשבילך.
Save me a sandwich. If I eat, whatever's left is fine. If I eat before I speak, I'm going to have them hanging from my braces, which is really unattractive. Oh, it makes it so hard. It makes it so hard. Does that block the sound from the mic? Is that the idea?
It's supposed to keep the pump, something like that, I guess. Lori is our expert.
Sorry, I'm Donna. What is that?
I haven't seen him for a while. He was based in Geneva.
You will get our explicit sound on the sound system.
Okay.
I mean, is that?
I need to be able to read my notes. It's my
That's the thing, I think that's what Yona was
Maybe we can get it. This is proper stuff. It's proper stuff. Do you want me to demonstrate? It stops a popping piece. Now listen. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. It's a broadcasting piece of equipment. That's how I know that.
Let's see if,
Can you see? Are you comfortable?
I think that'll work.
That I mentioned in Geneva, it's called the Geneva Center for Democratic
Water would be great. Thank you, since I'll be up here for a while. No, I'll get a sandwich at the end. I'm sure there'll be something left over.
based NGO that was started by some Swiss who wanted to have Swiss be able to play some role. And what they do is what's called security sector reform.
Let's say there is no security at sea. I'm not talking about, accidents, the one that we had in Italy, with ship and all that. I'm talking about the killer lorry. So people are not going to take note. So it is the responsibility of everyone. Security is the business of everyone. Let me give you, I will give you in a minute the materials, okay? Dana? Yeah, you can use this, but you can use this for your presentation if you want. Yeah, he will tell you exactly how to do that.
Yeah, the MSSR slides.
Hi, are you waiting for me?
Yeah, Tom Arminio.
Hi, Tom.
I'm sure we
I
crossed
do remember
paths.
you.
I'm racking my brain.
Were you in the Naval Reserve?
No, active duty. Maybe more college students.
Possibly. It was 90 for me, 96, 97.
I was there 90, I was the November to November.
No question, in fact,
It
probably
was the August to July class. That's possible. You do those. I kept looking up. I him from somewhere. Where do you work now?
I teach at Penn State.
Oh, cool. What do you teach?
We have a master's in Homeland Security program. And it's all distance ed. But I work at Harrisburg.
Oh, nice.
It's an inter-college program, so there's 6 different tracks, so 6 different schools within Penn State University that I work together at. Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
It's nice. I love Pennsylvania. My husband and I are thinking about retiring there, probably because they don't tax on church. It's a very good deal.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I can't think where it was that we met, but ICU really.
Yeah, I wish I could be as idealistic as
Yeah, a lot more than I care to recall. I was the OPNAV staff, I was the CO of a reserve unit.
I did it twice.
Our guy's a good friend. I've known him since '91. He was over at Brussels when I was, so we.
I retired.
He's now in Kazakhstan.
Retired in '09. My OPNAV time was. So in '86, I was actually 86 unit for a while, and
Put my stuff down.
reserve support when I consolidated into 6 units under Pat Tracy. I don't know. Who knows? 32 years is a long time. I was in the Navy for a long time. We're really old, Tom.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it was probably the war college. Well, Stephen too. I saw he was in war college. He was in the war college then too. Steve.
That's what Steve said.
Yeah. Well, good to see you.
Good to see you. Oh, let's see.
So you have how
maritime issue, it needs to be.
The honors, the floor, and over here.
You know, I like this. I like this large type. I think it's called orator. I think, yeah.
Stick that in there so when we get
Hi. Good morning. I think there's potential for both nations to like that, yeah.
Oh, you know, my wife's sister.
And lunch or something, and discuss some of those. Because my command, I work here at DC for the State Department. Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah, because it's a huge issue.
Good morning. Good to see you. Good organization. Very anxious. I can't wait. Hearing you. So, here you go.
That's what everybody wants to talk about.
Since I left with the liver work. Need any extra water?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions. Sorry, it took me a while to get to
I will. Oh, no, sorry about that.
No, operation. I don't even some of the things that are getting we talk
It says 68. I know it's that.
Everybody actually go back and whether the United States is not providing military assistance to equipment.
I am undercover.
Next week.
Well, I may grab a sandwich then, and I'm going to check and see. Ed, what time do you think we ought to start back? I mean, I'd like for people to...
I'm in no huge hurry. I'm sorry? I think it's an hour and a half. Probably more than I need. So, there's plenty of time.
Did you want Don Wallace to go in that?
Yeah.
When he's ready. We'll just start whenever you think it's comfortable.
We try to really tailor our so it's valuable to
I'm sorry.
Jamie.
For just a second, we got a place for you here. We'll probably start five minutes or so. Here he is.
We've seen results. It's got to happen. Then it comes straight out of the line.
Good morning, sir. I'm sorry I came late, so I missed the I saved the best. Oh, you did? Okay. Right now, we don't
What are you a professor of and where?
I'm a law professor at the Terrorism School. This is my 47th year teaching. So, and I'm mostly international. So I started in international films, and now I'm down to 2 courses. Of course, I'm teaching foreign affairs, which I'm doing right now. And in the spring, I did a totally different international investment. Very miscellaneous project. What I really do most of, and proudest of, is a professor at the tenants there. And we qualify the largest not-for-profit term law in the world. Just a for institutions, judges. It's all very well good to be here. It's a different way to make a difference. I've taught international law, and I often felt that international human rights, as we all are here,
networking a little bit.
Much more crucial, because without that human rights,
This is low. I didn't have that.
Oh, is it? Okay.
The European Union is really seized with that too. We're just not willing to put resources into development. We have some partnerships. On the other hand, if you what illustrates to me is the ignorance of we represent the ignorance of the population about public
You know, my wife is a Brit. She occasionally supports me and asks how many members of Congress come to Congress without having had a passport. The percentages are enormous. And I'm not as snobby as some about that, but because if you don't, if you haven't been in the outside of the United States for anyway, because they see this incredible power of talent, they see our talent. But when you're inside your own country, have a prop.
That's a purely personality.
That's what it's
And it's so transparent. Yeah. The people who are making mistakes
but you know, during the campaign, this really played so much. I'm a Republican. That's very good for a while. And it played so much. Yeah, you're right. Because we still spend enormous energy, enormous skill, and we're so screwed up like to some extent in some, you know, our political, Washington politics.
I was a primary Republican when I was 18, and right after I voted as Vice Chair, I came so disgusted with the Republican Party.
All my friends say, why? You know, I call Mickey Evans. All Republican Congressman, two Republicans, make these statements from 1976 to
The party has really become schizophrenic to the point where I don't see much use for persons who support it.
you know, this is what's being discussed in the party. They've got to find the height.
Whenever you... I'm going to go ahead and just bring it to order, and then I'll introduce you just very briefly.
Hi, I'm Don Wallace.
I'm Sean Brandis.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Sean.
Are you that lieutenant commander that I read about?
Yes, don't believe it.
You've all those damn stripes. So. Okay. Whenever you want, I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can get find our way back to our seats so we can get started for the keynote address. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm going to try to rise in the world.
And I'm just going to read your brief title and then...
Very brief. I'm going to be brief too.
I won't.
Particularly at sea.
Need the audio-visual folks back.
Yeah. one solution. I'm going to say just one. Do the things that are most effective here.
Commander, do you know whether people have, do they have a lady's bio?
They do.
Great.
They do. They have this in the packet. They have yours as well.
Because I hate to do long introductions, so.
We'll be getting started just 1 minute, waiting for our audio-visual folks to come by. Good afternoon. Thanks to everybody for staying through lunch. We're here to have our keynote address. I'm going to introduce Professor Don Wallace. He's the chairman of the International Law Institute, professor of law, Georgetown Law Center, and he will be introducing today's keynote lunch speaker. Sir?
Thank you, Commander. My introduction of Donna Hopkins will be almost as brief as Commander Brandis' of mine, because you want to hear her. I think we have until 1:30. And maybe you'll take the questions and answers after you've spoken. I think you have Donna's CV in your packet. I learned from my grandson over Thanksgiving, who was 8 years old and very astute, that 71% of the world's surface is water, the oceans. He was doing a puzzle, picture puzzle. And then we've seen how many problems there are in that ocean, in those oceans, and we've begun to hear about the solutions. And what Donna Hopkins is going to speak about is some very practical approaches to working on these problems. Her paper, as you'll have seen, is called Maritime Security Sector Reform. I think it's going to be a PowerPoint. I said I was going to be very brief. From the CV, if you've looked at it, you'll see that she has been the coordinator of maritime security at the State Department. But in addition to being a civilian now, she's been a captain in the Navy. She's done extremely well in both the civilian and the military. Maybe it's appropriate she's in the Bureau of Political Military Affairs. I was going to ask her what her favorite medals, honors were, because she's won many in both civilian and military side, but she sort of deferred. So I'll only say that she has a master's degree from the U.S. Naval War College with the highest distinction, and you're going to see how distinguished she is. Donna.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Thank you for the introduction, Professor Wallace. Thanks. Let me hold off on that for just a second here. First of all, I spend most of my life dealing with piracy. That is not what I came to talk to you about today, but at the end, because everyone seems to want to talk about piracy, we can discuss piracy after I tell you what I think you really need to hear. I'm going to read from a prepared script, more or less, and you will have, if you wanted, the text of the remarks later. But I have a tendency to stray from the script. First of all, I'm honored to address the conferees today at the Potomac Institute special anniversary event in honor of the 10th anniversary of the Maritime Transportation Security Act. I'd like to thank Dr. Yona Alexander for having invited me to attend, and Steve Caldwell of the GAO for having suggested that Dr. Alexander invite me. MTSA certainly was a landmark piece of legislation that has moved us toward, although not into, a more secure future for our communities, our nations, and our allies. I'd like to address some familiar faces in the audience. I was going to talk to Terry McKnight, but he's not here, having been hijacked. Rear Admiral Jamie Barnett and I served as contemporaries in the Navy Reserve. He quickly overtook me. He became a flag officer. I retired as a lowly captain. Clearly he's smarter than I am. And I'm very glad that you, Jamie, have continued to contribute your own talents to educating the next generation of leaders. I'm proud to have served with you, and it's good to see you again. Steve Caldwell, of course, is a valued colleague at the GAO, who has closely followed our work in the executive branch to put in place policies and programs that would be both effective and cost-effective in combating piracy emanating from Somalia, while not consigning the United States Navy to a perennial role as the naval policeman of the waters off the Horn of Africa. Steve is well aware that we in the State Department have worked very hard to ensure that other nations affected by maritime piracy, of which there are many, bore their fair share of the cost to combat it. And to his credit, Steve recognized and ensured that Congress noticed that the State Department's work to work with the international community to make sure that other governments shared the burden of protecting maritime commerce. For the record, they do and they have. The success the international community has achieved in combating piracy is due to a remarkable multilateral effort that may serve as a model for addressing future challenges in the maritime domain. Steve, thank you for your support. I look forward to our continued collaboration. There's a ringer in the audience here. Commander Jeff Novak, U.S. Coast Guard, is a senior liaison officer to the State Department, detailed by the Coast Guard. I would like to say that he works for me, but I think some of the time I work for him. He has become, over the course of the last year, an expert in the policy and practical challenges regarding the use of armed security on commercial vessels. This is a complicated and contentious issue that requires a good deal of policy and political capital and all of Jeff's time. So after I leave, because I can't stay for the entire day, please corner Jeff if you have any questions about the practicality and policy issues involved in the carriage of weapons and arms on commercial vessels transiting numerous ports. I see a number of my European colleagues in the audience. They know, as well as I, and perhaps even better, the role that our European partners have played in and beyond CTF 151 and NATO in bringing pirates to heel in the Indian Ocean. The historical significance of the European Union's Operation Atalanta, a major milestone in the evolution of the EU's power projection capability, seems to me to be surprisingly unremarked by contemporary historians. I thought it was amazing in 2008 when it was first undertaken. I admire EU NAVFOR now even more than I did then. They've become a wholly capable maritime partner of NATO and the coalition maritime forces, and the many national counter-piracy missions operating together now in a remarkable and I hope replicable way against shared maritime threats. Beyond Europe, I've seen familiar faces from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East here in the audience, from governments with whom we enjoy close and productive relationships in combating piracy. We may have our disagreement on other issues, but we all hate pirates. Piracy, by the way, in my view, is a strategic opportunity as well as a threat because of the close cooperation that it engenders. On to my primary topic, which is not piracy, it's maritime security, and specifically policies and actions that we need to consider if we and partners seek to actually achieve this elusive goal. To begin with, maritime security is not as simple as the brief phrase might imply. I have found on many occasions that earnest interlocutors discussing maritime security end up talking past each other because the phrase means very different things to different audiences. To navies, maritime security means capital ships, power projection, riverine capability, control of the seaways, wherever and whenever required. To Coast Guards, it means port security and shipboard safety standards and law enforcement capability, search and rescue, emergency response, and environmental protection. To commercial entrepreneurs and their governmental representatives, including many in our own Congress, it means the ability to conduct unhindered maritime commerce, ensure access to the resources of the maritime domain, including the seabed to which we claim national rights, and the safeguarding of national property and the personal safety of mariners and passengers on the high seas. To the impoverished populations of littoral nations around the world, maritime security may mean nothing more than being able to fish to feed their families and trade among and between their local communities. I want to present a thesis that some in this audience might find surprising and even uncomfortable. It is this: maritime security is not an artifact of ships and boats. And in fact, it neither starts nor ends with the ability to command waterways of the world. On the contrary, maritime security is the consequence of land-based institutions, of laws, of bureaucracies, of institutional processes and capacity. Furthermore, it stems primarily from the social legitimacy conferred on these institutions by the people they serve, as manifested by the taxes they agree to pay, the rules they agree to follow, and the service they agree to render to support the institutions that deliver the various elements of what we define as maritime security. Maritime security is as important to landlocked countries that have no navies and coast guards as it is to littoral nations, because the economies of landlocked countries depend as much on maritime trade and transport as those of their neighbors with ocean borders. Landlocked countries have as much need as the littoral nations to support and protect maritime trade and the maritime environment, and to prosecute the various forms of criminal conduct that affect them. Maritime security results from a complicated array of laws, agreements, arrangements, capabilities, and capacities that only in the end are manifested by men and women on armed ships and boats at sea, protecting their fellow citizens from predators who would take advantage of the relative freedom of action on the world's waterways. This reality occurred to me in 2009 as a result of the call for capacity building in the countries of Eastern Africa, upon whom the more developed countries of the world wish to depend to constrain the pirates who are operating from the unpoliced territory of the failed state of Somalia. I kept hearing that we needed to build the capacity of Somalia's neighbors to do what Somalia could not, that is, obstruct pirate camps, capture pirates at sea, help free pirate hostages, prosecute pirates for their crimes, etc. In short, to bring law and order to a lawless stretch of coastline, which unfortunately happened to adjoin one of the busiest and most strategically important waterways in the world. The question was, what capacity should we seek to build? Whom should we train? Where? To what end? And more importantly, on what basis? And how would our investment be evaluated and sustained? Everyone wanted to buy boats for our Somali Coast Guard and train Somali judges to prosecute piracy without thinking through the political and security consequences of the former, or the fact that there was then and still is no anti-piracy law in Somalia for their judges to adjudicate. The United States has a long history of throwing money at problems, and we are not alone in providing foreign assistance that at times is neither appropriate nor in the long term either sustainable or ultimately effective. Much of what we do is based upon existing authorities and appropriations that were granted or enacted years or decades before the exigencies had arisen to which they now have to be applied. We do many things because we can do them with existing tools rather than asking first what we should seek to do and adapting our tools or building new tools to yield better and longer-lasting outcomes for all concerned, not least of which the American taxpayer. In the context of the multilateral contact group on piracy off the coast of Somalia, which we can discuss later if you like, we in the State Department were grappling, along with many of our international partners, with how to build maritime security capacity in Eastern African nations to near-term effect. What, in fact, did that mean? It rapidly became apparent to me that we need a shared framework to define maritime security so we could work together more effectively to deliver it to the Eastern African nations upon whom we wanted to depend to help us combat piracy. At the same time, the U.S. Agency for International Development was searching for ways to improve the effectiveness of development assistance and was paying close attention to the then emerging discipline of security sector reform, or SSR, which was gaining currency in policy circles in Europe and beyond. SSR refers to the now obvious interdependencies among the law enforcement, judicial, paramilitary, and military actors of any given country. It is easy to explain and understand SSR, but much more difficult for countries to implement reforms successfully for reasons related to the way that governmental functions are conceived, managed, and funded. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, particularly in the European theater, in 2009 were working to better define what they were calling the maritime security sector. State and USAID were working on ways to better join up diplomacy and development. From our vantage point in the Bureau of Political Military Affairs, where I work, in the State Department, it seemed to me that me and my colleagues that we should try to apply SSR principles to the thinking of maritime professionals, so we did. The result was a very interesting collaboration of a deliberate and sustained interagency effort. USAID funded a contract in 2009 for the development of the Maritime Security Sector Reform Framework that could help the formulation and delivery of maritime-related development and assistance projects. The content was heavily informed by U.S. Navy experts, U.S. Coast Guard, and consultations with foreign maritime professionals from Europe and other regions, including NATO and the European Union. The draft framework document was polished by a wide spectrum of professionals in USAID, the State Department, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Transportation, and was published in December 2010 as the Interagency Maritime Security Sector Reform Guide, which is what I just showed you. This document is available on the internet. It can serve as an important tool in the formulation of U.S. foreign assistance programs in and beyond the African region. In my opinion, the U.S. government would be well advised to use this MSSR guide to evaluate our own national systems and functions. We might surprise ourselves to find systematic shortcomings and systemic shortcomings in the way we maintain our own maritime security programs. I leave it to you to judge for yourself the utility of the MSSR guide for critical analysis of our own capabilities and to decide where our own laws and institutions might need a bit of adjustment. So what is MSSR? The MSSR guide applies principles of SSR and Security and Justice Sector Reform, or SJSR, to the maritime sector, which is comprised in this construct of 6 interdependent functions. Under each of these functions are numerous sub-functions, such as, for instance, under maritime governance, mission, organization, law and policy programs, oversight, etc. By the way, I have always hated having slides read to me, so I'm not going to read these to you. But you will see there for yourself those 6 functions. I will say that in the course of the formulation of this guide, we started out with 12 functions, consolidated, winnowed, and edited them down to 6 what we consider really essential functions. Under each one of the functions, there are an array of sub-functions. These are illustrative, not comprehensive, this slide. Associated with each sub-function are numerous discrete capabilities, for instance, the ability to provide trained and qualified enforcement personnel in order to enforce civil and criminal laws. There's also a well-developed set of qualitative and quantitative indicators by which one could evaluate the ability of a government entity to achieve the capabilities required to accomplish any of the discrete sub-function prerequisite to the delivery of the required function. Indicators are of 2 types: whether or not a particular approach taken to manage a given capability is either appropriate or effective, and how well the delivery of that capability is being achieved. This might appeal to the engineers in the room. A deficiency in the delivery of any of the capabilities necessary to deliver any of the 6 primary functions will result in some degree of maritime insecurity for the people of any country that cannot provide them, and very often for neighboring or associated countries as well. On the other hand, at least a partially effective delivery of each of these 6 functions would yield what any population might recognize as some degree of maritime security. As I implied earlier, maritime security is the output of a system of institutions and strategies and processes that utilizes tools such as boats and ships, and the crews to operate them, and not the reverse. Almost the last thing a donor nation should provide to fragile littoral states is boats or ships and naval armament. What they need are effective governance, laws, courts, revenue generation mechanisms, and oversight and sustainable human resources and training institutions that will allow them to operate forces that are protective of and accountable to their people. Unfortunately, we and others often default to buying ships and boats for governments that cannot reliably maintain or effectively operate them, and we call this maritime security capacity building. On the contrary, these efforts can be a waste of time and money, both ours and theirs, when what a given country may lack is specific laws, judicial officials and court capacity, revenue generation and sustainment systems, financial management, human resources development systems, and a whole host of other things that do not seem quite as obviously to relate to maritime security. The MSSR guide, in fact, is a robust and adaptable analytical tool that enables potential recipients of assistance to objectively evaluate the requirements and for donors to prioritize what they can and might be willing to contribute in the way of financial or technical assistance. I wish to stress that this is not a strategy, it is a tool. It can help both donor and recipient governments identify requirements needed to deliver or develop any or all of the 6 functions required to provide in the aggregate what might be recognized by a country's population as maritime security. This description probably seems a bit arcane and academic, but it is not. It's a highly practical approach and flexible. It's free and available on the web, and it has been used to support strategic level seminars and training, including through the use of French and Portuguese language translations, to assist in the development of tailored program and project planning, and to provide a solid basis for discussion of maritime security with a wide range of maritime stakeholders. This slide shows some of the uses of the guide, and the web address at the bottom is where you can find it. I brought only a limited number of copies, but it's very easy to access and use from the web. So, how does this pertain to today's theme of threat assessments and response strategies? In my opinion, no intelligent discussion of responses to maritime threat assessment can be had, and no strategies developed without more precisely defining the context of a given discussion exactly what the discussants mean by maritime security. I have yet to see a better framework for such discussions or a more comprehensive approach, a frame our European colleagues love, to this complex subject than the MSSR guide. If we are to be serious about improving our own and others' maritime security in response to threats from at home or abroad, we need to understand precisely what it is we need to do and why, both in our policies and our activities, and in those we conduct with other nations. I therefore commend to you for free the MSSR guide for its utility in enabling a thoughtful approach to the development of maritime threat assessments and responses, to include applying greater precision to our understanding of the range and extent of weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the maritime sector, the maritime governance sector in particular, that may have dramatic consequences for maritime security writ large. I brought only a few copies with me, but it can be downloaded, and I will be happy to answer your questions about this, and then we can segue into piracy if you like. So, thank you.
Now, I may just say one thing, and then I'm out of here. I was in aid years ago and active in Afghanistan, and we were working on the sort of thing that Captain Hopkins is talking about, capacity building. What did they want? They wanted courthouses, not judges, but courthouses, and we built them courthouses. So I hope we don't make that mistake again.
We do it all the time. Sir.
First of all, my name is Richard Dawson, Dawson Associates International Inc. First of all, congratulations for good lecture and presentation, especially the system you have just explained to us. I think it will really work if we have strategic planning and the necessary leadership. But I want to recall your first commentary, which you mentioned that piracy is as well as a strategic opportunity, also a strategic threat. It makes me remember a little bit Queen Victoria when she assigned John Drake as serving member of the Royal House, or the British Royal House, as a member, as a reward of his piracy activities against Spain. Can you elaborate in it, please?
First of all, I am not in favor of letters of marque, and I'm not looking for a title like Sir Francis. The fact that maritime piracy, as we see it practiced, which is really kidnapping for ransom on a global scale in a maritime environment emanating from Somalia as a result of the failure of the state of Somalia, is a unique geopolitical circumstance that provides a unique political opportunity for many actors together to work productively and constructively in ways that they otherwise may never seek or have the opportunity to do. The counter-piracy forces that are operating off the Horn of Africa are completely unprecedented. The level, degree, and scope of cooperation, I say again, is unprecedented. It has never happened before. And there may be no circumstances under which we will ever see it again. But the fact that NATO and the EU, China and NATO, China and the EU, India and China, India and Pakistan, and I could go on and on and on, are cooperating actively, tactically, and operationally to combat what they see as a shared threat is an opportunity. Furthermore, the fact that the countries, all of these countries concerned, many of whom have inimical or opposing viewpoints on some other very key issues, agree to discuss at the political level and at the political military level and at the mil-to-mil level how they can cooperate to combat piracy. That is opportunity with a great big capital O in front of it. So that's what I mean. I'm not going to try to get rich from letters of marque. Now, it is obviously that circumstance has arisen because of the shared perception of threat and the very, very real economic and human and security costs that are being posed by what amounts to small gangs of thugs operating what is perceived to be impunity in an international space that is not adequately governed in the governance architecture sense and the physical sense as well. I know there's a lot of interest in piracy here, but let me say that since 2009, the international community has agreed to cooperate on piracy along multilateral, multifunctional, multi-level areas, and that military response to the international counter-piracy effort constitutes about 20% of the overall effort. Those of you who have actually looked at the contact group for piracy off the coast of Somalia, which not coincidentally is based very closely on the U.S. Countering Piracy Action Plan that was issued by the National Security Council in 2008, specifies 5 lines of action: operational coordination and capacity building, legal frameworks and judicial response, commercial industry self-protection and issues, strategic communications, public diplomacy and public information, and information sharing and pursuing financial flows to disrupt the pirate activities ashore. Slightly less than 20% of that has a military component. So while some of the world may see these very expensive navies with capital ships running around chasing pirates, they do not see the iceberg underneath it, upon which the naval operation rests, which is very robust and I think very well executed international cooperation in the non-military spheres that will eventually help to restore governance to Somalia and apprehend and disrupt the criminal networks that are funding and facilitating and rewarding the actual pirates at sea. We do not want to run around for the next 20 years picking up 17-year-old thugs with guns. It's not a cost-effective use of our resources. We want to disrupt strategically disrupt the organizations that make them possible. Jamie.
Donna, so following up on that, do we then, beyond those countries and improving their and assisting them with their other frameworks beyond just the capital ships, do we have the international institutions now and organs to sustain that? I mean, you mentioned the opportunity. How does that manifest itself, and is it being realized? And then I can ask this question later. Has anybody applied MSSR to the United States?
You'd have to ask the Coast Guard and DOD before they've applied MSSR. We're not really given to self-examination. That's why I bring it to your attention, so that perhaps you might, and you drafters of the Coast Guard appropriation language, and the GAO folks might want to do your own little analysis using my little tool. But to get back to the other questions, there are many international and bilateral efforts to build and sustain architectures and institutions that will help the countries of Eastern and Western and Northern and Southern Africa, as well as lots of other places, but we're focusing right now on Eastern Africa, to better apply the many well-intentioned but ultimately ineffective efforts that donors have heretofore been pouring into Eastern Africa. They are many. The EU has a big capacity building mission now. It's going well funded. They're in the planning stages. It's called EU Cap Nestor, and the EU is going to pump tens of millions of euro into that particular effort. The UN Political Office on Somalia is trying, and I think with a surprising degree of success, to work with the newly established Somali Parliament to put together a national strategy that will identify precisely what kind of institutional support the Somalis need and want and will accept, because that's very important. You know, it's easy for us to sit here in Washington and decree what country X, Y, or Z needs without asking country X, Y, or Z what they want. And we waste a lot of time and effort as a result of that. So I think now, certainly all of our diplomatic missions, certainly AID and the other international organizations like DFID, and I mean, there are literally dozens of national aid organizations that do work very actively and to good effect in some of those countries, but their efforts are not coordinated. Very often, NGOs do not want to coordinate with anybody else. They want to be answerable only to their own donors and stakeholders, and as a result, billions of dollars are wasted, in my opinion. Because we don't coordinate well, we don't want to coordinate well, and some of that has to do with our institutional authorities and our bureaucratic culture. And in my opinion, we need to get over that. We need to grow up and get beyond that and start making a serious effort, which I think is happening with respect to Somalia now, to illuminate the many efforts that are ongoing, do a gap analysis of what's happening, what's not happening, and frankly, with respect to the maritime security sector, this tool is as good as any I have ever seen. Internal to the U.S. government, we're now using MSSR as a development tool to assess and design our foreign assistance programs going into Eastern Africa. We have several key test cases, you might say, but it is being actively used with respect to Eastern Africa, and increasingly to, I think Ghana is also a test country, so some of the countries of Western Africa as well. Sir.
I'd like to make an observation and then follow up on, make an observation and then follow up on your question, Admiral. I was sitting next to our colleague from Nigeria, and we were chatting before. The observation goes to coordination. I do a lot of work overseas in East Africa. Some of the coordination initiatives should come from the countries themselves. Take Nigeria. Nigeria has got a lot of able people. It should pull together the international organizations. We've done this in one case, because after all, it's Nigeria and its weak shoreline and its neighbors' shorelines which needs the work. So I really would invite coordination from the recipient countries, and I would take care of your point that we wouldn't just be imposing, we'd be responding. But my question goes to Admiral's question. You said that this coordination between the EU, NATO, et cetera, was unprecedented. And at the operational level, I gather, the navies and others. Why not, isn't that a NATO function to some extent through its partnership programs? Shouldn't NATO be taking the experience and the people, the specific agencies, bring them together and say, listen, men, women. We've done it here. Now build up because NATO is impressive because it has machinery at the ready. Why shouldn't NATO be picking up on that?
Oh, NATO is definitely a key partner and a key player, and I think their challenge right now is competing missions and competing priorities. But they're focusing increasingly on their own capacity building potential. But they, in my opinion, NATO can't be a coordinating force for non-NATO entities, nor do I think it should, frankly. And the contact group on piracy on the coast of Somalia, Working Group 1, which is chaired by the United Kingdom, focuses on capacity building efforts, and they're doing a pretty remarkable job right now with some NGO support, manpower, full cooperation from the European Union, from ASEAN, and from some other regional entities to take inventory of who is doing what with respect to piracy-related capabilities and capacities that need focus from the international donors. So the fact that the Contact Group Working Group 1, which has been in existence for 4 years and has really been a remarkably effective coordinating mechanism, to the extent that I now know that academics are looking at this contact group as a potential new model for governance. Kind of interesting. I didn't know when I started it that it was going to become a matter for history. That the coordination is really difficult, not only because nations may not particularly want, for their own reasons, to expose what they're doing in foreign countries. Some of this information is government proprietary, but because in some cases the countries don't know. The people who go to the meetings do not know what other organs of their governments are doing. I will tell you, for all the complaints that we hear about the interagency processes in the United States, ours is one of the better on the planet. And there may be countries who have better interagency processes than we do, but there are a lot of countries that don't have any interagency processes. And I have, in fact, been told more than once when I'm at sea that a visit by a United States official was the first forcing function that one particular minister had ever had to cause him to have to meet another minister in his own government to discuss what their shattered is. So coordination is, at many levels, from the high-level political to the operational and tactical, is very difficult to achieve, and it's a function, again, of cultures, bureaucratic cultures, and personalities and imperatives. The useful thing about piracy is it's a forcing function that is forcing many governments, because their commercial maritime industry is forcing them to do something about piracy, is bringing together more coordinated governmental reactions as a result. Another reason I see piracy as an opportunity. If we could translate the international cooperation we received in countering Somali piracy to counter-proliferation, counter-trafficking, counter-smuggling, countering cyber threats, the world would be a much safer place. I see a big nod. Would you like to comment? You seem to have something to say.
Yeah, I thought that, I think he hit the nail right on the head. It's quite possible to bring that coordination from the recipient countries. They should be able to also, is like their own take of the budget. And I think you should not just restrict it to Somalia. You should go beyond Somalia, because there are quite areas of need in other areas. The Gulf of Guinea, which by your own estimation is a much more organized thing. At least there are functional governments there like Somalia, but nonetheless, there are a lot of challenges. When you talk of the Gulf of Guinea, there are a collection of countries, but I can tell you the whole responsibility rests with Nigeria. Many of those countries have no functional navy and all those, so they depend on us. So I think it's very important. But I think you hit the nail right on the head too. That coordination is very difficult. Synergy among agencies is one of the most difficult things to achieve, particularly in third world countries. Mutual suspicion. Everybody looks at his agency as a form of enclave, an empire, and he doesn't want anybody to come in. They see it as undermining his power or his influence.
Of course, nobody in the U.S. government does.
Yeah, so it's not just limited to you. It's a bigger challenge out there, and I think you will do a lot. But I also think that within the U.S., a lot of your assistance is dispersed, and sometimes you cannot track it. If you go to the kind of assistance you offer, sometimes countries get even confused. You could not track them. The Department of Defense is doing something. The Department of State is doing almost similar thing. USA is doing another thing, and each one is answerable to his parent department, and you would want to be accountable. I think also there is a need for even more coordination. I think that you will achieve greater results if they are harmonized. I think about a year ago, when we had posed to visit the Department of State from the African Center for Strategic Studies during one seminar, we brought that into focus, and we were given a response. But I think nonetheless, these issues are still there, like you rightly pointed out. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Good comments. Thank you. Sir?
James Bridger, Delic Systems. It's great to see this talk about capacity building in such a centered focus. I was wondering what you think the role of kind of the private sector in maritime capacity building might be in the future. I mean, it's had a mixed record in Somalia, more success in Somaliland, and then how the State Department outsourced to Bancroft for AMSOM. I'm wondering, in terms of cost effectiveness, looking forward, what do you see this role being, and maybe in the Gulf of Guinea or elsewhere?
Huge. The role of the private sector in capacity building is huge. In the end, what we want is a system in which commerce can take place in a secure and unfettered way to build wealth for all concerned. That's private sector function. When you're trying to operate in a place like Somalia, and we spend a lot of time in the contact group trying and working, as one working group specifically engages the private sector on ways that we can help. We have kind of a chicken and egg situation in that countries want to go in and help develop Somalia and build ports, things that will be profitable to their shareholders, and that will yield benefits for the Somalis. And not just, I'm also, this could be applicable to Djibouti or Tanzania or Kenya or Nigeria or anywhere else. Any place where security is an issue. Countries do risk assessments and say, how much is adequate security going to cost me? Can it even be achieved if we try to build business here? And they turn to the governments and say, can you guarantee my security, the security of the citizens who work for my company? And the short answer to that is maybe sometimes, somewhere, but really no. Specifically, I had a very interesting conversation in the UAE with Dubai Port World, which is a major development company who really wants to go in looking for long-term strategic profits, and there's nothing wrong with that. They wanted to build infrastructure, including a community health center and education center that would support workers whom they would employ to help build the port, et cetera, et cetera. And even a company with pockets as deep as DPW concluded that the security cost at this point in time to try to build this port in a certain place in northern Somalia was simply prohibitive. To my mind, the work that we're doing now, the political work in and with building up a safe zone in Mogadishu, trying to expand the reach and the capabilities of the Somali government, build their policing capacity, extend something that looks like the rule of law to right now lawless areas, building up the policing functions regionally where we can, is critical. That's a critical precursor. You have to, I don't know who said it before, but I agree completely. The solution to piracy starts at land. Piracy is a maritime manifestation of a land-based phenomenon. And if you didn't get that from my remarks, you should have. You know, we have to go to the source. We have to address, I won't say the root causes of piracy. I hate that phrase, because the root cause of piracy is human greed. But the conditions that allow it to flourish are a function of the lack of governance, lack of institutions, lack of laws, lack of policing, lack of people's acceptance of security structures that are appropriate to their cultures. So let me back up a little bit. When we were starting to talk about capacity building in a serious way in the contact group, there's no funding stream for combating piracy. There's no funding stream or appropriation anywhere in any government to combat piracy or to build maritime security capacity. Even the United States has little bitty one-off programs like buying coastal radars for Tanzania as part of our bilateral security assistance program or X, Y, or Z, but there's no line item for building maritime security capacity. Furthermore, there is not even any appropriation anywhere in any government to absorb the operational expenses associated with prosecuting pirates. So we've created a UN trust fund. It's a multi-donor trust fund that is operated by the United Nations according to UN fiscal rules and regulations and audit, et cetera, as a way for industry to help contribute both to offsetting their own costs associated with prosecuting piracy, like flying their crews to and from the prosecuting venues, or offsetting the cost of evidentiary collection or packaging, and then also to help build, for instance, the capacity of the police forces and the forensics labs and the prosecutors and the judges in places like Seychelles and Kenya, to provide a funding stream that would help industry help itself. And you know what? They haven't provided to date yet a single penny, which should be embarrassing to those of you in private industry. Shell and BP and some other big shipping companies have pledged money that they have yet to actually deliver. But I think that if the maritime industry, the commercial maritime industry, is that serious, doesn't want to pay taxes to their government, doesn't want to effectively operate adequate navies that could maybe take care of this problem for them, then they're going to have to find some other way to shoulder their share of the burden to help us help them. And I would personally urge industry to look at ways to exercise corporate responsibility by donating to the trust fund, and those donations can be earmarked. You can only spend my money on X, Y, or Z, so they can be targeted so that they're ways that are acceptable for shareholders. But there are mechanisms out there, and private industry, I think, is not doing enough. Now, they will tell you that they're having to absorb millions and millions and millions of dollars and cutting into their profit margins because they have to employ armed security, which is very expensive, because the navies can't protect them. Okay? Do you want to get kidnapped?
We're referring
Momento. Thank you. Thank you, excuse me. When you are referring to the corporate responsibility, I think that the answer of the corporations, especially of corporate America, will be, we are paying our taxes.
Right. They make that argument.
Well, what more we need to pay, no? Yeah, I think that's a good answer. What will be your reaction?
No, I as a taxpayer, I agree. But you can see what the trend is in national taxes and national debts and national expenditures on the naval capabilities. And again, I have to stress that the navies that are operating in the counter-piracy environment are 20% of the answer to the solution. And the other 80% is not cheap. The other 80% has to do with building the capacity of the most key nations involved to take on this role so the international community doesn't have to. That is not cheap. Where is this money going to come from? Well, if you want governments to do it, you need to pay more taxes. Bottom line.
That would be against at least our Republican Party.
I am a nonpartisan person who does not discuss party politics.
We need to reduce the size of the government, not enhance it.
Do you want the services the government provides?
But I don't understand the question, the answer of paying more taxes. I don't know what extent that it would be a real solution.
I'm not debating the wisdom of paying more taxes. I'm saying if you want a service, you have to pay for it. If the corporate world says, that's what I pay my taxes for, and they're not getting what they pay for, okay, but paying less is not going to get them more. I think that's probably, this is really not my
You know,
field
in
of
Spanish, how do you
expertise.
say I want? In Spanish, how do you say I want to have my cake and eat it too? You can't have
I
you.
don't think that will be the right answer.
That's a
because
question I
I'm
asked you.
paying the taxes that I'm requested by the government to pay.
You're gonna have to take that up with the tax lawyers.
Is there any money in this trust, and has anybody contributed to the trust?
Yes, yes. $14 million have been collected, and I'm on the board of the trust fund, and over $12 million have been dispersed. And we have pending projects, very substantive project proposals that would run into the $20, $30 million. I frankly think Shell and BP alone could probably underwrite the operation of the trust fund in every proposal, just on their marginal profits for the next 10 years if they would just do it. So if you're on the board of Shell or BP, you can look for me in the near future. Sure. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. You and I, we know each other well, right, Donna, but for the benefit of the rest of the room, my name is Wagner, and I come from the Norwegian Embassy. I must say I find this exercise that you have undertaken extremely interesting. And if my understanding is correct, it's more than a job done, mission completed thing. It's an approach, it's even a document that you will apply going forward whenever maritime security is the subject, and whenever more than one agency is involved in the process. I can assure you that there is a lot of stuff to be learned here for other countries as well, including my own, although it's slightly smaller than the States. It has 5 million inhabitants. But I would definitely report it back home, and the thinking behind it, and say read it carefully and learn from it. And maybe there is a case for the U.S. to promote this approach and this document in international bodies. I mean, it's something worth considering.
Thank you. Errol is from Norway, in case you didn't catch that, and we work very closely with the government of Norway in the contact group and beyond. Norway punches above its weight in the international community and on the counter-piracy scene. Carl Salakath knows about this well. We have discussed it. We've been making this guide available through the contact group to all of the 70 national participants for the last 4 years. I'm not even going to try to mandate it, to direct it, to get international community to use it, because it may not apply to all in all circumstances, but it's available on the web to anybody who wants to use it and adapt it. I think it's a really good product, but I'm not going to be a salesman for it to try to push it. It will either earn its own keep and validate its own quality, or it won't. Many countries are looking at it. I've had at least 14 countries ask for copies of it, which is good to know. So I hope everybody wrote down the web address. Yes, sir, right behind Errol.
Kevin McTighe with Global Technical Systems. I'll kind of want to maybe rephrase all this in a different context. My thought is what you're describing here, and I think it's very valuable. I think it is it's a well thought out tool that really comes in at the strategic level of thinking and is implemented at the strategic level as well. When we look at these situations, there's also the operational and the tactical level of how you deal with all of them. Typically, strategic is long-term. Typically, tactical is immediate. What are you doing right now in terms of the tactical implications, not just of piracy, but of security in that region, maritime security in that region, and how do you address that portion of it? Because I know you had mentioned that, and I think you have someone here as well who could talk to, putting people on ships and doing those kinds of things. Ultimately, are there other kinds of activities that you're involved in that really address the pressing need today?
If you're talking about me personally, my office, and I have a small office of about 9 people right now, we're policy oriented, and we're in the Functional Bureau of Political Military Affairs. With respect to the day-to-day implementation of programs that have been funded, U.S. programs that have been funded, those are implemented through our regional bureaus by our embassies and the USAID missions in the field. There's a lot of stuff going on out there, practical things. We are working very hard, I would say. My African Affairs colleagues are working very hard to physically get into Somalia in ways where we can make a difference, because a little bit of money in that region goes a long way if it's targeted properly. And my very capable African Affairs folks, our missions, which is based in Nairobi, will be soon moving to Mogadishu, is working very, very hard to make the best use of rather limited funds that have so far been dedicated to that area. But we have major assistance programs, and I think some of them are more effective than others in other countries in the region, particularly with Kenya and Seychelles, et cetera. So the short answer is I think our diplomatic and development missions overseas do as much as they can with the resources that they have, given the conditions under which they work. I will also say that DOD, DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Coast Guard, are very, very important in implementing on the ground specific programs that have been authorized either by their appropriations or being funded by State Department programs. Coast Guard is a big implementer of State Department funded programs from the Bureau of International Narcotics Law Enforcement. I think we're doing a lot of good. Are they always as effective as they could be? Or are they always as strategic as they could be? No. Is that becoming more and more obvious? Yes. Every president since Kennedy has complained about U.S. foreign assistance and tried to fix it. But I think in the last 10 years, and this is not a partisan comment because it goes across different administrations, there has been a really concerted effort to make U.S. foreign assistance a more effective instrument of national policy. Not just national security policy, but national policy in general. And part of that has relied upon making more visible and transparent what those programs are, where they're enacted, and how they're managed. There's been enormous improvements in the transparency of reporting of foreign assistance. That's not my particular specialty, and you know more about this than I do, Professor Laws. But I will say that the Office of Foreign Assistance, which seeks to harmonize the diplomatic and development programs overseas, for which State Department is responsible, and the growing willingness, and in fact eagerness, I would say in some cases with the Department of Defense, to collaborate on theater security cooperation plans and security assistance plans with the Department of State to make sure that our programs are harmonized and effective, has made remarkable strides in the last 10 years. Does that answer your question?
Certainly from the perspective that you can answer.
I'm sort of stuck in little office. Body bottoms. Yeah. Now, I send people like Jeff all over the world to try to fix immediate tactical problems that arise, and many do, specifically as a result of the use of armed security on commercial vessels, which is really still a fairly sticky issue. Sir?
I don't want to come.
I think you have to have a microphone. Even you, Professor Alexander.
Easy question, but just to clarify, now we spoke about piracy and terrorism. I would like to ask you a question, definitional, conceptual. Also, obviously, it is a function of doctrines and operations. Usually, I remember the debates that we had, whether, let's say, terrorism is a criminal act or political, whatever. Now, if we define terrorism also as a crime, violation of law, domestic, international. The same thing about piracy. They are the enemies of all nations if you capture them and all that. So you have legal implications. My question to you in a practical way, what about crime? What about organized crime? It seems to me that what really feeds a lot of the groups throughout the world, whether you call them pirates or terrorists, is the question of economic benefits as well. I mean, benefits, for example, the terrorists, obviously, in order to finance their activities. So my question to you is, can we realistically deal with the challenges in isolation? That is to say, crime, law enforcement separately, than piracy or terrorism, or should we rethink the entire challenge in terms of a more comprehensive challenge, that we cannot leave, let's say, the organized crime out of that formula, and you really have to bring all actors together in order to identify the nature and the intensity of the threat and the interface, because according to some of our studies, we realized that some of the pirates were insurgents or terrorists before, and the other way around. And some of the money, let's say in Somalia, went to some of the terrorist groups as well. So my question to you basically is, should we look at the triangle, the crime, piracy, and terrorism, as a comprehensive challenge? And then if it is, what are we going to do about it in terms of coordination, interagency, or whatever it is?
That actually opens up a good set of discourse, and it reminds me of something I wanted to bring up. And that's the nexus between piracy and terrorism. First of all, piracy as it's manifested off the coast of Somalia is transnational organized crime. And we, the international community, is manifested in the UN Security Council resolution statements, in the Working Group 5 mandate. Working Group 5 in the contact group is chaired by Italy, by the way, by their Ministry of Finance, for a very good reason, money here, and their long history of approaches to combating racketeering. The international community and the United States view the strategic disruption of piracy as combating transnational organized crime. So we have already gotten to that. We already think that the tools you apply to combating transnational organized crime need to be, and in fact are being, applied to the phenomenon of piracy off the coast of Somalia. The nexus of piracy and terrorism is more fraught. Piracy is criminal enterprise motivated by personal greed. Terrorism is motivated for ideological reasons. The terrorist groups that operate in Eastern Africa overlap of necessity, not only geographical proximity, but also clan connections, etc., with some of the pirate networks. But the pirate clans and subclans, by and large, are not, as far as our intelligence services and those of many of our allies assess, not substantively or purposefully collaborating with the terrorists. They are not natural friends. They are natural enemies. The pirates want their own money, and they don't want to give it to the terrorists. The terrorists want the money that the pirates have, but ideologically speaking, piracy is haram, I understand, and is not acceptable to the ideology of those, particularly Islamist terrorist groups operating in Eastern Africa. They are not natural allies. We've noted anecdotal reporting of intersections because of the origin of specific individuals, but we, from our perspective, from U.S. government policy perspective, and certainly this is shared by most of our colleagues in the international community, we need to deal with piracy as organized crime. We don't want to even try to apply the authorities and mechanisms that the world has chosen to employ against terrorism to piracy. These are criminals. Organized, more or less, transnational sometimes, but it's crime. And that's the law enforcement tools, the legal tools that we have in our arsenal, and that we need to build more of, frankly, in my opinion, are law enforcement tools. They're not counterterrorism tools. Big difference, philosophical difference, and I think that's an important political distinction to make. We have not declared war on pirates. This is a law enforcement problem. That kind of goes to the gentleman who asked about the rules of engagement issue. We consider ourselves, and we want to be thought of, as a nation who respects the rule of law, and preemptive murder of suspected individuals does not fit in with our philosophical ethos. Rules of engagement also are very legalistic controls on the employment of armed force, which we want and we should seek to protect. make sure they're legal, make sure that the naval forces out there follow rules of engagement that are legally and ethically compatible with our larger values and our strategic interests. Not that I would particularly cry if a pirate got killed in the commission of a crime, but I would not want my Navy and Coast Guards to go murdering people who haven't been convicted of a crime. Just feel that's un-American. Sir.
Auto Pleasure, Sea Power Magazine. On that last issue.
Should you wait for the microphone?
You talked about different rules of engagement between terrorism and piracy, and you also talked about the intense cooperation among all the different partners on the Somali piracy issue. Some of our partners have applied much different rules of engagement on the thing. The Indian Navy, for example, has had several attacks on what they consider motherships that the definition of which can be rather vague. So we're not all playing by the same rules in that theater.
And I'm personally not in favor of defaulting to the lowest common denominator when it comes to ethical and legal conduct. There are, national navies operate under national rules of engagement, national constraints, national values. And I'm not going to comment on what other countries do. I have something to say about how the U.S. government goes about it. And I personally think that we're on the right track, on the right side of history in the way we handle things.
But is USIP of any help to you in sort of establishing best practices in policing, national security type programs?
Haven't really asked them. USIP has been of great assistance in SSR and MSSR. USIP published an analysis of the MSSR guide a couple years ago, and they really liked it. They really promoted and recommended the promotion and use of this particular analytical tool. I think we have time for one more question if anybody wants to ask any, and if not, I would have to say I really thank you for your attention. I'll stick around for a few minutes. I'll have to leave before 2, but I hope this was useful. I hope this is what the Institute was looking for, and I'm sorry we got derailed by pirates, but everybody loves to talk about pirates.
You should not have the last word. I really want to thank Captain Hopkins, because we talk a lot about comprehensive strategy, but very rarely do you meet comprehensive individuals. And you have a real knowledge and grip on this subject, and I hope this country exploits you to the hilt.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you. By the way, we have what happens?
I will take another question.
Thank you. I was just talking about going after sort of the organized and the financial links behind piracy. What kind of success has there been? I think that's something that we've said for the last 4 years, but in terms of actual practical action and agencies involved in sort of taking down the financial backing.
Do we have anybody here from the Department of Justice? Let me just say that our Department of Justice colleagues, in collaboration with some of their other tactical assistants, have put 4 people in jail in Norfolk, Virginia for being masterminds, have been arrested and convicted of conspiracy to commit piracy. And I'm really proud of what DOJ is doing in that respect. Say again. It's happened. Most of them stay ashore. Thank goodness for Interpol. Part of the mandate of Working Group 5, chaired by Italy, is to help share and fuse information that will result in the issuance of red notices, which make it possible to pick up these individuals when they travel anywhere outside of Somalia, which most of them do. And we're seeing some success in that regard. It's a work in progress. This will take a long time. There's a lot of money at stake here, and a lot of incentive for criminals to engage in this kind of act because it's a very high reward. We want to make it a very high risk enterprise as well. You're welcome. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wallace and Captain Hopkins. We're going to take a short break while we set up for the next panel. We'll make an announcement when we're ready to get started again.
Visit among yourselves, drink coffee.
Did I give you my?
You did. You did.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
I hope that's what you were looking for.
That was great. I'll give you one. Since you asked 3 questions, 4, you moved around from one side of the room to the other. I've given her one of them.
She's good.
Why don't you take this?
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And I'm keeping the last one. Because you can get one anyway. You're her friend. How long have you been at the embassy here?
How long?
Yes. Ah, I see. Is this your specialty, security?
Yeah, well, I do other things as well. But I did Maritime Security exclusively the last 5, 6, 7 years before I came here.
Really? In Norway?
I'll go and split it up.
Because Norway is a country which only has a coast. It is a coastline.
Not so much, it's global.
Global, and you have ships.
No, ships.
Merchant ships.
Big shipping.
And then I'll just leave this right up here. And then I'll be right back with this.
So I headed this section.
You know, being a country of a relatively small population, which Norway is, it seems to me you can also experiment with bringing these techniques to bear. Develop maybe a coherent example, and then we've always been often, I'm various businesses, but I mean, we've always been very good at going out into the world.
Right now we have most of the largest shipping fleet, and there are ships that never come to the port. I mean, they're all airplanes. They try to come to
I had an American friend.
So it's a global operation.
An American friend who ran the whose name I now forget, the Liberian flag fleet, which was mostly owned by non. And that's what he did for years. He was up in Maine, and he told me about it. It's extraordinary, this world we live in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Even in a world of airplanes, it turns out ships are awfully important.
There are not many Liberians involved in the business.
No, that's true. Do you know John Negroponte from here? You know, he was the Deputy Secretary of State. You know, his wife once worked for me. He was the Deputy Secretary of State. He comes from a very same family, of course, of ship owners. They were a sort of Greek ship owning family. In the past, yeah.
I didn't know. It's a Greek name.
It is a Greek name. Black, yeah, it's not a Greek name. Negroponte. But he's a Greek.
Negroponte means black bridge.
I realize, yeah. And he has a not a perfectly black character either.
So there are no more copies here now?
No, I took the one, and you have to ask the lady.
Okay.
I met him a couple of years ago at another general's retirement.
Everybody except yours. I mean, in the future, there will be things that we're listening to ourselves.
We finally got back together.
There's a possibility. Thank you very much. Submerged and listen to it's all the
I met him earlier when I got here. I know, I just got lunch.
That was really nice.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
So you are?
Sorry?
You are?
I'm Professor Wallace. I give you my card. My connection is that I'm always one of the hosts of this program because Yona spends time with me. But I'm a law professor from Georgetown, but I run... this is the largest not-for-profit, we say, the largest not-for-profit trainer of lawyers in the developing world. I'm a law professor, and I mean not narrow law, but sort of legal institution. Yeah, please speak to her. Thank you very much.
So the document is already well known. You have already. Yeah, but I mean, then we've been talking to.
Have you met?
Which is over here. And then we would go out and see my two brothers.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll send you a mail.
Okay, thank you for coming. What I remember more
flying from Charleston. We would generally get over there.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Great job.
And when was it completed? Oh, I see. So it's not planned here.
Again, very
oh, even so, I think it's...
So I remember in the airplane, we would go down underneath the cloud cover, and then I wouldn't see the sun again for 3 months until we flew out above the cloud.
I want to watch it that you have. But you have an idea how long you will last to build up operation.
I will be back.
Framework for it's a really long time. My career was the last job at the it's really interesting. Piracy is the chance. That's really
Another is
they were in Germany and asked us how to get these
so they all live center brackets. So if we moved here to do my franchise, I was born in Singapore. And I said to my
very good question. One for
We'll do our best.
you know, we're trying to get
Stick around, the French embassy will speak now.
oh yeah, so you have a
Some of these countries,
what do you do with the you and everything?
Yeah, thank you for such a really interesting keynote speech for the great.
No, you're talking about Norway?
Yes, I'm in the
At the embassy? Yeah, we have relations also with the DC area, DC environment. So we just finished whether Sri Lanka or the Oslo agreement.
An opportunity.
And now we're doing more work on the long move. Idea, enlightenment for a second. You have a card or something?
I just spoke with Stan. That's why we confirmed Stan gave me one too. If I showed anybody too, my one.
And
very nice
so they have been in touch.
Thank you very much. Right, nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Question for you. Was the Indian ministry that here?
Okay, so he's canceled.
No, they didn't cancel.
So you will be.
Yeah, that's a main
Okay.
Oh, we'll come later.
That's a hard hour.
No, I'm standing.
Hi, Susan Monteverdi. I'm your speaker at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
No, I'm a little older than that.
It's interesting.
Well,
That could be my job.
wonderful. I really appreciate it.
She's going to give me a package. She will.
Well, I don't do everything, so I don't need, this is down my alley. Okay.
Are you going to have Okay. So, yes, transportation side. Yes, because normally the issue of piracy is not really military. No, no, we are only working on the for economic yes, yeah. Easier because maybe officer is really interested to hear. Sure. You seem your best. Good. Tom, video. How we are doing. I do. Okay.
And I was going to, for anybody on your staff, do anything with homeland defense and defense support.
Right. Yeah, so the demonstration is what she was saying. Also the Indian defense as well, yeah. I'm vaguely talking about a threat, but it's really a threat that's not solved terrorist.
My colleagues are putting together.
So it's really most of our population is very that's what is happening there.
And I need to retire you guys from the maritime aspect.
You know, one of the things really getting no directive on that.
No, that's not enough. I mean, I talked to him about this like a year ago, and it was clear that.
Email me with kind of where you're trying to go. And I can touch base with her as a going forward. She may actually have gone
already France. Really, I don't know. We haven't seen it. It's the first time. Yeah, no. Absolutely. Yeah.
We even have a team that looks at
strategic tool. Yeah.
We don't like to get out. So we wait until committees will form. The largest is formed to deal with Homeland Security. So by 2003, we are
Sure. Yeah, but the story was always that they were starting the mission, getting the mission done. Yeah. And leave.
Our students don't understand.
Unless you were in the military, kind of walk that rope or do something about it. I remember the old one of the labs that was under the Army. The Army had DOMs.
Right. And then Trina.
Yeah.
And they see General Honorary on TV, and wasn't he in charge?
Isn't he the part of the U.S. military?
We're trying to educate them, you know, they don't understand some of
You're doing other Homeland Security stuff in America.
I'll send you a note. Okay.
Cody, how are you?
Started from crawling now to walking.
you sent them.
Oh, yeah, right, that's it. Yeah,
I didn't see. They were mentioned in black or.
Yeah, but only for a few weeks. But we have this group with all the naval attaches. Okay. And he was one of our members. I see. We have the UK, I see.
I'll be right up there when you come up.
It's really nice group once a month.
Yes, and I seen an update today, which is
relaxed,
which I was going to ask.
a lot of fun, especially also
Now they close.
oh, right, so you bring
They did.
or sometimes even they insurance. It's really, oh, really nice. Yeah. Some of us really want us meeting for barbecue. Okay. So you had a chance to experience that just when you arrived, I guess.
So good.
This is the UK's one. We did a Piracy, for example. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. It's really, you can stay there for 5 hours in the evening. Yeah. So it's only in there 2 hours and leave after you serve. It's more like a friend. Yeah, the work. Oh, excellent. Yesterday, my wife met all the other groups. They do it on their own. So they do their own film group. Yeah. Some Christmas crowds. Okay. Where do you live? Potomac. I'm Potomac. I lived in There's Great Falls. Yeah. Yes, I know. Go out here at the Boulevard. Yes. And Falls Road. Yes. Area. Right. So you're down the Potomac Falls Road.
How are you doing?
Near the Great Falls. Yes.
Right. Coffee. Are you a coffee drinker?
Potomac is 500 meters. Yeah. And another 6 kilometers to the Great Falls on the Susan. Yes. Okay. I know. It's down the restaurant. Yeah. Oh, Anglers. Yes, I know. Speaking for that's 300 meters. Ah, really? Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. It's quite friendly neighborhood. Yeah. Yes, I know. I know what you mean. It's really fancy. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. That's really nice area. Actually, that's all right. That's what I like. Right up the top. Almost people that don't know exactly what it's because they are in the north of democracy.
Washington politics.
They are not feeling to speak.
That's why I laugh a little bit.
Now, what is your background?
Further in Massachusetts.
I'm a business manager.
We saw for a house with some garden, but she has a little daughter and she likes to play outside. Right. So it was hard to find a nice house with a nice garden.
I'm a political analyst for the last 7 years.
Right.
I'm also pursuing now my PhD in criminology. I like to study.
I've seen.
That's my fault.
More facts to argue
Yeah,
on.
so the best place to argue is where is it?
Right.
It's not so hard. Nobody is the purpose of all this good. Not to agree, but to disagree, right? Because why are there, for example, the Institute getting finance for this conference? They're getting finance.
I just wanted to say, my name is Evan Lund. Hi. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Professor Alexander. I'm the research coordinator. Do you have a presentation?
I already have it.
Actually, she has her own person. I'll go and get it taken care of right now and get right back to you. Give me 5 minutes, okay?
Why the reason why Potomac Institute gets funded? Get the feedback. license, right? To make recommendations. So they need difficult questions. They don't need consensual type of questions. They need aggressive questions. They need to create a turbulence.
You're working on transportation? Yes.
Like how
You were
because
confrontational in my presentation.
no, I'm not confrontational. What I'm trying is to do really learn what they really mean to say. Sometimes they For example, in this definition of terrorism and organized crime. For example, drugs is organized crime, right? But sometimes it's both at the same time. The park is part of organized crime as a structural bill, at the same time it's a terrorist organization. What they're doing now, they are in a tactical alliance with Hezbollah. They are being trained by Hezbollah and they pay Hezbollah and material support their channels. So they are sort of, I think they are linked. You have a business card? I'd like to take you again. You are also a little engineer, whatever.
Not military. I am for the American Association of Port Authorities. I head up their government relations group.
You can also be a civil military.
No, I'm not a military background.
Send it off to everybody. Write you an email.
Okay.
Because I don't have business cards.
Dawson, correct?
No.
Your first name?
Richard.
Nice to meet you.
You're Susan Are you Italian?
Well, I don't know, it's really long by now, but my father's half Italian, half Irish.
Those are Irish. So you might get trouble Susan Monteverdi. Oh, you have an impressive title. Vice President. So you are in touch with this all this?
Right, I work with all the public boards. So our members are part I do lobbying.
So you are accustomed to the deception and denial.
Yes, I try to.
Delay.
Yeah, study it. One of my favorite lobbying. Study that.
Will never tell you the truth. Escape. You're funny, by training, you know? That's why society doesn't solve this problem. And the fact that they don't want to solve it. For example, piracy is connected to the Cayman Island banks. Do you think they want to solve it? Where the pirates will put the money?
That's a good question.
You don't think that some of that it's a big corporation sell their things to piracy? Like narcotrafficking, how they clean the money in Latin America for the banks. Citibank, Bank of America, they launder the money. They transport it for whom? American Airlines. These are proven facts. Look to the lessons of the classified. What is their argument? They want to solve it, but they don't want to solve it, they want to keep about it. Just for the academicians to have fun, research and all these things.
Well, the other person on my panel is Joe Cox, World Shipping, and he's going to talk about piracy.
That's why you were not here. I asked the Captain Hopkins because she was very serious about her speech that she saw was about opportunity and took the pirates, and she didn't like to talk about it. Raised my hand and said, so you agree with Queen Victoria when she named John Drake as a member of the Royal House of England because he was a pirate? as a reward for attacking the Spanish fleet. That saved the economy of Haiti. So at that moment, for example, you see a clear connection and link between pirates and the economy of a big country. So the move was good. So now is what? But academia never hopes to current intelligence. So it's fast. Well, I told you my background, but you didn't tell me the background.
Well, my background is I worked for
You're like an accountant.
Still on ships or not? Sailboats.
So you're an accountant? Where you went? You know Cynthia McClinton?
Nobody likes to jump overboard in their bikini when the water's
Practice your profession?
No, yes, I do.
It's a lobby.
Yes, I did. So I just grabbed a campus thing.
They're closer than the traffic. It says there.
No, I'm good.
No, but the track enforcement agency says. The track enforcement agency got to that conclusion. Worst.
Yeah, so it's all the people who work in academia or
Those people, you know why they are a problem? Because we carry too many repressions from early childhood to actually a serious age. So they get into a middle life crisis.
That's great.
That's what they're supposed to have. Well, but I believe in that system. I believe in the checks and balances. I believe in good and evil. We need both forces. This life won't exist if there's not a positive pole and a negative pole. So to eliminate the negative pole, there's no life. Night and day, man and woman, and the sun and the moon. Right?
But I also sailed. That's a 30-foot sailboat for 15 years.
You're not going to have lunch? Just what's
No,
up?
I had lunch.
I was on cruise. Not as
Why?
bigger distance.
Thanksgiving
Too much in the room. Are you married, single, divorced?
I'm divorced.
Single.
My wife got very good at the calculation. Total cost divided by
23.
5 times. Not worth it.
The other one's a senior this year.
We have
The American saying is, above is water and
So that's why
Are you guys, did you have cookies you're bringing out? Is there cookies? I was just kidding.
Yeah, we were actually preparing them. I was eating one. Otherwise, I won't eat.
Preparing, you mean like eating them?
Apparently, yeah. Carefully, poison testing. It's a dangerous job. Don't worry about it. You're welcome.
At the very end.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our proceedings in probably the next 5 minutes. You want to start making your way towards your seats. We'll get started in about 5 minutes.
Especially for
was that the
Where do you want?
I'm assuming John Rayfield, is that correct, sir?
No, Tom Ack.
Oh, sorry, you're right here, actually, sir. I'm Evan Lund, by the way.
Hey, Evan.
Pleasure.
Good to meet you too, and good luck in the Army. I heard you're
Oh,
going in.
yeah.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Should be fun for you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to your presentation, sir. Sounds
Well,
good.
we'll see. Hopefully I'll live up to it.
I hear the Admiral Rye, you're going Army now?
Yeah. Yeah, well,
I begrudgingly wish you good luck.
Well, thanks, Sean. I mean, I applied for Navy 2 years. I never saw a board. I had Navy until after, and I never saw a board for 2 years. So, I mean, it's just
tight.
Yeah.
It's very tight.
Sorry to get in, but I'm just glad to be on the next stage.
Great.
Happy to serve, being officer. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Make the most of it. Have fun.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you again. I'm not John, no.
No, you're not John.
No, I'm Tom Ack. I'm wherever that name is.
Yeah, right here, sir.
I don't know. Where am I supposed to?
Yeah, right there, right in the middle.
Right here in the corner?
All right in the middle. Oh, you're here for comments.
I came to see.
Tom Atkins.
I am. Former Coast Guard. Yeah.
Just, there's another thing down at CSIS.
Yeah.
Admiral Lloyd was there.
Okay. Yeah, I had that on my calendar to go until this came up. So it's like this week they've had a bunch of stuff. CSIS had some stuff. HSPI had some. These guys had some.
Is what you do in retirement still related to Coast Guard?
It's a little bit all over the map. So I do some intelligence-related work. I do some maritime security-related work. I do some IT integration stuff. I do some leadership development. So it's a little bit, whatever the client's really looking for. And I've been trying to get into some teaching aspects. So I'm going up to Naval War College in a couple weeks, up to the Coast Guard Academy next month, I think January.
So you're more like independent consultant?
I am, yeah, but I'm independent.
Same.
Yeah.
So I'll just let you know something in case you want to see it later. The coolest thing I've ever discovered, the coolest thing is putting a camera on a satellite. Color video camera on a satellite.
Oh, okay.
Small one, lower orbit.
Right.
Almost
wow.
flying. I have every plan, scan, pass, what can you see? This is the laptop, joystick in the satellite, over the internet, to the ground station, to the satellite.
Wow.
We have peer review. Real time.
Wow.
Walking tour around Palm Island from space, 17,000 miles an hour. Like,
Anyway,
nice.
Less than 10 million.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Times 100.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I can't say what fraction. It's fraction cost of 1 by 10.
Yeah.
So, it's this I think this is the most transformational.
Now, who's got that?
Smart German university guys.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
And the Indonesians flying. Because they're in 1,000 islands and they don't have enough assets.
Right.
So they go a couple times a day, every day, with over
Wow.
1,000 islands for the last 5.5 years.
That is cool. Yeah, because I was talking to Digital Globe about some stuff, and
I told both the companies more Digital Globe that call me back.
Yeah.
They're further away. I said, did you still doing high-res, narrow swath, pan and multi? I said, it's like one-legged business case. The government doesn't want that anymore. It's like what's going on with the enhanced view.
right. Yeah. Hey, John. Hi, Tom Ack.
John
Good to see
Rayfield.
you.
if you, I'll stick around as long as you can.
Okay. Yeah, I actually got to roll right after this because my kid has a doctor appointment. I did not very foresight and planning.
Let me know when you're ready to.
Oh, yeah, I'll start
Hi,
chatting.
John Rayfield.
Wait, Brown, nice
Hey,
to
how are
meet
you?
you.
Thanks. Hi.
You have to scoot right out.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to those of you who just joined us, and thank you for those of you who stayed through General Gray's sandwiches, through lunch, and on to our panel on the U.S. response on the Maritime Security Threats and Assessments and Response Strategies. We're going to get started with the panel this afternoon. I'll give some brief introductions, and then each panelist will come and speak for a little bit from the podium, and then we'll open up to questions to the audience. To my immediate left is retired Rear Admiral Tom Atkin. He was a former Assistant Commandant for Intelligence and Criminal Investigations, United States Coast Guard. He is the Managing Principal of the Atkin Group. Admiral Atkin retired from the Coast Guard in June of 2012 after more than 30 years of service in local, regional, and national positions supporting the White House, National Security Staff, Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Coast Guard, Department of Defense, U.S. Navy, and FEMA. He currently is the Managing Principal of the Atkin Group, a management consulting firm that provides broad strategic and operational advice and counsel on intelligence, maritime security, crisis management, incident response, and interagency coordination to senior government and corporate officials. To his left is John Rayfield. He is the Staff Director, Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation, U.S. House of Representatives. Mr. Rayfield has worked on Capitol Hill for 32 years. In addition to the last 10 years on the House Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Subcommittee, he has worked on the Natural Resource Committee, handling coastal and ocean policy issues, and on the now defunct Merchant Marine and Fisheries Committee. He also worked for two members from Virginia, one of whom has served in the Coast Guard Subcommittee for many years. And to his left, we have Captain Brown. He is the Deputy Director of the Joint Program Office, Unmanned Aircraft Systems, Custom and Border Protection, U.S. Coast Guard, Department of Homeland Security. Captain Brown has served in a variety of operational assignments, including Coast Guard Cutter Confidence and CG Cutter Active in Port Angeles, Washington. He's also a pilot who's flown various helicopter platforms. He received his BS in Government from the U.S. Coast Guard Academy in 1986, MS in Aeronautical Management from the National University, an MPA from the University of West Florida, and is a distinguished graduate of the U.S. Marine Corps' Command and Staff College. He is also a fellow of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Seminar 21 program and Coast Guard Federal Executive Fellow at the RAND Corporation. It is now my pleasure to introduce Admiral Atkin, who will provide opening remarks.
Okay, there, here.
She's fine. Wherever you feel most comfortable, sir.
Yeah, haven't heard that in a while. It was always nice when I was a flag, you know. People were actually nice to me. I was funnier. Much better looking. And all of a sudden I retired and I had to do all this stuff by myself. Well, first, just thank you very much to Tiona and the Potomac Institute for inviting me here. It's truly an honor to be here and speak with all of you. I really wasn't 100% sure what to talk about, so I got some notes here, and I'm not going to talk for too long, and then I know we want to get to some questions. But one of the topics, as I understood it, was U.S. response, and how does the U.S. respond to incidents, terrorism, could be a safety incident, whether it be up in the Arctic, down in the Caribbean, or somewhere overseas like off the Horn of Africa, and how is the U.S. responding to different events and threats. And first off, I'd say that the U.S., from the U.S. perspective, and I think Donna talked about it a little bit, it's a layered approach. You know, we approach our security mechanism in a layered approach, and it's risk managed. So we know that we can't patrol everywhere. We know we can't inspect every container. We know that we can't see everything. So how do we manage the risk? And we've set a bunch of different programs in place to help us manage that risk. And working through the Coast Guard, Customs and Border Protection, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Treasury, et cetera, the entire interagency is all part of it. And whether we're looking at a financial system under the Department of Treasury, or we're using the judicial system with the Department of Justice, or the Coast Guard is inspecting a foreign port for anti-terrorism standards, it's all an integrated process. And I know Wayne's going to talk a lot about what the Coast Guard's doing, so I'll try and stay away from that. But there are some programs in place that we, the federal government, use. There's a 24-hour manifest rule. There's a container security initiative, CTPAT, or the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism, the National Targeting Center, which looks at vessels, cargo, and people that are coming here to the United States, and they get a lot of their information from the 96-hour advance notice of arrival rule. You have the International Port Security Program, which I mentioned, is where we go out and the Coast Guard does inspections of foreign ports. You have the U.S. and Canada Shipwriter Agreement, where we have an agreement with Canada where they can put people on our boats and we can put people on their boats to do enforcement. You have a multitude of maritime bilateral counter-drug agreements where we can enforce laws with our partners. We have the Africa Maritime Law Enforcement Partnership, where we work with some of our African partners conducting law enforcement over there. You have several domestic initiatives, DHS Small Vessel Security Implementation Plan, the Maritime Operations Coordination Plan, the Area Maritime Security Committees, and the DHS Interagency Operations Center, similar to the Jayhawk out of San Diego. All of those programs and plans and initiatives are in place so we can look at what the risk is, and then based on the risk, we can then take action and execute. The U.S. government operates in a coordinated fashion because of the Maritime Operational Threat Response Plan. The Maritime Operational Threat Response Plan is a plan put in place under President Bush. It's presidentially approved. President Obama affirmed that plan. And its goal is to achieve a coordinated U.S. government response to any threat against the United States and its interest in the maritime domain. And it's coordinated right now by the Global Maritime Operational Threat Response Coordination Center. And that's paid for by DHS, housed over at Coast Guard, and they coordinate the government activities in response to threats. So in the Maersk, Alabama case, for instance, that activity, a U.S. government response, was coordinated by, under the motor plan. If there's a foreign citizen that we don't want in the United States for whatever reason, that's coordinated through the Maritime Operational Threat Response Plan. If there are immigrants coming in the United States illegally through the maritime means, that's coordinated through the motor plan. Some of that is really done very quickly through email. Some of it requires a conference call. Some of it requires a secure VTC. So they're all a little bit different, each case is handled so we have a coordinated government response. And I think it's really a great model. It's something that I would say that we need to do a little bit more of. Obviously, to, I think, have a better understanding of the risk, you have to have maritime domain awareness. And a lot of people will think, okay, if we know where all the ships are, then we're good to go. That's not it. And for me, it's more about that intent. You know, what is the intent of the actors on board the different ships, or the things that that ship may be carrying, whether it be inside a container or elsewhere in the cargo. So it's that shared situational awareness. And we're really not talking a brick and mortar solution. And I think back when we first started talking about MDA, back in 2004, we really talked about it from a perspective of a brick and mortar solution. And now really we think of it more of as a virtual network. How do we share information so the person that needs it can get it? And whether it's through the Interagency Operations Centers that the Coast Guard's working on, for DHS, where you can pull up information on your laptop sitting at your desk in Coast Guard headquarters, or it's the Jayhawk out in San Diego, or it's somewhere else. If you're an international partner, you want to have information that may be available only to the United States. So we've got to figure out how to share that at the national, local, regional level. Intelligence, huge part of this. And I'm not going to get too much into it, but you have threat, risk, vulnerabilities, and consequence. And certainly from a maritime perspective, the threat is low. You know, and that's a challenge, because the vulnerabilities are high. The consequence is enormous. There's risk. But until the threat changes, we're not going to spend a whole lot more money on the maritime domain than we're spending now. I would argue that you're getting the right amount of security for what the threat is based on what we need against. Now, Other people argue differently, and I think that's a valid discussion to have, but the reality is we have a lot of vulnerabilities, but right now there's not a whole lot of threat. So the real question from my perspective is, if we get a threat, if Al-Qaeda or Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula or some other knucklehead somewhere want to say, all right, now we're going to start attacking through the maritime domain, do we have the right capabilities in place to turn it on and provide the level of security to meet that threat? And I would argue we don't. We have the right domain awareness for what the current threat is. If the threat changes, if the intent changes, now we could be in trouble, because it's going to take a while to build some of that. Collection of information, analysis of that information, dissemination of that information, that all adds to our domain awareness. It all pieces it together. The other piece, and certainly, and Wayne may talk about this a little bit, but you have the law enforcement information piece and the national intelligence piece. And from a Coast Guard perspective, where the Coast Guard is both a member of the intelligence community, so they have full access to all the national intelligence, but they're also a law enforcement entity. How do you share that information without violating some of the rules and regulations here in the United States? So there's a balance there that needs to be done so that we can share that information and make sure that's shared in a way that protects everybody's civil rights. And so we balance that, and that again leads to greater maritime domain awareness. From a policy perspective, areas that I worked when I worked at the White House was the Maritime Security Working Group, which is a great organization that works at the 05, 06, GS 14, 15 level that does all the work to develop the policy. This was put in place under the Bush administration and again has been affirmed by the Obama administration and is a great mechanism for working maritime security issues. That gets bumped up to what the MSWG does, bumps it up to the MSIPC, the Interagency Policy Committee. And they work the policy issues that Donna talked about. So if the State Department will bring in a policy issue, the Department of Defense will bring in their perspective, DHS their perspective, DOJ their perspective, and at the MSWG and at the MSIPC, they resolve those policy issues. And that's how the policy gets developed. It's not one department having primacy over another. It's a coordinated interagency partnership that gets the policy working. I had a bunch of threats written down. I don't want to talk about them because that'll make me cry at night. And then my kids start crying, and you know, I could go into a whole different thing, and my ADD will kick in. So if I get too far off track, you got to wiggle your arm or something. But one thing I would like to talk about a little bit is cyber. You know, the cyber threat, not to a ship at sea. You know, it could have happened, yeah, you could have a cyber virus be put into the ship's navigation system, and then we'll get the sextants out and we'll be able to navigate by the stars. And if you have never navigated by the stars, it's really fascinating. It's a really cool thing to do. That's a little bit antiquated. So, and you have to be a little bit more, it does work. And just a little side story, my first ship, the boss went up and turned off, if those you don't know, Loran and Omega, which are the early systems. We turned off the Loran and the Omega and says, get us to where we need to go. And I was like, well, then turn the damn thing back on. So, you know, and so we broke the sextant out and we were working, and we got us there on time, which was a great learning experience. But the cyber challenge is huge, more at the port level. You know, and how do we control and make our ports secure? Because if you get one container out of place and that container goes boom, what's the impact to the global supply chain, which is huge? Drug interdiction, I'm a big proponent of pushing the borders out. I think that's the right way to go. We spend a lot of money and time interdicting drugs on the southwest border, but the reality is, if you think about it from quantity perspective, you get a significant more drugs interdicted at sea at a higher purity level than you do at the southwest border. So from an efficiency standpoint, best use of government monies, where should we be doing the interdiction? Not to say we can't do interdiction at the southwest border and that we shouldn't have capability there, but are we doing it, are we pushing the borders out and really having the best, most efficient aspect of drug interdiction south. I talked earlier about the threat and the risk and the vulnerabilities, and I think I'll just mention a few things about the threat. Lindbergh, small boat attack in 2002. USS Cole, small boat attack in 2000. Silk Pride, small boat attack in 2001. Iraqi oil platform, small boat attack in 2004. Motor vessel Star, M-Star, near the Straits of Hormuz in 2010. It's happened before. It's a mode that works. The terrorists know it, and they will continue to use that method of attack in the future. We know it, and we're just going to have to keep working harder and harder and making sure that all our vessels are safe. And with that, it's all yours. Am I done? Do I have to introduce the next guy?
Yes,
all right.
Thank you, Admiral. As mentioned already, John Wakefield will be our next speaker. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to talk about what's happened on the Hill in the 10 years since 9/11. It's not nearly as entertaining as the Admiral. So we passed the Maritime Transportation Security Act in 2002. At that time, the Coast Guard was still in the Transportation Department, and all of the Coast Guard jurisdiction was still with the House Transportation Committee. Subsequently, of course, the Coast Guard has moved to DHS, and a lot of the port security jurisdiction is now with the Committee on Homeland Security. So we have the ongoing discussion, a lot of the issues that you got into of what do we expect the Coast Guard to do. When there's an oil spill, everyone sees it as an oil response agency, and when there's a terrorist attack, everyone sees it as an anti-terrorism agency. And in fact, it has the sort of very broad response abilities that, that you've talked about, both for terrorism, for weather, for law enforcement. Nonetheless, by 2002, their ships were wearing out, their planes were wearing out. They were developing a plan to recapitalize their program, and it was going nowhere. And then after 9/11, that recapitalization program finally got some attention. So Coast Guard had a little more than $500 million to buy new ships and planes and shore facilities in 2001. In 2013, they're going to have something approaching $1.5 billion. And essentially that $1 billion in growth is going to new cutters and new aircraft. And to some extent, to new C4ISR, which I'm glad you mentioned, because we've all bought into this on the basis that all of the new Coast Guard assets are going to talk to each other, and you're going to need fewer assets and fewer people, and it's all going to be more efficient. That's the part of the equation that has not come together as well as the part about buying the new ships. So unfortunately, buying computers is not nearly as interesting as buying big ships with big guns on the front. But nonetheless, that recapitalization would never have taken place without the increased concern over the terrorism threat. But nonetheless, hopefully it has dramatically increased the Coast Guard's ability to respond to a whole range of threats. Likewise, on their operating expenses, all of their law enforcement was lumped together in one category in 2001. They got about $1.3 billion. Next year, they'll get about $1.4 billion just for the new category they've created for ports, waterways, and coastal security, which is essentially all driven by the terrorism threat concerns, but again, has benefits for a lot of their other response activities. And then drug enforcement, migrant interdiction, the stuff that they were doing prior to 2001 will get about the same amount that it got 10 years ago. So essentially, all of your inflation-adjusted growth in the Coast Guard and all of their increased abilities to respond have come out of that 9/11 response. I'm glad to say that the Maritime Transportation Security Act established quite a few of the programs that you talked about. So it's good to know that we at least have some impact on the real world when we act. My subcommittee still has oversight over the Coast Guard and most of the shipping laws. And we are also going to probably enact on our Coast Guard bill the primary port security legislation that's going to pass in this Congress, which, I'm sorry for Steve, is something that GAO absolutely opposes, which is one-trip shopping for your TWIC card, which the industry opposes having to go back twice for their TWIC card. And out of all of the MTSA programs, the Coast Guard has most of them up and running and regulations in place. The one that still is not really there is TWIC. The cards are issued. The cards were good for 5 years. The cards are now expiring. There is still not a card reader in place at any U.S. port except on an interim basis. We are hoping that the Coast Guard reader rule is going to be out soon, and then it will be up to TSA to actually identify which readers they're going to allow ports to use. So hopefully before the second expiration of the TWIC cards, we're going to have readers up and running pretty much everywhere. Maritime operational threat response is has certainly given a definition to everyone's thinking that wasn't there before. However, when you go out, or maybe it's just the people who are coming to me who are always trying to sell things to the government. The C4ISR community believes passionately that they have many, many, many unexploited abilities to improve maritime operational threat response if we just had the money to buy all of their equipment. So, in fairness, AIS is being put in place, long-range vessel tracking is being put in place, but there probably are still some sensor technologies out there that would be very helpful to have. But we're in the middle of buying ships and planes, and how we get to the point that we make those offsets about where do you not buy a ship that can literally, physically, we can all see it pushing the US borders out, as opposed to buying increased sensor technologies that are not nearly as visible as those ships and planes, has been a very, very difficult line to draw, and we'll just keep working on that every year and see where that balance goes. Maritime domain awareness. Actually, I was really interested in your comments as to how we can or can't ramp up. That goes back to the whole recapitalization issue. Coast Guard had a recapitalization plan. They couldn't get it funded. 9/11 came along. People got concerned about their aging assets and their need to respond. So we're now getting more or less the amount of money a year we would need to implement that plan. So DHS rebaselined it after 9/11, made it a much more extensive, much more capable, much more ambitious plan, which we're now $350, $400 million a year short of being able to implement. So we haven't missed that need to get the assets online so that that ramping up capability is there. An extra $1 billion a year in money makes a difference. Unfortunately, it doesn't get you where you need to be for that ramping up capability. It essentially replaces the abilities you've already got that are aging out very, very quickly. And interagency operations centers, I will have to say, when we did the 2006 Port Security Act, all of us that worked on that were convinced that this was the crucial piece to have bricks and mortar interagency operations centers where everybody came together and the Coast Guard had all of its response assets available and the locals were going to be there. And it's just proved not to be the case, and now it does appear that the virtual interagency operations is going to be the wave of the future. So that won't surprise you that Congress completely missed the point on that one. But anyway, we did build the Coast Guard 3 really nice interagency operations centers, which are quite interesting to visit, even though they aren't really proving to be the wave of the future. The ones that we did get to were very effective. So I don't see any big redrafting of the Maritime Transportation Act, now Chapter 701 of Title 46 for any of you real legislative geeks out there. In the near future, we'll continue to tweak it over time. We'll continue to try to get the programs that we've authorized either in place or admit defeat and move on from them. Money will always be the driving force, and we'll keep working on the recapitalization program, which hopefully means all of the Coast Guard's response activities, be they specifically terrorism related or related to a host of other activities, will get improved, even though the focus is going to be on terrorism, I think, for a while. And on the Arctic, icebreakers lost out to to terrorism responses, and now the Arctic is melting and we've got no icebreakers. So if anybody can refer me to an extra $1 billion on top of the extra $1 billion we've already got, we'll start building an icebreaker. But nonetheless, Arctic has been a big topic. We understand that there are no Coast Guard response assets in the Arctic, and over the next 10 years, we've got to look at that as probably the next emerging thing after terrorism.
And new terrorists.
I'm sorry?
The new terrorists.
Yes.
The Eskimos.
Yes, exactly. So we'll see. But anyway, thank you, and stay for questions. Okay.
Thank you again, sir. And after Captain Brown speaks, we'll open it up for questions from the audience. Captain Brown?
Well, amazingly, most of my comments have been covered, so I'll be shorter. I'd like to thank Yona Alexander for having me. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here speaking on behalf of the Coast Guard. I've known Yona for about 10 years, and I know there are probably people here who've known him a lot longer, but it's been a great relationship. He's been an inspiration for me to understand maritime security, so thank you. And I want to thank the Potomac Institute for having me as well. Since most of my comments have been discussed, I want to dig down a little bit further into some of our assets, particularly the deployable operations forces. And Admiral Atkins knows a thing or two about those since he commanded them. And then we'll get into a discussion, kind of, well, where can we go? What is the Coast Guard doing now? What kind of performance? To successfully meet the challenges across a dynamic and complex maritime environment, the Coast Guard, as mentioned, we execute a layered security force that reaches out overseas and comes back to the homeland. We push those forces out as far as we can. We cooperate with the international forces and ports, and we try to get a picture of what's coming into this country. We've done a pretty good job of building up forces inshore, but we really need to focus a lot more offshore via the national security cutter platforms that we have. A brief list of some of the most pressing maritime security threats that were briefly discussed. Today, we're still dealing with some of them, and I would agree with the argument that the threat is actually pretty low. But if it does arrive, we're going to have to ramp up. Some of the things that we are still concerned with would be suicide bombers on high-capacity ferries, sabotage of our ports and critical infrastructure, surface-to-air missiles launched from small boats, things like that. We've been talking about those since I was working maritime security for the past 10 years. We haven't seen an attack directly on us, but it's better to be prepared. And I think the Coast Guard, I would argue that the Coast Guard actually does a very good job, and we're getting a pretty good understanding of the risks and how to utilize risk analysis through game theory, through algorithms, through experience, through discussions with a lot of smart people in academia. Those forces, so that because we don't have all the capacity we need, we've got to be smart about how we're deploying forces, and we're doing that today. I'll talk about the deployable specialized forces. They consist of quite a few teams, actually. There are 11 maritime safety and security teams. There's a maritime security response team. There's one on the East Coast, and we're hoping that we get the funding to put one on the West Coast as well. It's significantly more robust than most of the other forces. They've got advanced interdiction, counterterrorism capabilities, direct action teams, tactical delivery vessels, airborne use of force capabilities, canine explosive detection teams, vertical insertion capabilities, precision marksmanship, tactical coxswains, and ENT combat qualifications. And they train with the Marine Corps pretty constantly. We have a number of different tactical law enforcement teams, port security units stationed around the country, and National Strike Force teams as well. The Marine Transportation System, to give you some kind of feel for where we are. In 2010, there were 7,500 ships that made about 60,000 port calls in the United States. In 2011, those numbers jumped to 9,379,000 port visits. So you can see that those numbers are increasing, and they're expected to significantly increase. And I'll talk about that increase in the future. Some of the statistics. In the last year, 2011, the Coast Guard interdicted 205,000 pounds of cocaine and marijuana. We screened 29 million crew members and passengers with CBP support. We identified almost 300 terrorists and criminals. There were 10,375 security boardings were conducted. And we escorted 2,500 ferries and cruise ships. So the demand is there. Coast Guard forces are busy every single day. So what are some of the future maritime security concerns? The only certainty I'd say is that there will be change. There'll be things that are expected, and there'll be things that are unexpected. We know that. So there'll be continued population growth, which will increase demands on the MTS. 95% of the annual global population growth of 60 million people a year locate themselves on the coastlines. All right? That means that there's going to be a huge demand for raw materials, agricultural products, and manufactured products transported via maritime routes. All right? Naturally, demand for maritime security and safety services will increase. Demand for things like food, oil, minerals, and water resources will grow. Projected future demands will require daily increased production of petroleum of nearly 1.5 million barrels. Demand from China, India, and South America is going to grow. The U.S. is projected to become a major exporter of gas and oil if the market continues to develop the way many anticipate. There are reports that the U.S. currently holds about 20 oil fields, at least the size of Saudi Arabia's one major field. So there's a lot of growth potential there. What does this mean for the Coast Guard? We should anticipate new energy development will likely require greater maritime security assets, especially LNG escort services and potentially growing tanker security and safety needs. That's something that we need to get a handle on because it's going to happen. The maritime transportation security industry will continue to grow given the growth in population. Technologies will continue evolving, and the benefits will help both the Coast Guard forces as well as their adversaries. You know, they've got the money to spend on all the tools that we have at our disposal as well. We see it out there every day. Drug smugglers will continue to seek new tools and capabilities, routes, and markets. Their exploitation of our coast via the partially submerged, semi-submersibles. That's just evidence of what they're willing to do. We've interdicted at least 6 of them successfully, and our concern is that they will go fully submerged. There are talks about that happening, if it's not already happening. Cyber threats will require better methods to manage information and to secure vital systems. in order to assure that the nation's ability to operate freely within the maritime domain before, during, and after attack. I mean, you can see the recent events in Israel and Hamas. That played a significant role. I think that's the way of the future. We should be prepared for that as well. The increasing scale of potential for catastrophic incidents within our coastal regions and ports is increasing because of heavily developed and densely populated areas. Catastrophic incidents, whether caused by nature or a WMD, will have enormous consequences in coastal areas and can disrupt regional and global commerce. Hurricane Katrina and more recently Hurricane Sandy clearly demonstrates this reality. Disaster response requirements will very likely increase and will require continued and expanded Coast Guard crisis, leadership, and C2 competencies. A related challenge is the enormous size and number of today's cruise, tanker, and container ships, and the challenge of scale that these vessels present to maritime authorities worldwide. If you haven't looked at them, these new ships are huge, and they're getting bigger, and there's lots of them. Climate change will be a concern of ours. Demands for Coast Guard services due to receding ice and higher sea levels, as was discussed regarding the Arctic. Pursuit of potential natural resources in unexplored waters could raise tensions over disputed boundaries between Arctic nations and between coastal states over new waterways, straits, and internal waters. And we need to be prepared for that. But as you heard, we've lost that one. Finally, the budget pressures and expected reductions will force DHS components and all federal agencies to operate more efficiently and effectively, as we've been trying to do, while enhancing interagency effectiveness to meet the growing demand for maritime security forces. Today, a good example of the way we need to operate, I would argue, is the unmanned aircraft systems, the MQ-9 Guardian. And the Coast Guard is operating side by side with CBP in Texas and in Florida, and you know, they're interchangeable. In fact, we have Coast Guard pilots and sensor operators who are doing missions on the border, and it's working. They're very good at it. And very soon, I believe we'll be sending people from ATC Mobile, which is our primary training command, to Jacksonville to be co-located directly with CBP, Office of Air and Marine folks. So that, to me, is the wave of the future, where we become much closer, more joint, and we're working side by side all the time. Because, you know, frankly, we don't have it in the budget to waste funding through redundancies and duplication. We just can't afford it anymore. So, and therefore C4ISR becomes even more critical for that. With that, those are some of my thoughts, and answer a question if you've got it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before we go to questions from the audience, I wanted to give the panelists an opportunity to respond to anything that the other panelists might have mentioned.
I was just going to say vertical insertion. Sounds so tame, but if you ever actually see what these guys carry with them, it is truly amazing. The backpack carried chainsaw, I just could not get over. But
anybody else? Okay, we'll go ahead and take questions from the audience. As a reminder, please use the microphone. He'll be here to you quickly, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Admiral, I really enjoyed your presentation. My name is Richard Dawson, Dawson Associates International Inc. I want to ask you how far you think the United States borders have to be pushed forward or out, as you say. I think it's a great idea, but how far? How far are we going to get?
Yeah, I guess, you know, there's a lot of discussion about what you mean by pushing the borders out. You know, obviously we're not going to push our real borders out. It's really how do we work at the international level to do the interdictions or awareness further and further away from the border. So we already operate in foreign countries, foreign ports, and their ports. We send Coast Guard inspectors to inspect according to the IMO standards for security in a port, and if that port then meets that standard, that then has reflections on ships coming out of that port back into the United States. I'm not an expert on it, but know enough to get me in trouble. So when I talk about pushing the borders out, I look at it from a counter-drug perspective. You know, we can certainly patrol at 12 miles, which is where our maritime border is. Or we can push the border out and hit the choke points in the Caribbean. Or we could even go further down and operate off the shores of Colombia or Ecuador or elsewhere down in Central and South America. So what I'm really looking at is, whether it be in the Horn of Africa, in the Caribbean, in the Arctic, is being able to have that understanding of what the maritime domain is what's going on in the maritime domain, and that understanding includes intent, but you also have to have the end game capability. You have to be able to prosecute the target that you have suspicions about. And the further away you do that from the shore, the better off we are. And so, from it, we haven't talked search and rescue, but if you have a cruise ship with 5,000 people on board and they run into trouble right now in the middle of the Pacific or in the middle of the Atlantic, it's a capability issue. It's an understanding issue. So you have to have an understanding that the ship is there. They have to be able to communicate, and you have to have then the end game or the ability to prosecute in that search and rescue case. So that's, I think, how far? As far as we can.
I would just mention that, we deploy tactical law enforcement teams aboard Navy ships throughout the world and work for combatants. That's one way in which we can expand our access and reach overseas. Intel certainly is another significant piece because we're connected with the intelligence community globally. And also, as Admiral mentioned, we have Coast Guard officers in the major ports around the world working side by side with their customs officials to make sure that those containers actually have what they're claimed to have. And so we're getting a picture overseas of what's coming in. And I would mention too that the unmanned aircraft systems, the Predators, give us a reach that's significant. I mean, we can see everything, and we can clear out the clutter, and we can isolate specific targets, and they don't even know we're there. I've seen some cases that are amazing. So that's a significant jump in capability, and we can push those things way out.
And as much as it's not necessarily in my interest to say that creating the Department of Homeland Security was a good thing, since it really decreased the focus on maritime transportation, that is the one shining success of integration within DHS on their capital program. Most of the agencies have retained their stovepipes. The Coast Guard was not able to get funding for a lot of reasons for unmanned aerial vehicles. CBP did, and the agencies are actually working together on those assets in a way that is, if the rest of DHS worked that well, it would be great.
Ready?
Good afternoon, Tom Arminio from Penn State. Can you talk about the connectivity between the Coast Guard and the Navy in terms of DSCA and HD, and how you would support one another?
Sure. We essentially have forces prepared on both coasts to chop to DOD, and it happens to be commanded by a Coast Guard flag who's already there. It's just a paper drill. We have Coast Guard officers in the Pentagon who work hand in hand with the Joint Staff to set up those plans and request for forces and start to push everything. So it's immediate. It goes right into right into the command center, and we start to work on it as soon as we hear about it. So it's almost invisible, frankly. I mean, we're so close that I don't think there's a gap. It just isn't. We operate fluidly together. That's my take on it.
And just to kind of expound a little bit is, for those you don't know, DSCA is Defense Supportive Civil Authority, which is the ability for DOD to respond to civil actions here in the United States domestically. A great example, I would argue, where DSCA and the Coast Guard worked very well interagency, led by Admiral Allen and General Honore during Katrina. That was a partnership through personality, more so than partnership through a memorandum of agreement that worked. And I would say that the reason that worked is because you had a Coast Guard flag officer working directly with a Department of Defense flag officer at that level. I would argue it probably would not have worked as well with the civilian in charge on the domestic side.
You also had a Navy ship down there, right, which Pat used all the time.
Yeah, no, the Iwo Jima, and actually there's a variety of Navy ships down there working along the entire coast. Inside the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense's office is a Coast Guard officer. There's been one there since that office was established, and that primary role of that person is to make sure that the Coast Guard is coordinated well from a DISCA HD perspective. The MOAs that Wayne talked about, allows the Navy to respond to a Coast Guard request immediately without going through the Secretary of Defense. It also allows Coast Guard ships to go work for Navy immediately without necessarily going up to the Commandant. Because those decisions are already approved. Now, there are some feedback mechanisms to make sure it all works well.
Are those forces OPCON? Are they?
They would go OPCON, TACCON. So ADCON would remain. And I'm not 100% sure on the DoD forces shifting OPCON to Coast Guard. They'd shift TACCON, but probably not OPCON, because I think they always have to remain OPCON within the National Command Authority. Yeah. So that'd be the mechanism by how that would work. And that, there's a variety of different forces in that could flow from those agreements. But that's a two-way street.
And just to pile on the issue of closeness between the services, and you specifically asked about the Navy, in all of my deployments, and while I say that, I realize it's kind of like saying an ensign in all my years in the service, which means you have none, especially in the partnership of these folks on the panel. But I have always deployed with either the Coast Guard ship or with somebody from the Coast Guard on our ship, on a part of our team, and it's just always been that way. So we had a question, I think, over here.
Chris Berhaney, independent consultant. I'm going to pick up on something John Rayfield and Captain Brown said. It was about the need in a flat budget environment at best to get assets you need. There's an approach that we have a national policy aversion to. It would be called a public-private partnership approach. Yet we do embrace it in some things like the Civil Reserve Air Fleet, where we pay airlines money to upgrade their aircraft to be used as military transports if we need it. So the equivalent, I guess, for the icebreaker would be, if there's going to be more commerce going through the Northwest Passage there, what if the Coast Guard just funded the differential cost to reinforce the hulls and had some budget set aside for operating the ship when needed? So it'd sort of be like a temporary lease back from the commercial shipping company when they weren't shipping, and you wouldn't have to pay for the whole hull, and you wouldn't own it all the time. And where would this kind of money come from? We've heard in the news for last year that there's somewhere between 1.6 and 1.8 trillion sitting on balance sheets uninvested in the country. Even if 3% of that were applicable to maritime security in shipping and that, you're talking 48 to 54 billion dollars that if you could leverage it through these public-private partnerships, taxpayers pay a fraction of the cost, and the Coast Guard or any other agency gets what they need when they need it. Appreciate your comment on whether you think that kind of construct in this new budget environment would see the light on the Hill.
Well, two responses. First, from a technical budget point of view, public-private partnerships are extremely problematic when you have to go to OMB and CBO, because they make you score whatever that private contribution is, and they make you score it all up front in 1 year. So that's the first threshold to get over. The second threshold to get over is the culture within agencies. And I will let you all have your equal time on this, but the Coast Guard has not been particularly responsive to public-private partnerships where they involve the operation of assets. Numerous proposals have come along, certainly in the last 5 years, to do that. None of them has gained traction internally within the Coast Guard or within the budget process. They did it one time for the Hitrons. There was a helicopter squadron, which they were short some helicopters after 9/11, and they did a temporary lease program. They were satisfied with the results to some extent, but did not extend that program. And I don't know what to tell you on that. I have two members on my committee who very much want privately owned icebreaker leased to the Coast Guard. The Commandant has made very clear that the answer to that is no, no, not now, not ever. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we have to look at different ways to do business. I mean, that's the reality, and so I'm a big believer in it. Hitron used it. We had deployable pursuit boats on board old Tago ships that were operated by civilian crews. We tried that for a while in the Caribbean. The program didn't work, but the model seemed to work. So there are opportunities. We put leadettes on oilers, Navy ships, Royal Canadian ships, British ships. So Coast Guard law enforcement detachments operate from a variety of different platforms. That could be leased or not leased. The authorities' perspective could be resolved very quickly from the lawyers. Love them. So there are options, and I think it's more cultural than anything. At the end of the day, it's a culture of, well, I don't want to do that, and so.
I spent some time at Science and Technology and DHS, working some public-private issues. And on a smaller scale, they tend to work. Once you start to get into a major program, cultural differences get in the way, and they don't want to touch it, is what I found. But I would agree with the Admiral that we really need to consider new ways of doing business because we're strapped. But I have seen success on smaller projects. It works.
I think we have time for maybe one more question before we have to break. Gentleman over here.
Yes, my name is Art Kendall. I'm a retired political psychologist and mathematical statistician. I have two questions. One is with regard to the icebreakers. Who else owns icebreakers in the world?
Russians have 8 nuclear-powered icebreakers. It's 34 total. The Swedes, we have used, the National Science Foundation has used both Russian and Swedish icebreakers in the Antarctic for the McMurdo breakout mission after the Polar Star and the Polar Sea were unable to carry out the missions. Beyond that, I know the Finns are probably one of the leading builders, but
There's probably about 8 to 10 countries, I think, that have icebreakers. And when you look at icebreakers, there's a wide range of what an icebreaker is. So the Coast Guard still owns icebreakers that break ice in our domestic ports. They have the Healy, but really the heavy icebreakers, which break the heavy ice, that's where we're really hurting from a national perspective. And that's where the United States is hurting dramatically, is the big icebreakers. So, but China's building them. You know, China's building out icebreakers, and they're going to have some probably before we get new ones.
And they're going to operate next to Canada.
Very likely.
Question is, you mentioned that you caught some number of criminals and terrorists. Part of that is, how many of those criminals were? What's the proportion of other criminals to terrorists? And did you know that they were terrorists before you actually apprehended them?
That's funny.
Well, I can. I'm a civilian. No, not to get in. So what I think Wayne was talking about is where you identify terrorists versus apprehend terrorists, 2 different definitions there. So if in the manifest or the advance notice of arrival, that information comes across, if we can identify somebody that has ties to terrorism or has been involved in terrorist activity, we can say you can't come to the United States and just turn that little boat around and go back to where you came from. So that's predominantly where we are. If you're talking about criminal activity, majority of that's counter-drug. Majority of that is people trying to bring drugs into the United States. So I don't know what the specific numbers are, but there are hundreds of people a year that the United States, either interdicts, detains, arrest for a variety of criminal activity, from piracy to murder on the high seas to drug actions.
I can tell you that every Blue Force has access to lists that go across the globe. And we can confirm who people are via
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to give each of the panelists an opportunity to provide some closing remarks. I know the Admiral has to go till 3, so let's go ahead and start with Admiral. Do you have any closing remarks?
No, I just, again, Yona, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, and thanks to the Potomac Institute. Thanks to my colleagues on the panel. Awesome remarks. It's great to be up here with you. I'm a little bit humbled by, that working with these guys. I've known Wayne for quite a few years. He's an extremely sharp individual. He's retiring tomorrow. Yeah, so, and congratulations to him on a stellar career supporting and serving our nation. So, and John, thanks very much. Great to see you again. That's all I have.
And just, yes, thank you for having me today. It's very interesting.
Thanks, Yona, once again. We tried for quite a few years to get me up here, so finally the day before I got in here. I would just say, having worked with several federal agencies and the Joint Staff a couple times, whatever the future is, we have to work together. And we're probably going to have to look at sharing resources and capabilities, because it's just not in the budget. We're going to have to think outside the box and work together. It's just going to get over our cultural differences. That's the biggest hurdle.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
There are some refreshments in the back. I'm not sure if Dr. Alexander cooked the cookies or not, but they're back there. Our next panel, there's cookies. Our next panel will start at 3 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure who's that one in particular, but I know we have a couple.
Take that one, yeah.
That's yours.
Okay, thanks.
You're anything
Tell your friends.
Your dog and
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Have to go down. So, yeah, be here today. Good. All right. Take care.
Did you want to take this one, sir?
You seem to be doing great. You don't need to be here or something.
Okay, which one's, who's who, where's our names? That's me.
Yeah. I don't even know what this outfit is. I didn't have time to check it out.
I didn't either.
I don't know what
How'd
the
you get on
Sigma
the-
sign goes for. I don't know.
It's a think tank. Hi.
I'm going to give you a quick
Okay.
briefing on this guy. I'm just going to go and have it up here ready for you,
Okay.
and then just hit this little button right here, and
Okay.
then just go to the next slide.
Okay.
If you need to go back, you press the back button. Okay? If you just want to leave that up here when you're done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And that's,
I'm sure someone's going to.
okay, great. So I'm just gonna leave my stuff there though, is that okay?
What? Good seeing you.
John, good luck.
I'm sorry I'm missing your. No, that's good. I gotta put up a Christmas tree. But anyway, sorry I've got to miss you.
Oh, that's okay. Come on.
Good, yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Already started.
You want me to move aside?
Or you can, yeah, right, your head's in the middle of it. But I wasn't well prepared, was it? Here, we can move down. Why don't I switch with you? Because you don't have a, okay.
Or is it for you too? Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay, yes. Sorry. I am going to try. Okay, great.
You know, I was in a, speaking before the, I forgot where it was. I know where it was. At the Naval War College. And I had my presentation on it. You're not allowed to bring that in.
Really?
So I looked at the guy and said, well, I've got it on my computer. It's computer's in the car. He goes, well, you can bring your computer in.
You know why? A lot of them don't allow a stick to go into a federal computer. So, but you would think they'd have something washed that isn't a federal computer, you know, it's just for presentations.
You know, I hadn't thought about that. I guess a virus, you'd introduce a virus. Into
Right, in fact, a lot of government people will not even bring a stick to your computer, because when they pull it out, you could put some virus on that goes back to theirs. So they're very picky with that. But yeah, I would have thought they would have a dummy computer or something. So what have you been up to? You been busy? What have you been up to? Same old. Yeah. See what's happening with customers. You guys been doing a lot of international stuff still, or?
I think the biggest thing coming up is the maritime labor discussion.
Does Kathy go to that, or you go?
She's, I've been the ILO guy for 19 years.
Yeah.
And I got it by accident because we had a change in personnel. It must have been 82. And the ILO came in with a letter saying,
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure I'm not saying Monteverde.
Yep, that's fine.
Have a short bio.
Okay.
Something to particularly bring out or read
Whatever.
or not read.
Don't,
As you
get
can
through
tell-
it fast.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't get out. I think I can figure that out.
Well, you can just talk about, why don't you just talk about what I do now? You don't have to go back.
Okay, so
Start. I don't even know what, someone sent you a bio, so I don't even know what it says. I think mine does say that, but you don't have to.
I was going to read basically the first paragraph.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then I'll usually, like I did before, I'll read both the bios in the beginning.
Okay.
And then you're welcome to sit or come to the podium.
Okay,
at
I'm
discretion.
probably going to go up.
And then afterwards, it's only 2 given that probably won't go as long. We just ended early.
Great. Okay.
Get started.
Whenever you're ready.
We're going to go ahead and get started in just a couple minutes. If you want to go ahead and make your way back to your seats, please. Thank you.
Suze, you got to go back to the office? Or you I got a Christmas tree to put up.
Uh-oh, I'm going to the mall.
There you are. I do my purchases online.
Yeah. Hey, you know, not the Christmas mode yet. It's just like, huh? Then we just have Thanksgiving.
You got to at least wait for Advent.
I know.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I discovered years ago the easy thing was diamonds.
Uh-huh.
It's so simple.
Girl's best friend.
You can almost never
It's a little
miss.
expensive, though.
They're ridiculously expensive.
Well, if you have to keep...
My son, who loves these debunking myths and big myths of the world, like diamonds are exclusive. Not necessarily. The PR campaign that made them exclusive was awesome. With the fact that they're readily available.
Control the supply.
Yes, sir. Anyway, I think we're going to be well.
Don't worry about it.
So.
Don't debunk the diamond myth. It's been serving me quite well.
Well,
No, I am
would never say
impressed.
this in front of my wife. I could say it from strangers because if whatever. Say that to her, like, you're just being cheap, go give me my diamonds.
What other Christmas gift can you give your wife that you know is going to end up in the next generation and the next generation and the next generation?
That's true. Well, you hope. She doesn't lose it. I've lost a few very good pieces.
You know, she doesn't.
That's why I wear this. I inherited this.
She
This
doesn't
is
like to
3
take notes.
generations back.
Yeah, see? And do you know whose it was?
Yes.
See?
Uh-huh. Right.
Do you have a daughter?
I do. You know how I got this? My mother in her will said, put 5 kids' names in the hat, and whoever gets the name taken out gets this.
That's a very nice way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to fight.
How you doing?
Leona, Alexander, it's a pleasure. Very grateful to have you. And I think we need perspective, and you know, the key is together we're better. I think, you know, and
my message, if it may be uncomfortable for some people here, but if everyone thinks that the government is doing everything well and that we're all successful, I hope to disavow them of that.
Right. You know, I ran academic for almost a century. Not exactly, but are you okay?
This is new.
Who is this?
This is John Rayson. His card. I know
You have his card.
And but seriously, I think I had all these personal, you know, experiences and family victims.
I cautioned my son too when he told me about the stuff about the diamonds. That, you know, again, you can say it to people, you know, your girlfriend, your own mother.
It doesn't matter because you're buying one.
Well, the reality is it doesn't matter that there's many of them because you can't, you know, the marketing is such,
Yeah, right.
you know, people feel a certain way about them. That doesn't change.
Right.
I mean,
And
who
not
cares?
like you can go into, I only want that for $20. It's only really worth $20. I was just going to go to South Africa, go mine one.
Right. But again, De Beers was brilliant in their campaign. They made it to be like, oh, if you really love somebody, this is what you give somebody.
Quality diamond of a carat.
That's what I always wanted. So, you know, you buy the knockoff, and who's really going to know?
Yeah.
You would know, obviously.
Right.
Clearly not if you want to stay married, you would do that. But I think we're getting folks back. Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Participants and also some publications, if I may. Let me get the list of participants.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking around this afternoon. Hopefully you had a chance to enjoy some of the cookies that Professor Alexander baked on his spare time. We're about ready to start our third panel. This is one is on the industry response. And again, one of the perils of being a junior officer and not a senior officer, when I talk, people continue just to keep on talking anyway. No.
Why don't I get
You got it yourself?
Today's panelists include Susan Monteverde. She is the Vice President for Government Relations, American Associate of Port Authorities. Ms. Monteverde joined AAPA in 1999 to serve as the head of the Government Relations Department. She was responsible for planning, developing, and conducting AAPA's legislative and regulatory affairs program in cooperation with the AAPA President, AAPA committees, AAPA Legislative Policy Council, say that 3 times fast, and other government relations staff. Ms. Monteverde holds a BA in Political Science from the George Washington University and grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To her immediate left is Mr. Joe Cox. He's the president of American Chamber of Shipping. Mr. Cox graduated from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy back in 1967 and within a few days sailed to Vietnam. He spent 2 years on the Vietnam Sea Lift and several years sailing as second and third mate to other parts of the world. He returned to academia for 1 year to help institute a new midshipman leadership program. And after leaving the academy, he worked for the Maritime Standards Office of the Department of Labor, where he eventually became program manager of the Cargo Gear Certification Program. After 8 years in the Department of Labor, he accepted a position at the American Shipowners Association, the Chamber of Shipping of America. He progressed through jobs as a Marine Coordinator, Director of Marine Affairs, and Vice President, and was elected President in 1997. As before, we'll let the panelists speak briefly, and then we'll turn it over for questions for everybody from the audience, as long as they'd like to speak.
Thank you so much. I'm going to tell you first a little about the American Association of Port Authorities, because in looking at who's here today. A lot of you may not be familiar with us. We represent seaports in the Western Hemisphere. We just turned 100 years old. I look great for 100, don't I? Our members are public agencies, but what I'm going to talk to you about today is what we do for our U.S. members in terms of security. But just for your information, this is where our U.S. members are located. This is where the rest of our membership is. So we're all over the Western Hemisphere. As many of you know, seaport activity is a key economic driver in the United States, although, as Rodney Dangerfield said, we don't get a lot of respect. Now, 9/11, we started getting more respect, and I think we need to keep in mind how much of our economy really is related to seaports. 99% of our overseas trade goes through American seaports, and we really create a lot of jobs as well. I just want to put this up so we understand what type of cargo is coming through seaports. We often talk, and we have a lot of imports and a lot of exports. And even our exports really do often rely on imported goods to make the final U.S. manufacturing. So we really have to make sure our seaports are healthy and secure and safe. This slide shows you the types of commodities that come through seaports. As you can tell, petroleum products and crude petroleum are a vast majority of the tonnage, but we also have a variety of other things. And I like to put this up as a snapshot to make you understand that ports all vary. You know, the security you might need for petroleum ports might be a little different than if you're carrying stone aggregate or something like that. We also play an important role in national security. We support mobilization and deployment, resupply of the U.S. military. They normally a lot of their equipment goes through U.S. ports. We also service the cruise industry. 16 million North American cruise passengers in the U.S. coming into North American ports, and a lot of those are going from the U.S. to Canada or U.S. to Latin America and the Caribbean. We really at AEPA try to look at how can we explain to the general public what is the importance of seaports. And a few years ago, we really wanted to tie it more to our nation's prosperity. Our prosperity, we create jobs, trade, as you saw before, is really critical. And security and environmental stewardship is also important to our association, and we have a lot of programs aimed at these various pillars. Today I want to talk a little more about delivering safety and security. Safety, secure seaport facilities are fundamental to protecting our borders and moving our goods. And we really have to do both. We want to try, our goal is to get a system that doesn't hold up the movement of goods, but also secures America from terrorists, terrorist threats going through a port or being the subject to a terrorist attack. And we've learned a lot since 9/11. We do a lot of security really is a shared responsibility, and even more now since 9/11. We work very closely with our federal partners and we are public agencies, but we also have private industry partners who often are running the facilities. So we do a lot to collaborate with them and partner with them. And security is one of our highest priorities, especially since 9/11. We want to make sure that we keep the people, the freight, and that those two things are really essential to us, and often you have different things that you're going to do based on that. As we all know, it's been a decade after 9/11 and the tragedy that happened. As you heard earlier from our panelists, there's a slew of bills that have been passed. The Maritime Transportation Security Act passed in 2002. This is the first time we really had federal laws on how to secure our nation's seaports. Before that, you could pretty much walk up to a facility and go in, but it really tightened the regulations. And then that was followed by the Safe Port Act of 2006, and then in the 9/11 bill, we had the 100% scanning requirement, which really hasn't fully come to fruition, but is something that we watch very carefully. One of the things that really have helped United States ports the most have been the Port Security Grant Program. This was actually initiated by Congress before any of these laws were passed. The Appropriations Committee felt it was so important that we secure port facilities that they started a grant program. And the grant program really helps us do a variety of things. But there's also different regulations. We have kind of a combination of things that help secure people, cargo, facilities, and vessels. And I'm not going to talk about vessels because Joe here is an expert and he'll be talking to you about that. But we have new regulations we heard about before to protect the maritime facilities. For example, most facilities now have fencing, they have lighting, they have dockside security, which they didn't necessarily have 10 years ago. Personnel security. Almost every port has a security officers. They're required to have security officers legally, but they all have many of them brought in their own police forces as well. We have transportation worker identification cards that are required, which is a federal ID card with biometrics on it, and there are certain requirements about who can get them and who cannot. And there are access control requirements, so you can't just walk in a port. You have to, if you want this is hard to say, unescorted access, you need to have a TWIC card. Plans, training, and exercises, many people feel that's really essential, that it's so important to plan beforehand and do training, because even if your plan doesn't work, if you have good connections with your partners, you can change the plan on the fly and be very flexible. And better communication as well. We have local area maritime committees that the Coast Guard runs. We have local area plans that everybody needs to do. And so we really have a much more robust program for facility security than we did before. For cargo security, I'm just going to put these up here. The only one that I'm going to talk about today really is the radiation portal monitors. As many of you may know, anything that comes in and out of a seaport has to be run through a radiation portal monitor to make sure there's no weapons of mass destruction. When they were first put in, the federal government paid for all of those either through the Department of Energy, through the Pacific Northwest Labs, as well as Customs and Border Protection. However, those are getting old and ports are expanding and there's no money. CBP has not put together a budget to deal with this. So as we have port expansion, as the economy starts to grow again, we expect port expansion, or ports often want to reconfigure their facility. The problem is who's stuck paying this bill, and right now there's kind of a major war going on this. Unfortunately, some of the ports who want to open their facility, this is the last thing on their list, and if there is no budget, they have been kind of blackmailed into paying for it, even though it's a federal asset and they didn't have to do it before. And that's a real concern of ours. We've been working with Congress to talk a little about it. Now, I mentioned before the Port Security Grant Program has really been an essential part of the partnership between the federal government and ports in hardening our security. And I like to put this one chart up because it shows you how the funding's gone up and down for several years. We did have a goal of getting $400 million, and we got that at around round 8. It's a little less money because, of course, FEMA takes out a little money from what Congress appropriates, but we did have that for 2 years, and the round 10 also included the recovery money, so we actually were over $400 million. But you can see the last 2 years have really been significantly less, and really a concern for where are we going with this program. DHS has put together this chart that tells us most of the money, by the way, goes for operational budgets, planning, training, and exercises, and equipment are also eligible, but the bulk of it is what they'll call operational and types of, fences, lighting, things like that. The Port Security Grant Program last year saw a major shift, and that's why we took such a big drop in funding. Traditionally, Congress has line itemed this budget and told FEMA how much money they need to spend. Last year, there was a lot of concern in Congress that FEMA was very slow in getting the non-disaster grants out the door. And so Congress wanted to send a message to FEMA, so they bundled all the Homeland Security grants and cut them by 40%, and then told the secretary she should make the decision on who gets what. So we were hoping it was a 1 year, okay, we heard your message, but unfortunately, the secretary really dinged port security even more. We took a 59% decrease in 2012. She gave money to the other programs, UASI and some of the other programs, and did not give us, we expected a 40% cut, not a 59% cut. She also decided to cut the grant performance to 2 years. And this is, I can answer more in questions, I'm not going to go into the details, but this one of the biggest problems with this program is they're complex projects. We're state and local government entities, and we have to go through a lot of procurement, and FEMA has to go through a lot of steps, and they also had a third party collecting the money. So these grants were 3-year grants. You could extend it to 5 if you wanted to, but they decided last year to do 2-year grants only. Well, that meant all we're going to do is training. And while the Coast Guard and the plans have ranked different programs based on the risk we buy down, we're not funding it that way anymore. Now we're only funding, can you get it done in 2 years? We're not using a risk ranking anymore, and that's a big concern to us. We still have some problems moving forward for, the president decided that he wanted to move all the money out to the states, bundle all Homeland Security, move to the states. We are adamantly opposed to this. Ports are federal borders. We do not think the states should be asked to pay for first responders or port security. We know that we will be a loser in that, and so we are very strongly against that. As I mentioned, the funding drawdown problems continue to be a problem, and just recently, FEMA took a very hard stance. They used to almost always extend these grants. Right now, they just started to deny almost, this summer they've denied almost every grant extension. So that is a huge problem with this grant program, and we are very concerned. Now at this funding level, all we're going to get is sustainment of what we have now. We are not going to carry out the maritime security plans that were developed regionally, and we also are going to probably stop having as many regional, bigger, good idea projects. We're just going to do training and things that can be done quickly, and and we're very concerned. So as we look forward, some of the biggest issues, the Port Security Grant Program is the biggest issue for us. The funding level, the extensions are huge to us. We don't want to have the money sent to the states as well. We also don't want to limit eligibility. That's been discussed as the size of the federal budget contracts. Our concern is we don't want to have a soft underbelly of underprotected ports. Why wouldn't the terrorists just go to a port that is underprotected? I mean, this is an international border. You have to have a level of security at all seaports. We also, as John talked about, there is some legislation in Congress. It doesn't look like it's going to move, so I won't go in there. The cost share, sometimes there's a cost share for this program, sometimes there's not. That has also been a difficulty for the program. And as you heard before, the TWIC reader rule is big on our agenda. A lot of the port security money was to install the readers, but we got the grants, but we never got the rules. So everyone kind of giving their money back. And that's not what we really necessarily want to do. Finally, communication and partnerships. What makes this program really successful in port security is being able to share with the intelligence community what's happening, and often that doesn't really happen because sometimes the security person at the port doesn't have the necessary security background or clearance. And while Coast Guard's done a good job trying to address that through maritime security committees, not everybody's on a maritime security committee. So we still hear from folks saying that this is a problem. You know, the transfer of the information is kind of one way, and you get vague information because you have to protect security sensitive information. So that's what I wanted to tell you from the facility side. And we'll turn it over to Joe, who's going to talk to you about the vessel side. Let me turn this on. Okay, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the end.
I've never seen this before. It's kind of an interesting, it looks like the old 1940s things. Yeah, well, I would. My mother told me about it.
As I was prepared, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you and do these presentation. I must say that yesterday Susan and I communicated, and I'm going to put you on the spot, Susan, because she calls me up and she goes, "What are you going to talk about?" And I said, "Well, I've been preparing some things." And she says, "Do you have a PowerPoint or anything like that?" And I said, "No." She says, "Well, neither do I, so we'll be okay." So I show up here today and she goes, "Oh, I want to tell you I do have one." Now, whether or not she knew that prior to the phone call to me, we will leave it
I
up
did
for the
not.
questions afterwards, okay?
Forgot I had done.
But I've got to tell you that when I see the word policy, I know that I'm speaking to people who are involved in thinking things through and coming up with things, and what they need to hear from is sort of like people on the pointy end of the spear, because those are people facing the issues, and the people behind that are thinking and trying to go, where are they going to go, and what are we going to do when we get there, that type of policy question. I think that's very important. And I got to tell you that when I was a young man, not too long ago, I thought all this policy stuff was a lot of bunk, you know. When you had mission statements, that was a bunch of crap. You know, we're out here trying to do a job. What do we need all this stuff for? But I really think it's critical. It's critical to form the basis, the backbone of any organization and what it wants to do. So the task you have at this institute, is it an institute? Okay. I think is quite important in the sense of getting things out there. And so my job today for you, I took my watch off, don't need to, you got a clock back there, good thing, is I'm going to be hopefully a bit provocative. And I'm going to present some issues and I'm going to ask some questions myself, which may not be comfortable for those within the government to have to deal with. Because frankly, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that our government is perfect and does everything absolutely right the first time out of the box. In fact, I don't think they do things very right all along. I think policy has to be shifted almost constantly, consistently, based on the input that is happening today. The policy that we developed yesterday may not be valid tomorrow. It may not be valid because of what is happening today. So we have to take a look at it. So the decisions we make for example, expenditures made last year may not be appropriate this year. May not be. We may have wasted some money, all right? But was it a waste? I'll let you tell me. What were we thinking when the planes hit the two towers, when the plane hit the Pentagon, and fortunately one plane hit the ground, albeit with Americans on board? Do you remember what we were thinking? There was almost a total, you know, unbelievable, what could this be? So in the maritime, what we started to think about was, what could happen to us? What would it be? And I got to tell you that very quickly we thought, well, ships. Ships can only have sort of like two roles in this whole thing. One is a ship can be a target of a terrorist, and the other one is the ship could be used as a vehicle of terrorism. And so the ship as a target side, we evolved within the association saying, well, it would be more of an environmental type terrorism activity. And if you want to know what an environmentalism terrorist activity could be, think Deepwater Horizon and the total cessation, is that right, or cessation? Come on, you're all smart policy people. How do you pronounce it? Cessation, okay. We stopped doing everything in the Gulf of Mexico. We still don't do a lot of things in the Gulf of Mexico. That, I suggest has terrorist aspects to it. So you can see that if there's a vessel that's involved in one of those. The vessel as a method of terrorism, the first thing that the operators thought about was, would my vessel be taken over and would it be used to, let's say, go up the Houston Ship Channel and scuttle itself, and therefore you block the Houston Ship Channel? Sounds like I'm telling you, this is how we thought. And, you know, what would the economic effect be of blocking the Houston Ship Channel for 3 months? Would there be a devastating effect on our importation of crude oil and the refining of crude oil? Maybe not so now. We got build the pipeline, bring it down, we'll refine it and send it back up to you. So that was the issue that was facing us. We had our By the way, I have a whole bunch of, I went back, I had a great time the last couple of days. I went through all my files, and I learned something about, I said, God, Joe, you've been in all these meetings. You've actually attended all these things. You've heard all these good things. You've heard all these completely crazy ideas come out. So I thought I'd share with you a few of the meetings we were at as they progressed during that initial time on this issue, okay? And the first one that I was asked was on October 2nd of 2001. Remember, September, it's 3 weeks later. The U.S. Senate held a hearing. I wish John was here because the House should act as quickly, right? They held a hearing on terrorism, maritime security. What are we doing? And we noted at that point in testimony, the primary focus of ship operations is efficient ship operations. When has anybody ever thought in this world that we're in today that, well, I'll make my shoes in Utah because it's cheaper than making them in China and transporting them. The transportation costs are too great. Nah, we've made it extremely easy to manufacture things all around the world and bring them to wherever they're needed, whether it's U.S. exported or U.S. imported. So that's what we do. And those industry characteristics are, we have different nationalities of owners, different nationalities of operators, different nationality of flag, different nationality of officers, and different nationalities of unlicensed. And that's all on, ladies and gentlemen, the same ship. That's what our interest is. So, I was just making these points. We noted some things that we're doing as an industry within that construct that we thought was important. We thought the Coast Guard is already requesting crew lists 4 days in advance of a ship arrival. The ship control access in foreign ports had to be beefed up from our standpoint. The ship had to maintain watch on the water side because that's where you're going to attack a ship. You know, if you're going to do damage to it, you go from the water side. So we started doing waterside watch keeping. Ship communications is always open. Do you know today that there's not an owner out there who's worth his salt or her salt that doesn't know exactly where their ship is, exactly what speed it's going at, and when she's expected to get in? If that ship slows down, I tell you, the owner or the operator can be on the phone quickly saying, Captain, why did you slow down? So there's continuous communications. Second meeting I went to was January 3rd, 2002. How far are we away from September 11 now? Okay. Shortly, during the fall of October, November time frame, the IMO had a assembly meeting or a council meeting, I'm not sure which, but I do know that the United States government went there and said, can we do something about maritime security on terrorism? And the IMO said, sure, and they sort of cut out a little deal and they said, we'll hold a meeting on security as early as possible in 2002 in February. And so they scheduled the meeting. Now, a little trivia thing, the U.S. government didn't realize that it's going to have to pay for the meeting. So when the meeting was set up, then they got handed the bill for, well, here's the bill. But international meetings with simultaneous translation into 7 languages are not cheap. So, but the government had said we're going to do it, so they couldn't back away from it. So they got into it. On January 3rd, the Coast Guard held a preparatory meeting for that IMO meeting. Now remember that we are 4 months after the event. And the Coast Guard came in talking about automated identification. Everybody know what AIS is, Automated Identification System? Little quick thing, you know where that started? The Coast Guard had suggested a few years prior to that, to 2001, it was in the late 90s, they suggested that a vessel traffic service system on the Mississippi River would be upgraded and they'd have TV cameras located at turns in the river, and they would have radars located at particular spots, and that all this information would be funneled into the government. Well, we and the American Waterways operators went into a meeting with the Coast Guard and said, bad idea. With today's communications and radio, we can put a transponder on our ships, and we could transpond to each other, so that a tow coming down the river, a ship coming up, could see each other on their radars because of AIS. So we said, why don't you require us to put AIS on? And by the way, if you want to tag into that system and put it onto your computers for you to see it as the government, fair enough, but require us to do it. That was the initial AIS. What was the drawback of AIS, by the way? It was line of sight. So you couldn't go more than like 15 miles, 20 miles, depending on where you had the transponder. At this meeting, the other thing the Coast Guard talked about putting to the international community was security plans, port plans. Got to have those, right, Suze? Okay. ID verification and background checks of seafarers, ship security officers, company security officers, container exams at the port of origin. Wouldn't Chris Cook love to have these notes from a meeting in 2002? Port vulnerability assessments, ship alerting systems. The ship alerting system was actually in operation by the Exxon Mobil Corporation after the Exxon Valdez. They realized that the corporation was under some problems associated with perhaps a ship having something, think environmental terrorism, but from an environmental side, not necessarily from an international terrorist side. Think what would happen to that company if they had another ship that was engaged in something that spilled oil and caused a problem. So they actually had ship alerting on their vessels. And in a separate comment to the Coast Guard, discussion with the Coast Guard, they said, wouldn't this be a good idea to have on all ships? And so, bingo, here it came in as a suggestion from the Coast Guard to the International Maritime Organization. At this same time, are you interested in the more meetings, or are you interested in details on that one? At the same time that was going on with respect to the Coast Guard's interactions at the international community, the Coast Guard was interacting with the U.S. Congress, saying we should have a law, which turned out to be the Maritime Transportation Security Act. But the Congress was very involved in the partnership with the Coast Guard in terms of whether it should be or not be. And what happened was there was a dialogue going on between the Coast Guard and the Congress as things developed internationally. Congress was starting to say, well, here's, they accepted all that input. They also provided input back to the Coast Guard to go international, to take back to the international. I should say that the result of that interplay was that OPA 90, did everybody remember OPA 90? God, how could you forget the oil spill legislation that changed the world? The paradigm responsibility within OPA 90 was it was a plan, not an operational requirement. So you had to plan for the event of an oil spill, but operationally you wouldn't be held to that plan. You would have to act within the system. That was the paradigm that Congress told Coast Guard they would like to see in any document, so that we would plan, but we wouldn't, on a terrorist incident, but we wouldn't be held responsible. Why is that important? Can anybody spell liability? Do you think you can buy enough insurance as an owner to be liable for a terrorist incident? Insurance isn't going to be available. Congress knew that, so they said, okay, we'll require you to be liable to plan for it and have everything in place, but when something happens, all bets are off. I think that was a pretty far-thinking thought process for the Congress. See, in general, they don't really think that well, but I must have been a good individual there for something. Too bad John isn't here. He would have appreciated that remark. On January 25th of 2002, I got a call from the FBI, and they said, can you come down and see us? And I said, oh, where are you? The FBI, of course, is on Pennsylvania Avenue there. It looks like a building that's been shot at by John Dillinger. But they actually had something called the National Infrastructure Protection Committee. I don't know whether it's committee, there's a C, it's NIPC, National Infrastructure Protection, make up a word. They existed under presidential directive to protect cyber, all right? And I want you to keep cyber in mind for when I get to the end of my comments, which I know you'll be happy to hear will be about 5 minutes from now. they wanted to fire up and become active in the industry's reactions. And they were the first government agency that came to us and said, we want to partner with you to try and see what you can do to form a protective scenario. And unfortunately, it didn't last very long because they were in partnership with a lot of other government agencies, and we all know, no, maybe we don't all know where that goes. Where that usually goes is the government agencies sit in a room and talk to each other. And they do not always, note the fuzzy-wuzzy words there, they don't always go out and find out what's really going on. Was that unkind, Susan? Okay. Was it accurate? Who said no? Okay, you'll have your chance. Okay. And I have my facts. Okay. The second, oops, I already put it away. We had our own meeting as the Chamber of Shipping of America in June of 2002. Now, there was an international meeting between January, February, and June. It happened in April or May. We went overseas. We just sort of initiated this discussion internationally, and we put a lot of things on the table. The first thing that the Coast Guard representative, I happened to be in the working group, and I kind of smiled when this happened. I thought, oh, God. He said, we have to be concerned about maritime domain awareness. Now, all of us, that flows off of our tongue today, right? But at that point, I didn't know what the heck he was talking about. And I said, if I, as the American sitting here, don't know what he's talking about, I know that the international community doesn't have a clue. So I went up to the guy at a break, and I said, what is maritime domain awareness? You better explain it, because you're using a security buzzword that not everybody was familiar with. And that was the first meeting. That was, I think, it was in the March or April timeframe. The Chamber had its meeting in June to review what the federal government had put on the table at the IMO, and like I say, it's got a bunch of stuff here. And it was all those issues that ended up in the document, or many of the issues in it. But here's the interesting thing. I was reading through these notes a couple days ago, and it was June of 2002. And back here, down in the little corner, just as one of the notes I read says, piracy guidelines, take a look at these. My members were talking security and interactions, and in 2002, one of them very, very perceptively brought into issue piracy in 2002. I thought that was amazing when I reread those notes. Okay. September 2002 was the major meeting at the IMO, and that was the meeting where the International Chamber of Shipping, I should say the Chamber of Shipping of America has represented American ship owners since 1917 under various name changes of our organization. And we were founding members of the International Chamber in 1922. And I have some colleagues here. I know colleagues from Norway, or certainly they're a major player. The ship owners are a major player in the International Chamber of Shipping, and probably were founding members. I don't have any idea. But anyway, we were presenting, not only Chamber was presenting its issues to the Coast Guard, but internationally the ship owners were grouped together to have a common viewpoint to the folks at the International Maritime Organization. And I think if anybody wants any copies of these, they're for sale. Just give me your information, and I'll be glad to let you have a look. But I think you'll be surprised at the fact of how much the ship owning community, and I should say ship operating there too, accepted all the changes and all the interactions from the various governments through the IMO. We accepted all those, and I've got to tell you, zero money. My members at our meetings and the members at the International Chamber, when we were doing, said, we're not asking for any funding. We are more than happy if we think that this security thing is going to work. We will put the issues, we will make the hardware available on the ships, and we will make the training available to our personnel, and we will add any personnel necessary. The critical thing you should know about that is it's a level playing field for every ship owner, right? If everybody has to do it, then the cost structure is the same. I differentiate that from the port area where there's extreme competition among ports. So they have to be careful about saying money is no object. Did I say money is no object? Uh-oh, now I'm in trouble. Okay, I did not. TWIC. Yay, TWIC. Transportation Workers ID Card. Do you know why Maritime has a Transportation Workers ID Card? That's rhetorical. Do you know that why it's called Transportation Workers? It's called that because every transportation worker is supposed to have one. Raise your hand if you think any transportation workers outside the Maritime are ever going to have to be required to have one of these vile things that you probably couldn't go to your library and get a library card using this thing. I'm being provocative. Oops. Trying to be provocative. I know there's people who support this type of thing. We have it. We, the Chamber of Shipping, lobbied. Bad word, isn't it? Lobbied. Ooh, there's people exercising their First Amendment rights. I can't believe it. We lobbied the Coast Guard saying that we have a mobile workforce, various people that can get on a ship in one port, get off another, they can pick another ship out of a different port, they can go home for 6 months, they can come back, very mobile. We shouldn't really be a test animal for this system. Coast Guard agreed, went to DHS. TSA, I think, was the operative agency that was dealing with it at the time, and they agreed. They said, okay, you'll be last in line, we're going to have some first. Then an interesting thing happened. Some licenses and a licensing stamping machine, I don't know, it's sort of like a seal, was stolen from a Coast Guard office in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the Coast Guard in an analysis said, we don't know how many invalid certificates are out there for officers and unlicensed personnel. Guess what the really wonderful answer was? You know, if we require TWICs, every seafarer is going to have to come in and get a TWIC. And when they come in, they're going to have to show us their credentials. And so we're going to be able to control these credentials, all right? Ergo, Maritime has TWIC. But yeah, I'll keep going a little bit. You don't mind there, do you, Lieutenant Commander? Yeah, okay. I'm going to skip this one. This was a Maritime Security hearing in July of 2003 where the Congress looked into, no, it wasn't a hearing. Yeah, it was a security hearing. There were 400 plus attendees, so you can imagine what came out of that one. In 2004, the Chamber had a meeting. We talked about terminal access by company personnel, vendors, and seafarers in 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still talking about access of seafarers to shore leave, and this is 2011. And there are still not only foreign citizens, but U.S. citizens that are not permitted to come ashore. For U.S. citizens, it's in their own country. And the rationale given is, well, security. I think that's some bogus issues. What are the issues that we're still facing here? I wrote down here in my notes, TWIC and then joke. I was going to say something about they're both four-letter words, but I won't do that. It's important because, do you know, when we talk about this, how many border crossings do you think the United States has to deal with on any day? If you say 1 million, you're in the right ballpark. 1 million people coming in and out of this country every day. Is that a concern? Nah, somebody said no up here, so. Yes? And what was the other one? Oh, yeah. Back in the day, I don't know how many, it's probably increased or decreased based on it, but there were 30,000 containers coming into the country every day on a daily basis. And so they talk about container scanning. Yeah. Okay. Container scanning is still with us as an issue. There's an organization, the World Shipping Council, that represents all the international-owned carriers. We represent domestic container operators. But if anybody has ever been down to Miami or any southern port and seen the number of small vessels that come in from the Caribbean, and I'm not sure that containers are really a big issue. if you have all these other methods of entry into the country where the person bringing it in would actually still have control over the thing that they want to maintain control of, and they haven't given it over to somebody else to load into the container. So it's an issue. The Seafarers Identification Document at the ILO 185, I think, while the world is trying to get everybody to adopt it, I really think it's never going to happen. I was the spokesman for the ship owners on the issue. It's because that the clever folks said, well, this will be used as an entry document to come into any country. Not going to happen in the United States. You're going to have a passport with a visa. You just, it's a dead duck. Oh, I got to talk about one of my, ISAC. What, I couldn't think what the I stood for. Intra-industry? Or Industry Sharing Advisory Coalition or Center, ISAC. Susan and I have spent any number of hours bored to death at meetings listening to various government agencies talk about how well they're doing all the security stuff. And then they came to us and said, oh, we don't want association executives on here. We want people from the companies. And I said, okay, I, for one, am not open to putting any one of my members into a situation because I want to maintain their membership and cash their dues checks. Sure access. Can I shift a little bit, Lieutenant?
We have another one at 4, so I'm going to give the opportunity for some folks to ask some questions.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to prevent questions because I got some anxious people here. Piracy. The main terrorism aspect affecting ship owners today is piracy. And I know you heard something at lunch from Donna Hopkins, so I'll be brief. We tried to get the attention of the government since around 2008 that there was a problem. And in 2009, on April 18th, was when Maersk, Alabama was fired on. And I can tell you I had an interesting aspect there. I was at the Naval War College. I was the only civilian in a room filled with active and retired Navy personnel. The issue was piracy, a 2-day conference. The first day of the conference, they asked me what I thought. I said, well, we need government protection, blah, blah, blah. And I remember a vice admiral retired saying, Joe, you have a problem, but it's not our problem. I woke up the next morning for the second day of the system, and I turned on the TV, and it's U.S. Today or whatever the program was. Maersk, Alabama's taken. Captain held captive in the thing. And so I go into the room, and they canceled all the program. They said, we're going to reassess it. Joe, you're the first one up. So I'm the first one up, and I say, first thing, don't do anything that's going to harm our crew, put our crew in danger. And the same vice admiral says, Cox, he says, when we do these things, there's always collateral damage. I thought, okay. From that time on, I knew that we were going to have to put guns on our ships. Whether they would be government guns or not, we were going to put them on, because there could not be another Maersk, Alabama, because there would be dead Americans. And so I knew we were going to protect. Coast Guard asked me to hold a meeting. I held a meeting where the government was invited, but since I initiated the meeting, it wasn't the Open Meeting Act requirements weren't appropriate. I just happened to call the meeting for the command center at the Coast Guard. So we were in the command center at the Coast Guard, and to a company, everybody was saying, how do we get our plans so that we can have the guns on board the ships and the teams on board and have it in our ship security plan, but we don't have to identify what they're doing. And that was the nature of the meeting. And today, there's not an American ship going in that area that isn't protected. The International Chamber of Shipping Board was reluctant to put guns on ships, and so I kept saying to them, we got guns on our ships. And finally, at one meeting, it was in late 2000 and about September 2010, they said, we think we ought to have some protection. And today, I think you probably have 80% of the vessels in the Indian Ocean area probably are going with armed support. And I'm going to say that we're back in the 18th century. We're in the 1700s where ships have to protect themselves. And that's simply going to, is that me? Yeah. Ships have to protect themselves. We have to protect our seafarers. And we have to do it because the government's, you can't protect the Indian Ocean. It's not going to happen. And a little final, aren't you happy to see I'm putting my papers away, Cap? The, at an international meeting, you know what it is? Am I blowing this onto the thing? See, at an international meeting, the captain representing the Navy forces in the Indian Ocean made this statement. It's a public statement. He says, before piracy, roughly 1 out of 4 Somalis that went onto the ocean didn't come home. You know, because the ocean's not an inviting place in small craft. And he says now the figure is 1 out of 2. What number is it going to have to get down to before the young Somalis who don't have a pot and, you know, what's it going to get down to before they say, well, we're not going to be pirates anymore? The solution, did Donna tell you? The solution's a SOAR solution. It's a stateless, and we have to come in. We got 4 minutes for any questions I think that Susan would like to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, and
Don't call on him, he's obstructive.
thorough briefing indeed, and I can't imagine anybody have any questions for Mr. Cox at this point. If you do, perhaps you'll be kind enough to sit around afterwards, but if you have something for Ms. Monteverde, anybody?
Oh, I'll let him ask his question.
Okay, well, I promise you get the, go ahead.
Thank you for being so kind. First of all, you make a great presentation. Your role as a provocatory agent was outstanding, especially your question regarding what the ships are carrying as vessels. I think the answer is pretty obvious. They are carrying drugs from the different drug cartels of the world, and specifically in the Western Hemisphere, the FARC, that is at the same time a drug cartel, is a terrorist organization that is linked to Hezbollah. In regards to the shipping industry, as I mentioned you during the coffee break, most of the companies have ships with flags, or Liberian flags, or Turkish flags raised at Panama. So in some way, what we are talking about formal pirates against informal ones, or what's the real deal? No, because as a provocatory agent, you have made very good questions.
Thank you. Wasn't even a question.
What are you going to do?
Hire lawyers. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We were talking about pirates, weren't we?
Yeah.
Well, it might be the same battle.
Okay, one final question.
Yes, Ms. Monteverde, I was wondering, how do your other funds come in? And do you have any sort of taxing capabilities where seaports can charge something to larger vessels that come in?
You mean, where do our other funds come for security or port operations generally? Well, let me first start with security. Several ports and port areas have gone to the Federal Maritime Commission and agreed on a pricing schedule. And I think it's off our website. Not everyone does it, but I know for the Gulf, for example, the Gulf members have gotten together and agreed to a certain security fee that they charge all vessels. And legally, under our laws, they can go to the FMC and they're exempt from antitrust discussions, so they can set fees like that. I know in New York, I believe it's the New York Shipping Association, or one of the New York groups, it's not the Port Authority, has a security fee. So certain ports do have security fees. There's not a uniform answer for how you collect fees for port operations. Some, for example, have taxing authority. On the Pacific Northwest, their property taxes go for port operations. Most of them, though, use tariffs. Some of them get money through the states. The state helps operate them if they're an operating port. Some of even the city operating ports, if they need dredging and they have to pay a cost share for that, the state legislature will appropriate money. So it really depends. It's a hodgepodge of different things. There's not one uniform standards. Port authorities are either state port authorities or city entities that are independent. They're independent entities, but they either report back to a city, like Los Angeles and Long Beach are cities, but South Carolina State Port Authority is a state port authority. And then you have New York Port Authority, which is by state. It's New York and New Jersey. So they have tariffs that they charge, they have docking fees they have charge, some of them have security fees they charge, and some of them do have taxing authorities, but it varies by state and different entities.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Monteverde, in closing, did you want to perhaps respond to anything Mr. Cox said, or any closing remarks of your own?
Well, Joe reminds me that we've been to way too many security meetings since 9/11. Anyway, we are both a lot younger, but I think, you know, I'm very proud, and Joe is too. We spent a lot of time thinking about it, and as an institute, that's the policy side. I am a registered lobbyist, but what I love is policy. And security is really a great area where we really had nothing, and in a very short time period we had to throw stuff together and get it passed. And we haven't gotten it all right, but I think everybody has stronger security than we did on 9/11.
We certainly have a, if I may, we have a maritime domain awareness now. And I think there's a critical aspect to that, like what have we accomplished? You know, what have we really accomplished? And I think the maritime industry was the first one out of the box after 9/11 that as an industry, and I give the Coast Guard credit for getting the IMO involved, the International Maritime Organization, but I think it was a very strong signal out sort of in a I don't know, an appreciation way of the general public that, hey, this maritime crowd's taking care of itself. And I think that in itself tells anybody who wants to attack you, let's say you're, that where do you attack? You attack in the weakest spot. And so I think there was a strong signal that the maritime was positioning itself to not be that weak spot. And so I think that was a huge benefit for our initial actions. But like I said in my opening comments, does that justify continuing doing the same? Well, I leave that up for the policy folks.
Okay, thank you very much. So stay tuned. We'll have the final panel of the afternoon with the international response, and also followed up by closing remarks by General Gray. We'll just take a quick break while we switch out the panel, and we'll get started here in a few minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, I wasn't want to say hello to my academic. Did we see anything New York from under the 80s, when was the attack on this, you know, the privates playing armies were quite more, you know, the agency they couldn't get me.
You're a tourist. We're even smaller.
Take it easy. I enjoy your evenings. It's good that you read.
Thank you very much.
Most companies.
You got yeah, we have one more.
That I don't know. I mean, I imagine it would be 1980s where we would have people. So we have that. Shall we?
The Maritime Attaches.
Gene Jackson, our executive vice president, often does talk, not on security, but on courts issues. I don't know, a few years ago, she does about once a year. I know she's been invited before, but, you know, we'd be happy to.
So then we're walking distance to the Dutch embassy.
Yeah, I think. They can come for hours. Yeah, so you yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's
That's why it's big.
So what's going to happen? I mean, now with all the buzz about the U.S. going independent, military independent.
Certainly,
Well, I mean, a lot of these private terminals do. Yeah, I mean, that's
They're
going
going
to
to
be.
simply have to come up with some kind of new line of business.
Well, a lot of it's just a private terminal.
Right, the next step is in internal.
Are you represent public?
Yes. Private terminals, that figure I showed you was everybody. Because the law, private.
So the oil terminals, they could be oil company owned or?
Some of them are, some of them are public and some are
Anything else?
a lot of them, if they're going right into a
For them, the future might look.
Okay, in the interest of time, we're going to go ahead and try to get folks seated and get going.
Okay. This one, then to move forward. This one to go back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you too.
Yes. So to do a quick introduction, in the interest of time, get people kind of out the door. They don't want to hear me talk. I'll be right there.
Okay, I called you Captain, right? Commander, sorry, Commander.
Lieutenant Commander, technically, but telephone
Okay, thank you very much.
Are you going to come here to?
Yeah, I'll come, because I'm going to need to look at my slides.
And in fact, while you're talking, I'll also have time to draw lines through some of my paragraphs that I've pre-marked.
Okay.
Okay, I know some of you have more arduous commutes than I, and so we're going to go ahead and get started. Our panelists are here, and we want to leave time for General Gray to have some remarks so we can still close our session today by 5 o'clock. So without further ado, let me introduce Jeremy Mell. He is the Deputy Counselor of Sustainable Development and Transportation for the Embassy of France. He occupies the post of Deputy Counselor for Sustainable Development and Transportation at the Embassy, where his areas of responsibility include all transport modes, aviation, maritime, rail, road, and mass transit, with regard to legislative initiatives, particularly relating to safety, security, energy, and environment. Also sitting on the panel to his left is Professor Robert Turner. He's from the University of Virginia. He's an Associate Director for the Center for National Security Law. Mr. Turner both holds professional and academic doctorates from the University of Virginia School of Law. He is the co-founder for the Center of National Security Law with Professor John Norton Moore in April 1981 and has served as Associate Director since then. Again, I'll keep these quick, brief. There's full bios in your handouts that you have. But again, without further ado, let me turn over to Mr. Mell.
Thank you, Commander, and thank you. Good afternoon. If you listen to my bio, I think you'd agree with me that I have every reason to be extremely humble in the company of experts on maritime security that have been assembled here today. I do indeed work at the French Embassy. Just a word on that. You probably have an idea about what a Frenchman should sound like, and I apologize if I don't live up to that expectation. It's the result of an early adult life, or no, childhood and early adult life lived in the UK. So I'm from the French Embassy, and I work in the office of the Councillor for Sustainable Development and Transportation. I'd like to thank the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies and Professor Alexander for inviting me to speak here. Also Stephen Caldwell for encouraging Professor Alexander to invite me to speak here. And it'll be my pleasure to give you a general overview of the approach to implementing maritime security in one foreign region, that is the European Union, and more particularly in one state within that region, which is the state of France. In fact, this panel is the international panel, but as I've been sitting here today, I've realized that really no discussion on maritime security can take place without discussing the international aspect, and that has been the case throughout the day. So perhaps just to give you an idea of where I want to go.
Sitting right in the middle of
wrong
your
way round.
slides.
Okay, sorry. Yes, okay.
I think you should move to the side. You're bringing the building.
Okay, so just I'd just like to start by giving you a little bit of background. It seems to me, from my work in the area, that as you go from one region to another, one state to another, when you're talking about security in any transport mode, the perspectives are very much conditioned by the experiences of those particular regions and other particularities, geographical particularities and so on. And so it's probably worth spending a little bit of time on what is specific to France in that respect. And then I'll just deal very quickly with the approaches and organisation of three aspects of maritime security, which will be port and vessel security, passenger and cargo, and then piracy. And then I'd like to finish just by mentioning the existence of an international group here in Washington working in the maritime sector, bringing together maritime attaches from a number of different embassies, and I'll finish up with that. So, if we look at the French experience of terrorism transportation, I've just picked out the main events which have imprinted on the French mind the different threats that exist. The 1994 Air France hijacking of an aircraft by the armed Islamic group in Algiers, where they killed 3 passengers, then flew the aircraft to Marseille with the intention of going on to Paris to fly it into the Eiffel Tower, but the journey was stopped in Marseille by the intervention of the GIGN, which is the intervention group of the police. And shortly after that, in 1995, the focus turned to transit and ground transportation terrorism, with a series of bombings in the capital of Paris by the same group, in total killing 8 people and injuring more than 100 in a number of train stations and also near the Arc de Triomphe, near major landmarks. I've also included 9/11 because it is a profoundly international event. It was a profoundly international event. 373 foreign victims, including French people. And some of you may know that on the day, the Le Monde newspaper had it as its headline, "Nous sommes tous Américains," we are all Americans. So just to underline that in any country's experience of terrorism, 9/11 is of course an international event. 2002 brought a maritime security event with the attack on the Limburg in Yemen, and then staying in the maritime domain, 2008 we had the piracy attack of the luxury yacht Le Ponant, which was seized by Somali pirates in the Gulf of Aden. They weren't carrying any passengers at the time. The 30 crew members were taken hostage, but were freed several days later, and subsequently French troops captured some of the pirates. And then also a number of other events in surrounding areas, the transit attacks in Madrid and London in 2004-2005, and also we have now 6 hostages being held in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's just just to say that the French experience of transportation terrorism is wide-ranging. It covers all modes of transport, and it's also extended over a long period of time. We've been living through this for nearly 20 years. So perhaps then just to talk about France as a maritime nation, and a coastline of 3,500 miles. two major coastal facades with the English Channel and the Mediterranean. Of course, the Atlantic is there too, but the main ports are on the English Channel and the Mediterranean Sea. And in addition to that, the overseas territories in the Caribbean, South America, the Guyane, and in Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean, Saint-Pierre-and-Miquelon in the Atlantic Ocean off the Canadian coast, all of which gives France a very large EEZ of 4.25 million square miles and makes it second in the world, in fact, very surprising for such a small country. With 72% of our trade carried out by sea. So we have 7 major ports on the mainland, and also 4 major ports in the overseas territories, accounting for over 350 million tons of cargo per year and 28 million passengers a year, of which 88% is mostly ferry traffic, and that's another important feature of our maritime sector, is the importance of ferry transportation. So French shipping, 1,400 French operated vessels, 700 under French flag, of which 220 are ICTS regulated, and the company CGM is third container line in the world. So a strong maritime activity, which has been recently underlined under the new government of President Hollande, with the appointment of a Minister of Transport with a very strong maritime background. Then just a little bit of visual, that's just to give you an idea of the ports, and particularly the ferry ports around Europe, before we focus in on France. So a huge amount of ferry traffic to move people between different parts of the countries and different countries as well. And then focusing in on France, the main ports are named around the coast. The blue arrows show passenger traffic. The grey boxes indicate the two principal container ports, Le Havre and Marseille, and the red boxes are oil and petroleum product ports mostly. So that gives us 7 ICTS regulated ports in metropolitan France, and the 4 that I mentioned earlier. And we're also acquiring the island of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean as an extra department. The process is underway. Gives you an idea of, excuse it, my apologies for it being in French. Little test for you. Just to give you an idea of cargo volumes, grey is liquid bulks in those pie charts. Blue is dry bulks, green is miscellaneous cargo, and red is containers. So as you can see, the principal container ports are Le Havre and Marseille. And then looking at passenger volumes, very large volumes on the English Channel, going over to the UK, and also high volumes on the Mediterranean, mostly domestic traffic to Corsica. What I really wanted to do here is just give you some of the key names. I don't want you to memorize them. I won't be testing you at the end of the talk. That really would be unfair at this stage of the day. But just to say that on a strategic level, there are 2 ministerial prime ministerial secretariats who establish strategies. We were talking about interagency working earlier today and on several occasions during the day. And it's the role of these 2 secretariats to carry out the interagency coordination at a strategic level. But after that, we have the Ministry of Transportation, which is in fact the Ministry of Ecology, Sustainable Development and Energy. It doesn't even have the word transportation in it, but the Ministry of Transport is in there, who has the job of overseeing the port and vessel security plans under the ICTS code, and also where the national point of contact, as defined by SOLAS, is to be found. Customs plays a role, that's part of the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Defence is involved in the, and Ministry of Affairs are involved in the anti-piracy measures. And then we have local and operational actors. We have prefects, who are responsible for organising interventions and actions on land in different departments. And then we have 3 maritime prefects, one for each coastline, who are responsible for organising interventions and actions on the sea, in the territorial waters. And they control, the maritime prefects control 5 centres, regional centres for surveillance and research, called CROSS, and another 2 are situated in the Caribbean and the Indian Ocean. And then, of course, National Police and Customs work together, and there again there's a coordinating unit called UCLAT, which assists them their work together. As a result of the introduction of the ICTS code and its translation into national law, a doctrine of maritime security was set up in 2006, and so just here is a brief summary. Basic objectives are to prevent attacks against vessels and their passengers, prevent introduction of arms and sabotage in ports, port facilities and vessels, and to prevent the use of maritime transporters as a terrorist vector. And as a result of that, we've seen the creation of restricted access areas for ports, the checking of passengers and cargo, and the monitoring of port waters and approaches for maritime domain awareness. Perhaps just mention already some of the challenges that we face in France with regard to that. The compatibility of these access controls and the movement in restricted areas with the operational constraints and the free flow of commerce and people. Also, we're concerned about the effectiveness of these tools and the tools and methods of detection and of explosives, and the cost effectiveness of the monitoring of port waters. And our government is currently undertaking a review of all these processes based on recent experience. I don't have a publication date for that, but I think we're looking at something in 2013. So just looking then at port and vessel security, the regulatory frameworks are the IMO instruments that we've talked about today. These were transposed into EU regulations in over 2004, period 2004-2008, and those EU regulations have in turn been transposed into French law. On the third line below the French regulations, a reference to an extra layer of protection, which is the Vigipirate plan, which defines 4 levels of alert for preparation and reaction to perceived threats as they arise. Implementation then is by the individual port facilities and vessel operators, and the oversight of these plans is carried out by the Ministry of Transport, which I mentioned earlier, with a team of national auditors who go out, inspections of those audits by the EU Commission on a regular basis, and, as we've mentioned already today, involvement of the US Coast Guard by visits that have taken place over the last 3 or 4 years to French ports. If you want the details, I think we had the Coast Guard was in Dunkirk, Calais and Le Havre on the English Channel in 2008, Marseille 2009, the West Indies in 2010, and in Rouen, which is another port which I showed, which was on the map, which is a river port between the English Channel and Paris. Passenger and cargo security. On the passenger side, the border police, part of the Ministry of Interior, is responsible, and the most significant aspects of that are related to the ferry traffic. Cruise traffic is increasing in the Mediterranean, but it's still dominated by ferry traffic, and perhaps the most significant initiative that France has taken in this area is the Le Touquet agreement with the UK in order to deal with the flows of traffic between France and the United Kingdom. And then, of course, there's also the domestic traffic with Corsica. On the cargo side, we have the involvement of French customs on inspections of cargo, containers, and also providing intelligence. And I just listed here the main landmarks of European USA cooperation in this area, which is of particular concern to the United States. So we have the CSI program is running in ports in 10 European states, of which Le Havre and Marseille are 2, and that's been going on since 2002. France has been part of the Proliferation Security Initiative since 2003. And since very recently, 2012, this year, we've had mutual recognition of our respective trusted shipper programs, which are CTPAT and the Authorized Economic Operator, AEO. And I've also added, as a sign of cooperation, the recognition by DHS of European concerns for the 100% scanning mandate. Maybe not exactly cooperation, but it's a sign of convergence of thinking. And then, just to finish with the different cargo, security problems. A word on our involvement in anti-piracy measures. We are a part of the EU naval operation Atalante. We are one of the few countries in Europe which do not currently authorize private armed guards on board ships, but we do, the state does provide military armed guards to vessels that request. And we are actively involved in discussions internationally that are going on with regard to private contracted armed security personnel. And we actively promote the use of best management practices as laid down by the contact group of the United Nations. We are involved in capacity building in the area as well, and a Frenchman, Jacques Launay, was appointed head of UCAP Nestor in July 2012. We're also working on measures against impunity. We have in fact prosecuted 15 pirates, and we have provided financial support and expertise for creating judicial instruments. And finally, working as we talked about at lunchtime, for the establishment of a state in Somalia. So that is just a brief overview of what's been going on and what is going on in France. And if I could just finish up by turning to something which happens more locally and involves more than just one state. It's to mention the grouping of maritime attaches working here in Washington, who meet on a monthly basis, called the Cotton Club. And the Cotton Club serves to exchange information amongst the members, the member countries, on current maritime issues, and also to put forward the views of the Cotton Club, which is in fact the sister group of the Consultative Shipping Group, which is based in Denmark. And I've underlined Denmark in the list of members because Denmark chairs the Consultative Shipping Group, and I've underlined the Netherlands also because the Maritime Attaché, the Transportation Council for the Netherlands here in Washington, currently chairs the Cotton Club, and I happen to be the deputy chair of the Cotton Club. So I think it's important that you should know that this group exists. We like to invite people to talk to our group on various maritime issues, and it's an opportunity for you to be able to talk to quite a number of different representatives of different states. So just on the maritime security side, the stance that is adopted by the Consultative Shipping Group, and by the way, the Consultative Shipping Group
members come over to Washington once every 2 years to meet with the main administrations involved in maritime affairs, Coast Guard, MARAD, etc. But on the security side then, the stance is that unilateral measures without sufficient consultation run the risk of imposing unrealistic standards that can unduly slow or impede commerce, and that certainly was the basis for our position with regard to the 100% scanning mandate. And we're very much in favour of the rules and regulations being developed in the context of IMO, since we are in a global sector. So that is my overview. So I wanted to underline the importance of international cooperation and harmonisation in the field of maritime security. I referred to France's approach, which is also a European one, and I've referred to the bilateral cooperations between France and the United States. I hope I've given you some insight into the specifics of the French experience with terrorism in transportation and its maritime sector. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your discussion and some questions.
I don't have slides, you can sit right in the middle there if you want. Okay. I'm not an expert on maritime issues. I work with two of the top authorities in America, John Norton Moore and Myron Nordquist, both of whom, John is in Ireland today meeting with their Attorney General, and Myron is preoccupied. I tried to get somebody from the Naval War College. It was unsuccessful. Because of my respect and friendship for Yona, I said I'd be happy to come, and you'll have to pay the price for that because I'm not an expert. But what I do want to, and also Al Gray is an old dear friend, and I would do anything for him. And one thing I don't want to do is stand between you and him. So I've just been crossing through pages to try to keep this fairly brief. I'm actually in town for a 2-day ABA conference over at the Ritz-Carlton, and I've got to get back over there for dinner tonight. But I want to focus primarily on the Somali piracy issue. I'm going to talk from 40,000 feet, and the principles I'm talking about are applicable to, I think, a lot of other issues, although not so much the issues of piracy, terrorism, and so forth by ideologically motivated actors, Al-Qaeda and so forth. Our focus here in this panel is international responses. You just heard an excellent presentation on what the EU is doing and what France is doing. Both are doing wonderful things. I strongly commend the efforts they're making. Two bits of good news: both China and Russia are cooperating very much in the struggle against piracy. That suggests that the UN Security Council, which has already played a very useful role, might even be able to play a greater role. And who knows, if we can get the Security Council doing good things, maybe they can take up some other issues as well and become more effective than they have been in recent years. My fundamental message is, if we want to bring an end to Somali piracy, we must first understand an important principle of human behavior. Rational individuals tend to pursue their perceived self-interest. Just like businessmen, they do a cost-benefits analysis. If we can affect their perceptions of the cost and the benefits, we have a good chance at persuading them that it's in their interest to pursue another means of earning income. Let's go quickly because I have some specific suggestions I do want to get to. I think free market economists might well have predicted what's going on in Somalia. The country has totally failed. There are very few opportunities for entrepreneurs to make money. They had a problem at one point because the government was non-existent, that foreign governments were apparently fishing in their waters and dumping toxic waste in their waters, and some of their fishermen said, hey, let's go out and put a stop to this, or at least charge them a tax, and that led to seizing boats and hostages, and that led to, hey, this is lucrative. Let's just go after any boats we can find. And it really is I think, best understood not in a political situation, but as an economic decision by rational players. If we want to affect their behavior, we need to affect their perceptions of the risk and the benefits. Some people think of me as a hardliner. I supported and still do support the Vietnam War, the Contra program. In 1990, I argued it was perfectly lawful to intentionally kill Saddam Hussein in Operation Desert Storm. The current State Department legal advisor, Harold Koh, went on crossfire against me and said, no, that's illegal, it's a violation of international law, and of course now he's defending the use of Predator drones. It's an old Washington principle that where you stand often depends on where you sit, and I think he's a perfect example of it. But I'm not really a hard, you want a hard liner. Well, Julius Caesar was a hard liner. He was taken hostage by pirates and was held for ransom, and the ransom was paid, and they let him go, and he went back and he got his army and he came back and crucified every one of the terrorists. That works. It totally prohibits or prevents recidivism, and it sends a very useful message to others. I'm actually not going to suggest that we do that, but the point is things can be done to affect their perceptions. I'm a big believer in Sun Tzu's maxim, 2,500 years ago in The Art of War, who said to win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. And our goal ought not be to go out and kill as many pirates as we can find. We ought to try to seek peaceful resolution of this, but it may initially involve some use of force to persuade them that this really isn't in their interest. I'd like to see the world community do even more, ideally through a Chapter 7 resolution of the Security Council, because that would be binding upon all member states, but if not, through a coalition of the willing. We've got some pretty powerful players here with the European Union, the United States, possibly Russia and China, and serve notice on the terrorists that, let's say after a certain date, 30 days from today, piracy is no longer going to be accepted. And any acts of piracy that do take place are going to, the pirates are going to find themselves at war with the world community. And the world community is prepared to do whatever is necessary to bring this practice to an end. And if that requires killing pirates, the world community is prepared to do that. And also, if there are any more pirate attacks, we're going to send in some of our special operations forces, come in at night, wearing night vision goggles, supported by black helicopters, Predator drones, whatever you want to use, and into those beautiful mansions you've been building, well, they're going to be rubble by morning. Now, we need intelligence for this. We need to make sure that those mansions aren't filled with hostages or other things. But we've already demonstrated the ability to go in and rescue hostages. And if they believe that we're serious about that, and that we're going to be sending in people who can see in the dark, who have weapons they've never dreamed of, they won't have a prayer. They don't have a death wish. They want to make money. And there are ways we can play with that. I'd also accompany this by a psychological operations campaign to make sure everyone in the area is alerted to this possibility. Basically say, I don't know if you remember Pale Rider, the Clint Eastwood movie where he comes in to kill the sheriff and he says, anybody who doesn't want to be dead better get out of here, or something like that, and all the guys run out. Well, there are things that we can do without actually using Clint Eastwood. Let's see where we go from here. There have been some recent actions that have been very effective. I mentioned the sending in the Americans send in what was apparently a SEAL team to rescue 2 international aid workers who had been taken captive and held for several months. They killed several pirates in the process. They rescued the hostages, and I think they sent a useful message. The number of attacks since then has dropped dramatically. The number of successful attacks has also dropped dramatically, and that's largely, I think, because of the steps that the European Union and other groups have taken to increase naval patrols in the area, fortify ships, or a whole bunch of things being done, put guards on ships, whatever. And the message is getting out that attacking ships in the Gulf of Aden is a risky proposition. And so now they've got as far away as Sri Lanka, 2,000 miles from home. They started carrying out attacks during the monsoon rain season, because that's when people don't expect them, and thus there are less patrols and so forth. But there's a lesson we have from our own history. When George Washington, when we were a British colony, the British were paying a tribute to the Barbary pirates, and we were protected because we were a British colony. As soon as we declared independence, we lost that protection, and they captured an American ship, and they had some of our sailors as hostages. And the Washington administration debated for some time what to do about this. And Tom Jefferson, our Secretary, so at the time our Secretary of State, who knew a lot about the Barbary pirates from his days in Paris, said we need to build a navy and protect our interest. And John Adams from London and John Jay, our Secretary of Foreign Affairs under the Second Continental Congress, said, no, you know, the British and everybody else are paying tribute. We should do that too. It's cheaper than building a navy. Well, they decided to pay tribute. They paid tribute, and within 2 months, the word spread around the area, hey, the Americans are paying. And within 2 months, the number of American hostages had doubled. Economic incentives. If any of you followed, I'm sure some of you did, yesterday's Powerball jackpot, which was something like $570 million. People were skipping work to go out and buy tickets. Well, one of the problems we have is the ransoms being paid for the fewer ships that are taken have skyrocketed. And the more you pay, the more the incentives to take these things. So, you know, I'm going to skip some more figures here because you probably heard them earlier today. So what do we do? Well, first, I would suggest we keep doing what we're doing now. I think we're doing some excellent things, and the more we can do it through international cooperation with the EU, or even through the Security Council, which would be my you know, again, because that has the advantage of binding all states, the more we can do in that area, the better. But thus far, I've been focusing on the cost side of the problem and not on the benefit side. And there are things we can do on the benefit sides as well. John Norton Moore, with whom I co-founded our Center for National Security Law 31 plus years ago, has suggested that the Security Council pass a Chapter 7 resolution requiring every state to make it a crime to pay ransom. Why not? Make it a crime. And now imagine you're the pirate who's just taken over a ship, and you have to publicize this one. And you say, okay, I'm going to hold you hostage till your company pays ransom. Sir, I hope they pay ransom because I don't want to die, but I should tell you, in our country it's now illegal for them to pay ransom, and if they do, part of the cost, in addition to risk of prison term, is forfeiture of the vessel. And the ship's insured, and so it's my boss's economic interest to actually let you kill us and burn the ship or whatever you want, but he's not going to pay. And they start getting mad, and they think, okay, we're at least going to torture these SOBs and burn the damn ship. And he says, oh, and one more thing, there's already a, when you started coming on board, I pushed a button, and there's already jet fighter aircraft and special operations teams from 4 different countries on the way here, with instructions that if they get here and the ship is not totally intact and the crew totally unharmed, they're to hunt you down and kill you. But, you know, this is your decision. I just, you know, maybe they'll kill some people. Maybe they'll blow up a ship. But will they keep going out and taking more ships when they know there's no ransom to be had? I'm not sure they will. I think there are things that we can do in this area. Maybe that's not one, but I think it's one that ought to be talked about. There are other things we do. We've developed a great ability in the war on terror to identify bank accounts of terrorist groups and seize them. These guys are making a fortune, and maybe they're stuffing it in a room full of mattresses somewhere, but if they haven't invested anywhere in the world economy, let's go after it. What do they like? What do they cherish? Well, they like their mansions. They like their fancy boats and things. What if we tell them, okay, after the 30th of the, after 30 days, you are all guarantors of this new peace. And if anybody commits an act of terrorism, you're going to be held responsible. And that means we're going to send helicopters that make no noise in the middle of the night, they can see in the dark. And they're going to blow up your mansions, and they're going to blow up your warehouses, and they're going to blow up your boats. your tools and your proceeds and so forth, and we are going to spend not a lot of money, but some money to get good intelligence on exactly who is where and doing what, and we're going to try to split the pirates from the people, and we can raise the level of heat, I think, tremendously in that process. Now, one of the problems we've had historically is that pirates are sort of a pain in the butt. They're like refugees. I was in Vietnam during the final evacuation, and an awful lot of Vietnamese, hundreds of thousands, died at sea. Some of them murdered and raped by pirates, others starved to death because no country would take them in. And commercial ships, which have a legal duty to stop and help people in distress, just looked the other way because it was such a pain to have to take care of them. Well, I understand nobody wants to spend money prosecuting these people, but imagine what would happen if in the United States, if you committed a bank robbery or a rape, we would capture you and then let you go. I suspect we would see a great spike in our crime rate. So we need to start holding these people accountable. Now, one of my concerns is, at least American jails might be a big quality of life step up for some of these people, given the lives they now lead. They'd get, you know, shelter and 3 square meals a day and general protection. So we have to factor that in. But let's look at both sides of this equation. Let's understand we're dealing with people making what they perceive to be rational decisions for economic purposes, and let's play with those rational perceptions and persuade them that it's not in their interest to do this, they're not going to get a reward, and they are going to pay a very painful price. So bottom line, good things have happened. There's been a lot of progress. Trends are generally moving in the right direction, except for the higher ransoms being paid. More can be done. Piracy, for the most part, and there are some signs that Al-Qaeda is now, and similar groups are now getting involved in this as a way of making money, and they're going to be a whole different ballgame. But the others, the entrepreneurs, as I sometimes refer to them, they're making what they see as rational economic decisions. We can do a lot to influence those decisions. Incentives matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think we have time for maybe just one quick question before we get to our closing remarks. I see one back there.
I've been waiting all day to ask this question, but now I see the right man to ask it to from France. Let's say I'm an operative out of the Middle East and I've acquired some highly enriched uranium, and I wanted to send it to the members of my Hezbollah cell in the Paris suburbs. So I put in some containers and ship it through French port. Highly enriched uranium is not very radioactive, so your 100% scanning I don't think is going to do too much good if you send it through the portal monitors to detect radiation. So what do you plan to do to detect the highly enriched uranium?
That's a very technical question for me. I'm afraid I'd have to pass on that, but I'd certainly be willing to contact people in Paris to see what they've got to say. My apologies.
Excellent questions.
Why don't we ask you to keep the owner happy, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Now let me bring up Admiral Barnett, who will introduce our closing speaker for today.
29th coming out of the Marine Corps.
Yes.
How's great.
We've been here all day. It's a long day, and I really I want to compliment the audience for most of you hanging in there. I certainly couldn't have done that, but you've been very good about it, and I want to thank the present panel and all the past panels for helping us out today. And I'll just make a few closing remarks here, and in no particular order. But one thing that is very, very clear, this is a maritime strategic topic. And it's not just maritime strategy in terms of the United States, but it's maritime strategy in terms of the free world as we know it today. And we have to understand internationally that it's back and forth across those highways we call oceans that move what makes the free world great. And so it's a very, very crucial topic. Maritime strategic thinking while there's a lot written about it in the United States, and of course we've had our Mahans and other kinds of things in earlier years, but really there's very little strategic thinking going on in this nation, and I dare say in many of the other free world nations that we have. And this is a crime, and it ought to be rectified immediately. We need an overarching policy, not just a U.S. policy, but an international policy that makes sense, and not with a lot of long legal kinds of things, but simple kinds of statements like our friend from France had on his view graphs and things like that, things that make sense. And this policy has to be enduring, and yet it has to be adaptive. And by that I mean we've got to be able to adapt as we go along the way and still send a sustained message around the world for a long period of time, not just a few years, but a long period of time. It has to be holistic, because you can't do anything, for example, in the Pacific or Europe or Africa without impacting the rest of the world. It's a global, interdependent economic world today. And much of this business about maritime security and maritime piracy and all that, it's economic warfare is what it is. Follow the dollars. See where those dollars go and see what's happening there. That's what it's really, really all about. Whether you're a bunch of tribal sheikhs operating in Iraq or anywhere else like that, it's economic warfare. It's a different form of warfare, and it's not like what we teach in the United States. We teach that it's against the law and it's against this, and it's against, but elsewhere around the world, in most countries, it's a way of life. And we've got to get street smart and battle-wise in all this kind of conflict, and stop thinking like we're going to be Boy Scouts on top of the hill. Most of the free world countries today are building up their Navy. And if you look back through history, the last 300 or 400 years, that always happens in this kind of an environment. They're building up their Navy because they see that this is important. And the navies of the world are much better at command and control, at integrated intelligence, at the so-called C4I, all of that kind of thing than land units ever were. We were the best when it was a NATO, and we're the best when it's ASEAN countries. We're the best in the world at that. We ought to capitalize on that kind of thing. But it's got to be international. And above all, in the United States, the interagency process, while it has gotten better, and while we're a little bit proud of some of the things we've done, we've heard a lot of stuff today, but it's really pretty ineffective. There ought to be a policy change that forces this interagency activity to really be harmonized and really hum along together. You know, you can get anything done you want if you don't care who gets the credit for it. And somehow a lot of these bureaucratic people don't understand that. And that's got to change. When's the last time you read an article in the newspaper or magazine about maritime thinking, maritime strategy, naval thought? Long, long time. So we talk about it, you know, a little bit, but we don't really do it. And I can remember in 1987, I gave a speech to the Senate Armed Service Committee, chaired by then Senator Nunn, and it was about maritime strategy. And he came up to me later and said, "That's the greatest strategic piece I've ever heard. Where the hell's the Navy?" I said, "I can't get him to come." Here was the Marine talking about a maritime strategy around the world and all that kind of thing. And so you can talk about the Naval War College, you can talk about the Coast Guard, you can talk about all that hoopla. I'm telling you right now, we got to get on with it. And why? You know, we talk about budget problems. It doesn't cost any money to think. And that's what we've got to do. It doesn't cost a cent to think. And most of our problems can be thought through, and we can find good, substantive, long-term actions to implement. And it doesn't cost any money. So the problem right now, every idea you have, well, we don't get the budget and this and that, so what? You know, why don't we think first, think these things through, and get our act together? That's my real message, and it has to be, again, it has to be holistic. I like some of your comments, Bob, but I can't say that because I'm a peace type guy. But I'd be glad to turn the other way and let you do some of that kind of thing. But really, you cannot, for example, as I said earlier this morning, you can't defeat piracy but without going ashore and taking care of the area they have. And a lot of these people around the world, you know, they don't want freedom, they want security. That's what they want most of all. And you've got to separate these people from the other people, just like Mao Zedong talked about in his People's War and all that in phase 2 of the guerrilla kind of campaign. And you've already talked about Sun Tzu. But the point is here that we have got to we've got to take away these areas where they go to, you know, after they commit a terrorist type act. And we don't do that. We get all wrapped up around what's good and this and that, and we get a lot of viewpoints about people, you know, from people who've never heard a shot fired in anger. I mean, there's going to be even the term collateral damage. That's ridiculous. There are going to be some people, innocent people, get hurt. How about the innocent people get hurt when a terrorist act is committed? You know, how about that? And so we have to get on with it, and we have to, above all, be consistent. We have to be consistent in where we want to go. We can be adaptive and change our tactics, change our thought, change the way we do things in concert with the other countries around the world and all of that kind of thing. But our message needs to be consistent, that this kind of activity is not good for mankind or womankind or any other kind around the world. It's not good for what we believe in, and therefore we're not going to tolerate it. And so we just have to do that. But again, thank you all for being with us, and we'll try. When you going to have another show, Yona? 10th of December. All right. What's the topic?
Well, the Middle East security concerns and the outlook for the future.
Outlook for the future in the Middle East. All right. Okay. Well, I can give the same closing remarks. Thank you all.